So it's a saving.
It's a big savings, yeah. Especially back in the day. Anyway, space bags, yeah, those are cool. No, I remember commercials of sealing your food in like a airtight bag, right? And then you put it in the freezer. It lasts like way longer, right? Because you sucked all the air out of the bag. That's what gives you freezer burn and everything. Is the air, right?
That's what I do when I go camping.
Because the air is, it's like a liquid too. Mm-hmm.
You also playing cards.
Yeah. Playing cards? What?
In the chat.
Who's that? In the YouTube or in here?
No. In the live stream voice chat.
Yeah.
Discord.
People laugh, but the flat earthers know something for their action.
Honestly, we should all play that game one day.
I think it's full set. I don't know if anyone can find it. Like, it's really expensive.
Are you serious? It's a card game, but I guess that's
yeah, you can get it on eBay, man. I checked it out. Well, you could a couple years ago. I checked it out.
I'm gonna have a look.
Some of them are not pricey. Depends what year stuff. There's a lot of criteria in those. But yeah, original set, man. They're worth a lot of money. Whew. Flat earthers know something. Yeah, bet your ass we know something.
Hey, Timbo, check that video from there.
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
A bubble in the middle, and it floats up all the way up. And then
what's going on there?
Loads of others. But look at that, just that specific one.
I was calling out the space bubbles today.
They all move at different speeds. I'm going to post this one. Thanks, guys.
We got bubbles in space now?
We got bubbles in space today, man.
Fresh.
That shit goes way back. Goes back to the 80s, I think. Some space rocks.
Check this one out. There's bubbles moving at different speeds while they're traveling at 25,000 kilometers an hour.
That was a transit. That was a transit, 100% transit there.
Parallax.
Parallax. Flatty.
Is that a concave Earth, or am I seeing things?
I think it's a window.
Window. There's a window. Wait. Is that a window? I don't know. I got replay. Yeah, they are going different directions. One went left and one went right.
And then there's one that floats in the middle.
Get out of
here. Yeah. It just moves slowly.
God,
that one must be parallel.
All right. Nice clips from today, guys. That's fantastic. That was amazing. You guys are good.
All right, so we got Ingy in the house. Your microphone is all yours. Open up and have a chat. Ingy. Since she's Spanish or not.
You got a mic? Got a mic?
Got a mic?
Y'all got a mic?
You have control of your microphone. Ingy, I can see you're unmuted. Welcome to the server, man. Or person. Welcome, person.
You don't assume genders, dude.
Welcome, human.
How dare you? How dare you? Where's my Greta? I need some Greta just to cheer me up.
His gender might be they, them, so he's Legion.
How dare you? Yeah, Greta thing, man. What a funky trip that whole shit is, man. Wow.
I mean, they, them means there's many of them, so that indicates possession.
Yeah, it's, what is it? Schizophrenia.
I like schizoids, dude.
I heard it.
My favorite friends.
Interesting.
Oh, there we go. Ingy, talk. We have you.
All right.
Sorry,
Mute him.
guys.
Do we lose him?
Yeah.
When he leaves, it'll mute automatically anyway.
What happened?
He just left. He opened up his mic, said something weird, and left.
I didn't hear nothing.
I could bear. It was really deep frequency. Yeah, it was
Was
weird.
it like a disembodied voice?
Something like that. Yeah.
It was many voices. It was they, them.
It was weird. Anyway, back to the back roads. What's up?
So I was going to say something about schizophrenics,
Go ahead.
but I don't know if I could say that here.
I don't know either. I'm not going to say yes.
I'm just saying the
Well,
voices they
that
hear.
person that just left said.
Just don't make a claim.
And then left.
Don't make a claim. So you said.
They just go, I'm speculating that.
I'm speculating that it's possible that the voices that schizophrenics hear aren't from internally in their mind. If you know what I'm trying to say here.
So external.
I'm talking external, as in like you all know about frequencies, radio frequencies, low frequencies, ELF waves, things like that. It's been picking up on microphones the voices that some of these schizophrenics hear, and if they were actually generated inside their head, you should be able to hear it on a microphone. So
You mean like number stations going on? Is that going on in their head?
Yeah, something like that. Like, the Duga radar in Russia that's closed down. If you ever heard of that? It's like a radar. It goes around the whole Earth. It's low frequency. It goes into things like HAARP and things like that. I have a really good YouTube channel. It's called Look Out for Charlie. And he goes really in depth with that and has a lot of evidence that goes that schizophrenics, the voices they hear, are just government operators who are, trolling them, basically.
When you said when you say you should be able to pick it up on a microphone, what do you mean by that?
They're low frequency signals, so if you record next to a schizophrenic person, you go into Audacity, you take out the high frequencies, and in the low end, you can hear some garbled speech that shouldn't be there in the room. Like if you have a dead quiet room, you will hear some strange speech, like if it was schizophrenic speech.
Only if there's a schizophrenic in the room?
Not if there's a schizophrenic in the room, but they usually pick it up. Like it's pretty complex, but they pick it up.
You're saying maybe they're tuned into a certain frequency that they can hear it?
Radio. Think about it.
Now, are you saying there's telepathy going on?
No, not telepathy. Not at all.
From a radio signal, yeah? Like a certain frequency.
Yes, and then these schizophrenics pick it up, and they could have something in their bloodstream that makes them pick up the frequencies to where they can hear these voices. But it's just out there like a signal. So here's the video channel. I'm going to post it. It's got a lot of good content, but you can't just watch one video because it's a whole body of evidence, but it's pretty interesting.
It's plausible.
Yeah. And do any of you have tinnitus ringing in your ear?
I get it occasionally.
Occasionally, yeah. Well, that's not...
Yeah, all of a sudden it just goes...
Yeah, exactly. They say it's caused by loud noises. That's natural tinnitus. But this tinnitus where it just comes out of nowhere and...
Yeah, that's what I get.
Ear, that's from radio frequencies. And there's evidence to prove that. It's just a strong radio frequency pulse, and it goes through you, and you can pick it up if you're sensitive to that. And it goes into the aluminum and barium spraying that they have been doing in the air, if you know what I am saying there.
I'm not sure we get that here.
You don't get any of that?
No. All our skies are either cloudy or clear, and there's never any trails behind the planes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But, it could be in anything, like your food, things you put in your body, basically. not going into depth anymore, but you know what I mean.
Like Red Dye number 40?
Probably, yeah. But yeah, it goes into all of that and stuff. But basically, it's this signal that's everywhere, and the speculation idea is that it is subconsciously affecting everyone, but schizophrenics can hear it more clearly because of sensitivity to the radio frequency. And no, tinfoil hats do not protect you from this. So if anyone's going to refute,
I'll have to get rid of mine.
No, a tinfoil hat will, if anything, it'll amplify the signal and put it right into your skull. So I wouldn't recommend trying any of that at all. But
have you seen Better Call Saul? Did you see my post in the chat?
Yeah, he goes into talking about that too, because that show, that specific person is made to discredit this whole idea that there's radio frequencies out there that are not good. He's like,
well, I would say it had a double-edged sword effect, because you're right, it probably was a bit of a scapegoat where they could just kind of, mock that idea, but also it made me more aware, you know what I mean? Like, of just, like a heated blanket. I'm sitting on a heated blanket. My charger is sitting, like my phone is sitting right next to my, my package, stuff like that. So you learn to pay attention. At least after watching the show, I definitely am way more aware of where my phone's sitting, maybe not next to my,
Oh yeah. There was, back in the 2000s, there was research done, like official research, on the areas of your brain that's affected by your phone radio frequencies and stuff like that. But all that research is gone now. Like, they stopped doing it, even though it proved that the phone, the RF interference with your cranium had an effect on it. And you would have these red spots in the the X-ray scans, that machine you go into. Forgot the name of it.
MRI.
Yes, MRI. And it would show the difference with like 10 minutes use of the phone and no use of the phone. And it's a clear as day difference. But you put it up to your ear and you talk into it, and you have the radio frequencies go through your head, because it goes into the direction of the cell tower. And I know it goes into the 5G conspiracy and all that, and they love to make fun of that because they say it's harmless. But even on the poles of the 5G towers, they'll have warning signs that say danger radiation, you need to wear proper PPE. And I can show a picture of that because that's official. You need to wear PPE when you work on these towers, so they are high powered, and they do have an effect on you. But they say it's not strong enough to actually damage anything, which I don't think that's true.
Dog in the house.
What's up?
Feel like I haven't heard from you for a while.
It's been a little while. You and I have been on different time zones.
Gizbo, what's up?
What's up?
Another thing.
You go ahead.
I was gonna say that I made because I do circuitry in my free time, like electronics and stuff like that. I made a little AM radio thing out of a LM386 chip amplifier, and I attached.
No idea what you just said.
Well, it's a type of chip that amplifies. So think of, like, speakers, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Amplifier. So it amplifies a signal. So you have a signal in, and it'll like triple that signal to make it audible. So,
okay. Yep.
And I put it on, like, a radio antenna, so you could hear radio stations. But you go near like a computer, your phone, and it's very interesting sounds come out of it. You can hear the radio frequencies that these devices make, and they sound very interesting. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like digital
possessive
clicking.
It sounds possessive.
I wouldn't say possessive. It's just more like it sounds like it's high powered, and it doesn't sound good. Like, it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound pleasant to the ear. It sounds like high pitched noises and beeps and shit like that.
That's
But,
probably that high pitched sound that I've been hearing for the last 2.5 years,
2.5.
3 years. Yeah, last 2.5 years, 3 years.
I've
Some
used
people
All
say
the time
it's
or
weird, man.
sporadically?
Yeah, no, it's all the time.
Do you
If
know
I
how
had to
many cell
guess,
towers?
it's between 13,000 hertz and 17,000 hertz. But that's like impossible.
Straight up. Take out your phone, record the ambient area around you, throw it in Audacity, go to a spectrogram. Do you know what a spectrogram is? If I could if I could live stream in here, I would show it, but I can't. But it's the spectrograph, and you could see the different bands, frequencies that are in the recording, and you could clearly see which one's the high end and the low end and all the other stuff, and you could edit out like the noise because you have to higher the volume to hear it. So you could edit out the loud noise, and then you only hear like the low end, which is the noises and stuff, and you have the high end too, which you can hear the tinnitus frequency.
I don't know. It was right around like probably about a year and a half into all the research that I've been doing, all the truther research, and probably a good year and a half before I became a flat earther. But it's been nonstop, and
interesting.
You would think that it would affect my hearing, but it doesn't. My hearing's been amplified. Like I hear things better ever since that happened.
We're going to make a superhero series about
I know, right?
A year ago.
You're like Adam West on Family Guy. I'm going to roll around in some toxic chemicals. They already have cancer.
Yeah. But, this stuff, in the long run, it's not going to be good because it'll just get worse. But it's funny that you said 2 years ago, because what was 2 years ago? 2020. Everyone was in their house. Do you know how many brand new cell towers they put up?
Actually, it wasn't 2020. It was 2019. I remember the time frame. It was like February of 2019.
That was an interesting time too. I remember.
Yeah, I was like a year and a half. I was a year and a half into my research.
That was when the rollout started in 2019 of the new.
Yeah, it started then, but they sped it up during lockdowns.
Yeah, they put like a lot during lockdown. It's quite.
Oh wait, look who we got in the house. Kiwi, my brother.
I know this.
How are you?
Oh, Kiwi. Flat Earth related stuff, but
what's happening, dude? Hey.
Who the fuck
Happy
is
Sunday.
How's things, mate?
Oh wait, no. Happy Monday to you.
Yeah,
Hope everybody's doing
Monday
well.
morning. I'm feeling like shit, mate. I'm having a day off work, and Flatsy just made me have some concoction with a lot of scotch in it, and I feel a lot better.
Sounds like you're on the mend.
A little bit of medicine with a lot of scotch.
How you been,
This
brother?
is giving you a remedy for home, so you don't have to take medicine and feel better.
Maybe I added a few extra things to it.
Oh, good grief.
I'm doing well.
Where you been, Kiwi?
Just tidying out different spots. Geo's been interesting, talking about a few different things. I put an idea of something called visual ramping on the floor for consideration in a couple different places. So it's the idea of like, we know that the horizon is formed where the floor meets the ceiling, and it meets this continuous line all around us. To observe it like really hardcore, if we take a car that's traveling away from us, we know obviously that car is going away from us. It's getting smaller as it travels away from us. But the other thing that you really notice, if you're really noticing it, is that the car is actually rising to your eye level, right? So if we're standing on the road and watching the car go away from us, the car is actually rising to that line where the floor meets the ceiling.
Yeah.
So then I started thinking about, well, when the car's coming towards me, the exact opposite happens, right? We
Coming
know
down.
Yeah.
It looks like it is.
Exactly. And again, perspective, right? All based on perspective. But the thing that happens on both sides of that coin is, both sides of that view, if you will, is that there's a ramp. The car goes up and the car goes down. Now, a plane rides the ceiling, obviously. It goes down and it goes back up. But just something I was thinking about, and put that on forward consideration. So, hi, chat. I hope everybody's well. And yeah, what's up?
Very good,
Hey,
mate.
Kiwi,
Yo.
I got something for you to look up. Look
What's up,
up
Harvey?
these three words together: conjugate focal plane.
That makes sense because that would be the opposite plane of focus, right? The conjugate would
Well,
be the opposite.
it's the conjunction of the plane. That's how perspective works. It works within the conjugate focal plane, and it all converges together into the vanishing point.
Sick. The conjugate focal. Sorry, conjugate focal
plane.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I'm looking it up right now. Appreciate it.
Good to hear from you, mate. Anyway, we're always here.
Appreciate you, man. Right back at you, man. Books of Enoch have been huge. And, I mean, I've always known about it and kind of stemmed through or looked through it, but I've been taking the Christopher Glenn presentation of the audiobooks of Book of Enoch a couple of different times. And it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting because
I've got it as well. Which version?
In the latter chapters, it starts to talk about the sun and the moon, and how the sun leads the charge first out the door, and then the other celestial bodies all follow. And there's always a reference of like the sun and the moon on a circuit. Oh, that was pretty good.
I've got the Book of Enoch by Robert Bagley III. I've got 3 hours left.
I think I like stuff like
but
that.
But guess what I got, though? Have a look at this. I've got Johnny Cash reading the complete New Testament.
That's pretty I like
it. You should hear his pronunciation of some of the people's names.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
I bet it's very Baptist.
Go ahead, Kiwi.
No, I was just saying, how's he doing on it? You said the pronunciation of the names.
Yeah, he's all right. It's funny. Just the way, because of his accent. It's taking me a while to get used to it.
That's awesome. It gives it another spin, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Genesis, that's been another, looking at the Book of Enoch and the books of Enoch and understanding those. But even I started looking at the just the 7 days of creation and the claims, or not the claims, sorry, but what is in Genesis as a 7 day creation, and Speculation Sunday, obviously. The original light, I believe, or the waters. No, the original light was there on day one. The waters, and then they brought in, or on day 2, the creation, obviously, of the firmament. So it created like this air bubble, in a way. And then on day 3, the lands came in into those existing waters, so the waters were there, and the lands came into those waters. And then day 4, you have the introduction of the celestial bodies. And here's where I want to park the car, just for a quick observation from the standpoint of, like, we criticize Below Bruce for worshipping the sun, a heliocentric model, right? Helio being a representation of the sun at the center, everything revolving around that. So, no, we're not worshipping the thing that showed up on the 4th day. But the other thing I want to put out there for interesting observation is the lands that were created, inserted into those waters on the 3rd day, those are the things that we're referencing, right? The lands that we're observing, because Tim and I always talk about it, right? I'm like, hey, yo, Tim, you see level? And I know Timbo over in Australia on the other side of the quote-unquote border. Tim, you seeing level, my guy?
Always, man.
Right. Like you have your entire foundation of your existence as like your livelihood to your family and everything, observing level. right?
Yeah.
What's the longest
It's not
level?
level. I don't make any money.
Exactly. What's the longest level you have, Tim?
The longest level I've got, a physical level, is 2 meters.
2 meters. So like,
Yeah, but then I've got a 3 meter straight edge. So,
yeah, 7 feet, 2.1. That makes sense.
What's that?
2.1 would be 7 feet. So yeah, just shy of 7 feet, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And so most of our walls are either 2.4 or 2.7.
That's crazy.
High.
You could do some damage with that thing, boy.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, the double entendres just keep coming, don't they?
But I mean, like, so the whole thing, and I mean, for me, the only question, and that's where I'm like, you guys can figure out what you want with that, is, we're using tools measuring level in all these different places, and everybody knows they can go to their countertop and do it. And then I say to people, where does the curve show up? And they pull out their dictionary and they're like, level says, I'm like, nah, dog, we're not even using words. We don't even have to appeal to a dictionary because we're using a tool called a level.
The gravitational center of a sphere.
Yeah.
I remember some guy had a story about how an engineer made a road that was longer than the supposed curve, and it was flat grade the whole way.
Crazy.
And the engineer didn't
the
take
problem
it into account.
is well, they don't take it into account because they think it automatically corrects. So they just go along with measurements of level, but they think because they have to change their setup upon distance to get level again. So after, let's call it 200 meters, they've got to set up another laser. And then they thought that 200 meters are just automatically levels. So they don't account for it. They just say it is going with the curve of the Earth because it is.
Yep.
Because level corrects itself. It's so fucking stupid.
Oh, it's so big, you can't see the curve. And I'm like,
yeah.
Okay, that would be a fair point. But I'm in Florida. It's pretty flat here. You go to a tall tower. Trust me, you go to a tall tower, you look at everything, no curve at all.
But okay, so you go to that tall tower in Florida, and what do you notice as you're climbing the stairs? What's happening as you're looking at the horizon? What's happening to it?
I don't know. It's the same. You just see more stuff.
No. All I'm saying is what I'm kind of trying to pull your attention to is like as you take each step going up that tower. Right,
well, I don't take a step. You're in an elevator.
Oh, okay. You're going up the elevator, right? But that horizon line, it rises.
It's still a line,
but it rises with you as you go up.
Yeah.
Right? And that's where I'm saying that surface, right? When I was being so long in the tooth explaining the idea of meeting the ceiling and the whole visual ramping thing. Like, bro, it's really something that brings the observation on the table that, like, you can't escape the horizon line no matter how high you go.
I think it would start to curve if it was actually a curve. Like, at a certain point, you get a curve from your bare eyes, like, no fisheye lens in front of you at all. Like, you're just looking straight out to the horizon, high up.
What are they saying now? They're saying it's 1/4 of the Earth's diameter or radius. 1/4 of the Earth's radius. That's when you would see some curvature. It's 1,000 miles up before you can see any curvature.
I don't even
That's
think
what they're claiming.
planes fly 1,000 miles up. That's ridiculous.
Planes are at 6 miles.
Yeah, exactly.
The crazy thing for me is like when you, because I'm a numbers guy, and when they say, again, based on a 39-59 mile claim, that you're going to travel for every 100 miles that you travel, there's going to be a 1.25 mile drop. That's pretty significant, and 100 miles ain't that far. So I'm just thinking about the structure, and I keep talking about it being built out in Saudi Arabia called the Line.
Oh, the Line.
Like 110 miles.
Oh, yeah, the friggin' 15-minute city building. That's a prison.
That's weird, man.
Right? I'm thinking to myself, okay.
Did you see the trailer for it? They had like AI robots flying around.
What?
That shit's scary. Honestly, that scares me.
Real quick, I just want to say this. I read an article one time. I'll look to see. But I heard they wanted to demolish this area of land that is believed to be the original Mount Sinai. Right, like all the features of it matches it. It's fenced off. Nobody's allowed to go there. And but they want to level it and turn it into one of those smart cities.
Yeah,
they're gonna need a war to destroy more history.
But hold up, right quick. That's the spot that we're talking about right now, dude. The line that's being constructed in Saudi Arabia is threatening the livelihood, if you will, the dramatic about it, of Mount Sinai.
You serious?
Yeah.
I'll show you the Mount Sinai in Saudi Arabia. Just type in Mount Sinai, Saudi Arabia, and you'll see it.
Well, it's not bad.
It's clear as day. It makes way more sense than being in Georgia.
What's that Arnie movie where they're on Mars? Total Recall?
Exactly. Pop the hatch. Go outside. Like, imagine being raised in that place and they tell you you're on a ball.
Well, that's it, man. Yeah, like makes you think of that movie where they're in the woods and they look like they're in like the early 1800s, and they're saying you're not allowed to leave this area. There's bad things in the woods. I think it's Nicole Kidman, yeah. And then you get to the end of the movie and all these lights in the forest. There's a freeway there, and they've just kept people inside. So you can you know if you grow up in this line, they can just tell you whatever they want. And then you're going to be too scared to go outside of the line. And no, we're not going out there. It's the air's horrible and this and that. Like the world is
right now
in chaos.
There's a
You ever seen The Divergent?
Yes, there's a lot of movies about this topic where you have all these people in a city and they're not supposed to leave, and it's pretty much the same storyline, and they're like an experiment, basically. That's basically what they are.
The Divergent, Aeon Flux.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Now we're on speculation. Sunday, I came up with this theory about all the countries that we have are all different experiments. So they just slightly change each country.
I have a picture. I have a picture. All right.
To see what happens in each country,
I posted this before. I saved it for Speculation Sunday. It's about what if there's more experiments? What if there's multiple experiments?
That's 2016, bro.
Really? I wasn't a flat earther in 2016.
2016. I love you, brother. I got
bro, I was normie in 2016.
What's up, Giz? I gotta say hi to Giz.
What's up, man, dude?
No, they say the proof for it is how the compass spins around at the Antarctica area.
Yeah.
Because you get near the other North Pole, so it gets confused or whatever. That's what they say.
That's awesome, man.
So, what are your thoughts on this? I want to talk about this.
It's very speculative, man. I'm with Taz. It's super speculative, man.
Yeah.
True.
That's like beyond speculation.
It's fun.
You have no proof of anything else.
Yeah, what if it is that, though? I always thought that, too. What if it is some stupid shit like that? Why not, Hell, they could have all kinds of those things, man.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows, man? Who knows?
We don't know. They don't know either. I don't know.
Your mic's really scratchy, dude.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Sounds like you're rubbing your speakers or something.
I was. Well, sometimes you gotta get this.
What?
Oh my.
Oh my. Anyway, I jumped into this.
That changed course quickly.
I was doing chores and listening, man. I'm gonna go back to doing chores here in a minute.
Sure.
That's not my mic, man.
No?
I think that's Taz's mic. Taz was rubbing the
No,
speakers.
he's muted.
He was having his trouble.
Somebody just deafened him.
Oh,
Or muted him anyway. Red dot. Send in the red team.
Blue
All right,
team.
so I'm gonna post this video.
Okay.
All right, it's
Post
the
that,
opening sequence to Johnny Mnemonic. All right,
All right.
has anybody ever seen Johnny Mnemonic
no.
with Keanu Reeves?
Yeah.
So
Yo, Miguel. What's up, homie?
thankfully it won't play on its own. But
We're losing
for
him.
each of y'all, anybody listening, watch it. Watch the opening sequence. The little story of like what leads up to it, up to the movie. Quite interesting. And then the movie itself talks about like people with bionic upgrades and things like that. It's pretty interesting.
Futuristic, man. It's futuristic.
Very.
There's a dolphin there, and with some kind of helmet in that movie, Johnny Mnemonic.
No, so what it is he's a smuggler of data, and what they do is he has a computer wired into his brain, and so he uses his brain as
Neuralink.
memory,
Yeah.
as storage, and so his background is that he dumped a bunch of his memory in order to make room for more storage, and so he doesn't remember anything about his past, and all he does is he makes a bunch of money smuggling data from one place to another.
Interesting.
Dystopian.
Very, very.
Brain in a jar.
I hate
We have heaps of those guys, don't we?
I hate the idea of
That you mean an enclosed system. You have to have an enclosed system to have rain. That right there is proof.
I love it.
Does anyone else really hate the idea of Neuralink and like connecting yourself to the internet and transhumanist things like that?
Well, there's no way I'll be doing that. So.
Nah, bro, I'd rather die than have that.
All right. Connect.
Then there's the idea that they already did it to some people and they don't even know it. I hate modern technology.
They don't call it television program for nothing.
Man, speculation. Just speculation.
I still believe, this is my belief, I still believe you have to consent to them doing stuff. They can't just do it to you on their own.
They got to tell you what's up.
Somehow, some way, they got to tell you.
I mean,
the
they
truth,
have.
and you have to consent to it, even if it's out of fear.
Yep.
They tell the truth in movies.
They'll do it right in your face, man. They'll put a book in like a library or museum or something under glass, and it just says what they're doing. And you're like,
We've been telling them for decades, and they still didn't believe us. So now we're going to go ahead and do it.
"Yep, we told you."
I mean, all the movies. Ready Player One and stuff like that.
I don't believe in all that shit, man.
Exactly.
You don't believe in it?
No, I reckon it's a lot of shit. all that brain implants and that. I reckon it's just bullshit. They're just trying to make AI sound smarter than it is, but it's just a program that humans write.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I don't think
AI is faking. AI is going to fool.
Well, it's got to be.
I think it's really.
Yeah, it's got to be programmed.
It still has parameters. It still has parameters it has to work in.
Like, have you seen ChatGPT? It's literally a liberal.
Yeah, and then it tells you something, and then you type something back in that contradicts it, and it goes, "Oh, okay, maybe I'm wrong."
Yep.
You know what?
And you could change the responses. Like, you can ask the same question, and it'll tell you something different.
That's why I'm saying it's just a complicated Google program. So
yep.
you'll ask the question, it'll copy the question and type it into Google, and then whatever answer comes up, it'll type that answer into the chat in kind of conversation form. That's all it does.
But I love asking it questions and then it taking like 10, 15 seconds to respond. Because you stumped it really good if that's what it's taken for them to respond.
Man, I used to ask it really detailed instructions on random technical stuff, and they would just spit out a BS answer every time.
Did you ever see the videos of those guys, those computer programmers, where they ask ChatGPT, they say, hey, we have this program, and here it is. Now I need you to read it, find the problem, and exploit it. And it literally wrote a computer program to exploit the problem.
Wow. Did it work though?
Yeah, it did.
Oh damn,
this is like a couple years ago though, like when it was first coming out.
There goes our security, and the technology they have, the government.
Yeah,
it's 60 years more advanced than what we have today.
No, it's not. No, they just have more people.
I'm not worried because
unlimited budget.
My job can't be replaced by a computer.
I think they have better technology just because they have an unlimited budget.
Well, they just have more people monitoring. That's all.
I guess so, but
and I don't think it'll ever get hackers. They invite hackers to hack their stuff just to see like what they can do to improve it. Like that's part of their budget, man. Like, oh, if you can hack it, we'll give you $100,000. So like you'll get like 600 people trying to hack one program.
Mm-hmm.
I love Himawari too. That was the best. Jeranism was awesome when he found that.
Are you talking about the last...
The weather program?
No, let me see.
Weather modification. That's another topic.
Well, it wasn't weather modification. They just knew what the weather was going to be for the next 10 years. It's inside a folder.
How?
They don't even
Because
know
everything's
what the weather's doing tomorrow.
It's all patterns. We've been studying patterns for centuries. Look at an almanac. A farmer's almanac predicts the weather 50 years in advance.
Really? I didn't know that.
Just because of it's always happened in the past, so it repeats itself.
That's interesting.
Weather is very cyclical. Like it'll get warm. And honestly, I think it's going to start getting cooler. They talk about like all this like global warming and everything like that. I think we've seen.
They changed the name.
In the United States, I think I've seen pretty much the end of, like, not the end of heat, but it's going to be more cooler on the average throughout the year. I'd be curious to see what it's like out in those. What's that?
It used to be global warming. They changed the name of it to climate change, so it could be whatever the heck they want, basically.
Yeah.
They make it more vague and less specific. Ooh, climate change. Well, the climate does change.
See, the greenhouse effect, that more or less works on a flat Earth with a dome anyway.
Yeah, true. Because
you need a container for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty obvious. Gravity is not going to hold that. It'll fly away into space.
I'm just saying, like, if you had a greenhouse, like, you have to have like a canopy over the top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, in order to contain all those greenhouse emissions to make it warmer.
Yep. I mean, I used to work in a greenhouse, so yeah, it's pretty obvious.
They also pump carbon dioxide into the greenhouse so the plants grow better.
Makes sense. You know, there's this thing. It's not speculation related. So I like to talk about Disney a lot because that's like they kind of brought forth the space everything into their theme parks and stuff like that. And because I used to go to it a lot as a kid, it really makes me look back at it and how they really tried to, program everyone to think it's real. So you guys know Star Wars, right? Right.
Yep. Yep.
So they had this Star Wars hotel that was like $6,000 a night. $6,000 a night. It's been open for 1 year, and they're closing it down because people stop going there.
$6,000.
Because it shows that they're trying to see how many people would actually pay that much money to see, like, Star Wars geeks and nerds to actually go in that hotel. And it's not even a good hotel.
Hell no.
It's like a regular hotel room. I could send pictures of it. And it's fake space age, things like that. And in the rooms, every single room, you have a TV screen with a CGI globe on it. And no actual windows to the outside.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's like the whole thing with, I brought to somebody's attention, like when you go into a classroom, what are the two most common things that you'll see in the classroom on a teacher's desk? You'll see a globe and you'll see an apple. What does the apple resemble? The first sin.
Yeah.
The first big lie and the first sin.
They say apple represents knowledge. Why would they say that? Makes you think. But yeah, look at this.
It wasn't an apple tree. We know it wasn't an apple tree.
You have the
it's just a representation
in a big TV screen. And it looks convincing.
They had to come out with the R2D2 colors.
Mm-hmm. The whole building is so cheap, though.
That wasn't R2D2. That was what was the name? What were they called? Rebels?
I don't know. I don't watch
droids. Battle droids, weren't they?
Well, he was, but I'm saying like you had the Rebels and you had the
Alliance or the
Rebel Alliance and who was Darth Vader part of? The Empire?
Federation, was it? Or
yeah, Federation or something like that.
You have this restaurant where the windows are to this big screen with the globe on it. So
they should have just left. Should have just left those movies at the first, second, and third one. Man.
For real. It's gotten too much. They've made 300 movies, TV shows, episodes of Star Wars. It's crazy. It just shows that they're really trying to push the space idea out there. Like, Disney is still with the space stuff. Like, out of all of the companies that push agendas and whatever, Disney is definitely the one that pushes the space stuff the most. They have a lot of space themed rides. They have Space Mountain, space movies. That's all Star Wars. Yeah. I'm just bringing that up because, takes me back to when I used to think the Earth was a globe. Because of Disney, for the most part, they got me to think that. That was where most of my influence was.
Everybody else. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just checking in with the live stream. Seeing who's in here. It was what we never met them. Do you like their Flower of life. Globe skeptic. If you look at my picture, you'll see the flower of life inside of the tree of life.
Where's your picture?
If you go down to Sheepdog, look at my logo that I made.
Oh, okay.
I overlaid the flower of life inside of the tree of life.
Oh, interesting. Very symmetrical.
Let's get some globers in here.
Where are the Glovers?
They've run out of arguments.
That's the biggest speculation right there. Let's just speculate for a moment that there is a globe.
True. Well, I mean, I have another topic to speculate on, but, it's whatever. If there's no globers going to join, I'll just post another picture.
I'm about to robot, so I'm muting.
How do you know when you're about to robot?
because of the area that I'm in, I'm watching the bars on my phone go down.
Let's try and get Django in here.
Like right now, I'm probably going to robot. Did I robot?
So what are your thoughts on that?
On what?
On the North Pole? Picture.
I don't know, man. Maps are...
Speculation.
Yeah, maps are just maps. They're like... They can... Like I always think, you can represent land on maps, yeah? Like, you can go around the outside and you can see which direction you go with a compass and... But once you leave the land, you've got no way of knowing how far away anything is. Because you can say, okay, well, I'm travelling at this distance, but then you've got currents, and how do you know how far you're travelling?
Supposedly they use the stars to navigate and stuff like that.
Yeah, but the stars are moving at all times. You can't get distances from stars, like.
True.
So, especially in the south. Yeah, you go. Oh, Captain Cook travelled 66,000 miles. How do you know that? How does he know that? He's got no idea he knows that.
Who knows?
Maps are just a... Like, what year was this map?
I don't know that year.
Because that's, it's funny, they show the North Pole, and then now they show it with nothing, yeah? It's just the North Sea. Excuse me.
But...
And then you've got maps of California being an island as well, you know?
Oh, yes, there is maps of that.
Yeah.
I've heard of that.
We've also got maps of Australia with
an island.
With a sea running down the center of it.
What if it used to be there, but it dried out? Speculation.
Yeah, I'm going to look for this map of Australia with a sea running through the middle of it.
There's... I like how you said about the maps, like they draw it around the coast. How would you know? And they sailed on ships, right? So they traveled. Well, I have this picture here. It's a ship, but it's an airship. An old one. Well, it's not real, but the idea still stands. With speculation still. As you know. But I'd imagine you could see the whole land if you're up there, and you could draw it on a map. Easier than if you're on water and you're going around the landmass. And I think, speculating, that's how they would make their maps. From above.
So check this out, yeah? This is just but you'll get the idea from this. I don't know where I can find it, but there's an old Dutch map with this inland sea, the Sturt Sea, joining to that Great Australian Bight where Adelaide is. See down south where Adelaide is. So there's, I haven't seen it for a long time, but there's a Dutch map of that whole Australian continent being split in two.
So what is that area now? Is it just a desert?
Yeah, desert. Yeah,
desert. Okay, so that reminds me of
that would be the Simpson Desert and other deserts, and then there's a big salt lake called Lake Eyre in that area as well. Huge salt lake.
Reminds me of the ships in deserts, though. Old ships in deserts, like if it used to be a lake.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah, it's just funny, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And who knows?
So, hey, Speculation Sunday, of course. How do you guys feel about the moon map? Speaking of maps.
The what map?
The moon map.
The moon has a map?
Bro.
You never seen that? No, I never seen it.
Bro. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, post it.
I got you. I got you, fam. You gotta give me a minute though. It's been a second since I started. So,
I mean, I've seen the moon on Google Earth, Google Maps. On the.
It actually might be kind of cool to walk with you through the image of the moon and how it impacts. Just sit there with me.
Got some interesting topics here today.
Bro, speculation, son. What are you talking about?
For real.
Ain't no doubt. Alright.
I can speculate about things all day.
Excuse me. Professor Phil, if you've got something wrong with what I said, can you please enter the voice channel and we can talk about it? Because apparently you've got a way that they measured thousands of years ago over the seas, and you can tell us how fast they were going and how much the distance is over water. Please enlighten us.
So you see the image I just posted?
The picture of the moon.
Yeah. So look at the 3 o'clock position and go up to that black spot that's sitting above the 2:30 position. That's Australia. Now,
what?
We're gonna go clockwise. So again, the 3 o'clock position, we're gonna skip over that big landmass. I'm not even gonna get into discussing that right now. Way too much. However, you see that like double blotch, it's kind of faded out, but it's kind of there.
Yeah.
Those are the Americas. North America, South America, the Caribbean Strait, etc. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go along that same mass up towards the center position, if you will, to the bigger, blotchier landmass, if you will. That is Eurasia. The next one connected to it is Africa. I rest my case. Thanks for listening.
What?
Hey, obvious with the bro. Where are you at right now, dog? How are you just gonna drop that and not even like say anything?
What?
That's sick.
No.
There's obvious. Obvious has my back like a true G. See, when someone's on the mic, and friends, anybody that's listening and learning how to like do this whole thing, when you have friends that will back you in the chat while you're talking with stuff like this, that's props. So
that is interesting.
Yeah, dude, look at what OB just
How have I not seen this before?
So the moon thing, the whole thing with the moon, the reason why they say it's a moon map, there's a speculation out there that says that it's like a negative impression, like when there was a bright flash of light, and then the entirety of the Earth was impressioned onto the moon.
So yeah,
that's a bad idea.
To be a little bit further in the explanation, it's an active X-ray image of the floor plan. Like it's active.
Bro,
so wherever the stuff is, it's literally showing where it's at. So if you look at what OB just posted, again, at about the 4:30 position, you've got Australia. You skip over the big one that's called Lemuria, if you're asking, but that's the one we're skipping over. And then the stuff that's littered in green, again, those are the Americas. And then we just follow that around, get Eurasia,
so it's like if it
over
was
to Africa.
So it's like if it was X-ray paper.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's black and white, so
really
it does look like that, and it looks very similar to that. So yeah, it could be that.
Hey man, I'll say that, man. That guy, he stepped on some serious shit here, man. And went, whoa, wait a minute, what?
That's kind of blowing me away. Like,
yeah. I mean, there's no. I mean, I have actually made a video about it years ago. I had some similar thoughts, exactly like that. I started looking at the moon pictures for deep detail, man. I'm like, well, shit, there's America, and there's South America, and there's Australia, and there. Fuck me, man.
Yeah, dude.
It's what it does look like. I mean, if you actually look into it, guys, I mean, it definitely looks like our maps, man. But I think the best guy I saw kind of dive into that a little bit was in the first documentary called Lost History of Flat Earth. I think he went into it quite a bit about this moon map thing, man. It was pretty good.
Yeah, dude. It's what I like. I mean, it has obviously a series of. It has merit to it. But the story, the selling point of it from a storyteller perspective, how great is it truly that the creator was so smart that he put the floor plan literally in the sky for us to always look at? Know where we're
where you live every night, every month. Yeah.
Right here. Yeah, don't worry. You're
Right here, man. Look up.
You're safe.
Updated.
You're enclosed.
Might be cloudy, but it'll be out tomorrow. Don't worry.
Right.
Get the map of the place. You just look at it backwards. And
Hey, man, this has been kicked around for years now, and I wouldn't kick it out of the room, man. No way. I'm leaving this one in the room. It's got some merit to it. The guy's done extensive work there. He shows the rivers and shit, and I'm like, well, get the fuck out of here. It's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, man.
Imagine
they
actually knew this. And
they put scale to it. And sorry, just to right quick, if you go to their channel, Vibes of Cosmos, and it's episode 5, they put a scale to it. So they have the whole thing laid out in a grid. They give you all the measurements, land mass measurements, the volume, or not volumes, but their areas, all the land mass areas, their coastal dimensions, everything laid out. It's pretty dope. Highly recommend it.
It makes sense too, because that's really about it.
It's in the ballpark, 100%. I wouldn't throw it out of the ballpark because it's too good, man. Everybody should take a look at that and come back with an opinion about it. Because I mean, there's some things we'll throw out of the fucking room immediately. You know, like you got some concave Earth. Okay, what do you got? You know, like, and they'll get beat up, man. There's nothing for it. But this has something to it because you can check it out for yourself. You can take a picture of the moon and line up the same things he's lining up. It's not like, does it make sense? Can I invert this and make it look? Well, shit, that definitely looks like America right there in Florida, and yeah, it's crazy.
And you never see the dark side of the moon ever.
And we never see the dark side of the moon, the backside.
I always thought that was so strange. Why is this moon that's this globe and it's spinning around, supposedly around our globe Earth, and it's changing with the months and seasons? And
yeah, man. I mean,
but you never see the backside. That doesn't make any sense at all.
I mean, they just said, "Hey, it's tidal locked. Good luck with that. Cool."
So, hey, check this one out. So I connected this one myself. I found these two maps of Asgard and other Norse mythology, and then it's like a larger scale Earth using the moon map.
Nazca lines, you said?
No, we mean Nazca lines.
Some lines in the sand. Anyway, never mind. Go show us.
So that's like the moon map, right? On the picture above where it says 30 degrees of rounds.
Okay, 30.
That's the moon map. The two maps below are old Norse maps of where Asgard was and all that stuff. As silly as it sounds, I discovered this before I discovered Flat Earth. And then someone introduced me to Flat Earth, and I was like, "Oh my god, you got to be kidding me!" And it literally connected everything that I was already doing research.
That's the complete cycle. It was the 2160. Yeah, that's a good one, man, to look at if you want to understand the zodiac, man. It's pretty cool.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Kel.
I can hear you.
Oh, finally, I got it to work. Jesus.
Welcome to the chat, bro. What you got?
I'm under pressure now.
I've been talking for like an hour and my mic's been busted. I don't know what the hell's happening.
Sorry, help me.
You spend enough time out in these forums, man. Eventually that happens to you, man. Yeah, it happens.
Soundboard bot.
I talk
could be worse. You could robot as soon as you have something important to say.
I was muted. I was like, fucking what an idiot.
Why did the soundboard bot just jump into the chat?
Oh, that's me. That's me. I'm cooking in the background. I'm cooking.
Do I hear that smooth, buttery voice? Who is that man I hear? What's up, CJ?
Who the hell is that?
Who is that?
Is that guy?
No, never that. Never that. Nothing but positive vibes, baby.
Did you catch the rocket launch today, man? We did. We caught it.
Oh, there's another one. I missed it.
Oh shit! I did a full. I was the.
Where was it watched from?
I was a commentator. We did it live here. I commentated all rocket launch. You could line it.
Dog. We got another rat on the rocket.
Oh yeah, we got rats. Another rat.
No way we did.
Yeah. I'll put it in the. I'll put it in the voice.
Yes. I mean, just every time. Every time, dude.
Where is this rocket launched at?
Timbo caught it. Shout out to Timbo, caught it. Rats on the rockets. They're up. If you scroll up in the voice text, man.
I'll post it again. It's all right.
You can scroll up, but they're not that far up there. Yeah. Oh
There we
wow.
go.
Shit, Black Roads. I love that you're just putting a spaceship, globe Earth, restaurant there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tassie Devil for editing the videos. I don't know what I'm fucking doing.
Yes.
So
You did a great job, man. Thank you, brother.
Whoa.
Funny.
Don't let a crazy Australian edit videos. That's where you're asking for trouble. Hey, real quick, hold on. Don't walk on me just yet. Right quick. Y'all remember what Hogan had? Y'all call that a knife? Or you call that a knife? This is a knife. Remember.
Knife. You gotta say it nasally end there, man. Knife.
North. That's a knife.
Timbo's got it. Shit.
At this point, I think we're doing it intentionally, though. At this point, I think they're intentionally putting mice on there to let us know that we're no better than mice.
Come on,
we kind of came to the conclusion that they've put this one up, and it looks mechanical, so that they can discredit the last one that everyone was calling a rat.
The pressure relief valve. Come on.
Yeah, it is.
Come on, kids.
I'm going to call it. It's a PTR valve.
PTR
Pressure
valve.
temperature relief.
All right. Damn, that's hilarious, man. You guys are so funny.
Space DoorDash, yeah, got the space cash. Shout out to Space Rats. Need some space cats.
Shout out to the space rats. Shout out to the space rats.
Hey, did we ever go over who was the or what was the first living thing in space?
Yeah, it wasn't it a rat?
Nope.
I think we talked.
Tardigrades.
Huh?
Water bears.
Nope.
Yeah, Israel crash landed them on the moon and they survived, and then they didn't survive.
They were fruit flies. Fruit flies were the first thing in the space. So a bunch of shit.
Did they come back? Because flies only live for a day, so did they come back?
Right, they didn't come back, dude. They burn up in the atmosphere, man. They all burned up. Hey, where's Sputnik? Does anybody got an eye on Sputnik? Where the fuck is Sputnik?
Is Sputnik back up?
Still out there, man. It never came back. What about Echo 1, man? Anybody seen that bitch? Echo 2?
Starts sending Polaroids back all the time.
Well, Echo 2 would be cool, man. I don't think that was 1,000 miles out, man. I mean, that's a long way out in outer space, bro. I mean, they're only like 200 kilometers today, man. They're talking 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles is like, it's a lot of shitload of kilometers, I'll tell you.
Kilometers.
They use kilometers. They did the launch in. Yeah.
Or the telemetry data today was in kilometers, so I had to shout out kilometers all through my entire
What the hell is a kilometer?
Play of the launch today, man. You could go back and line it up and listen to me catch up on the kilometers there. Yeah.
1.6 miles. Around about. Sorry, 1.6 kilometers is a mile.
It's
other way around.
Right. Exactly. That's a big decimal point, man. I don't know, man. That's definitely a globe because you got a big decimal point. It's a globe, Mongos. Come on. Right? Hey, what if today that we figured out that The sun is 3,959 miles away. Today. Yeah. What would you think about that? It's 30,959 miles. How easy would it to just use that number and say, okay, let's build the globe. Got it? Okay, we got it. No problem. We'll get back.
Measure it to the personal azimuthal grid of observability, if you will.
Yeah.
And state that's the limit. That's where you can get to. And Bob's your uncle. Thanks for playing. And, oh, by the way, you're always on top of the reference point. No matter where you are, you're always on top of it. 100%. Well said, dude. I like it.
I mean, it's
Jeremy, did you catch the 600-mile photograph?
Oh, yeah. Did you see the 619? 619?
Right now. Stop lying. 600 miles? What?
600-mile ground to ground video.
What was your height?
130 feet.
Damn.
Yeah, all the fucking Mongos are already saying, no, it's just clouds. It's like they got a silhouette. Yeah.
Okay, so wait a minute. Hold on. Let's put some numbers to that. So you have
39 miles of hidden curvature height or something.
Well, hold on a second. So on the table, you have a claimed distance of 600 miles, right?
619, yeah.
Okay. So here's the things that we know. Based on a 3959 claimed radius, there is a 1.25 mile drop for every 100 miles that you travel. And that's an exponential drop, too. I don't know what because you got to square it, right? I don't know what the mathematics works out to, but what I am going to say is 6 times 1.5 puts me in the neighborhood of like 9. Over 600 miles, there would be a 9-mile drop.
It's beautiful. Man.
What are you telling me right now? Sorry.
It's good. I'll drop you the link, man. You check it out. It's got all the links to the original guy and the camera and everything he used. And man. Thank you. Shout out to Taboo Conspiracy for finding that Mongo, man. This guy graduated from. This guy graduated.
Lawyer, yeah?
No, he graduated from.
Hello, everyone.
San Diego State University, right here, man. I don't know if he has an engineering degree or what, man, but yeah, Ben's a lawyer. But this guy, he found the video of this other guy that's been working on getting this picture for years. In the video, he got the video, but there it is. Check it out. Get back to us. Jay Tolan got 1,200 miles, so he's got a ways to go yet. Trust me. Jay Tolan.
Give a shout out to Blue Jumper as well. He's been contributing a lot to the live stream.
Yes, he has.
Always on ball with putting things on there and keeping on subject to the topic.
Exactly. Keeping on point. It's cool to drop in a globe guy sticking his head up his ass, but every once in a while, keep it on topic. Right? No.
Guys, dipping out. Just want to say it was a pleasure as always engaging.
Anytime, Kiwi. Always a pleasure, mate.
Good to see you, brother.
Be well, family. Always a pleasure. Speculation Sunday.
Take care.
Speculations down, baby.
Appreciate the moon thing, man. That was hot.
Thanks. Lots of love, guys. Be well. Peace.
Right. Peace.
Yeah, the moon map thing, man. I always fucking shook my head and like, wait a minute, man. Like all those dark spots look like that's what kind of looks like our map, man. Well, that looks like that could be it. I remember talking to my wife about it. I'm like, dude, I think I discovered something really weird here, man. I don't know, man. But then that guy, man, yeah, he took it to the next level, man. He was crushing it. Vibes of the Cosmos. He changed his YouTube name, man. It used to be something else, but I'm still subbed. But yeah, he brought up some great graphics to kind of like pull it together a little bit more than I was just doing. If you guys remember Robert Bressano, Plantes Veritas, but yeah, he was doing some of that too, man. He would actually I think it was his thing, man. It kind of figured something like out. He started mentioning things like that back in 2017, I think it was. Anyway, moon map thing. Yeah, it's interesting. Check it out. Don't believe us. We got the Wave Mixer, man, in LA, man. We got somebody from Los Angeles here. CB's still laying down some great sounds. Anybody new up in here? I don't see anybody new, man. What about the YouTubers? Remember YouTubers? Let's check out those guys, man. No, I like to speculate, but I like to keep it on. I mean, I like to speculate about flat Earth more than anything, man, or globe Earth, actually. How would this work on a globe? I like to speculate, work on a ball, you know. That obviously we live on Earth. We can check out things how they work, man, and so far so good, man. Everything's checking out. This whole spacey weirdo shit, man. No. It's not checking out. The bendy. Where's the bendy thing, man? Look, you got some curve. That'd be cool.
Spaces for geeks in the convention centers.
I love that Saturday Night Live skit where Captain Kirk he's like went to the convention and all the spacey nerds, that Star Trek nerds were all like standing there, and he's telling them, "You guys need to get lives, man."
For real, it's a lark.
You guys are fucking losers. They're all like looking at each other like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? I love that.
Isn't there a movie or something called Revenge of the Nerds?
Oh yeah.
That's what we deal with. We deal with the brunt of the Revenge of the Nerds.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. It's like, dude.
Except no one's stealing any women's panties.
Nerds they think
they're so into their space and nerdy stuff, and then they love the idea of flat earthers, so they can come in here and think that they're the smartest people in the room.
Yep.
Man, it's so great to put that down.
They love talking about space and black holes and planets and stars. 23 billion, zillion, gazillion miles, light years away.
Yeah, love. Oh, there you go. Cheap dog. That's it. Interesting, man. Well, yeah, all those craters are all Jesuit priests.
Oh man, the Jesuits, man.
That's weird, man. I love bringing up Jack Parsons, Disney, L. Ron Hubbard. These are
I love bringing up Disney. Disney is.
I heard you talking about it earlier, man. I got a huge ass whooping for Disney, man, all day.
When he was talking about Disney, I was gonna say something about the hotels.
Yeah,
I think they basically what happened is they destroyed the franchise. So I mean, that's basically what happened.
Hey, guess what? I don't know if you guys are too young to remember this, but there was this television station called MTV.
Yeah,
and it came out, right, and it became for like 10 years. It was the #1 television station in the world. It was worldwide. Everybody had it. It was unbelievable. It was great. It had music and videos. We could see the people we liked to listen to, and it was just kick-ass, man. And the first song they put on that station was "The Video Killed the Radio Star." So,
video killed the radio star.
Oh, I'll be right
back. He's gone.
Oof. Well.
It's 24/7 music.
I would like them to finish the sentence. Because I don't think I ever heard that song.
What? Video Killed the Radio Star?
Yeah. I never watched MTV. I wasn't alive.
It was probably the greatest channel at the start. Because you only used to be able to get up on like a Saturday morning and they'd have like video hits on or something like that for like an hour. Saturday and Sunday mornings. And then you'd have to wait for a radio show. And then they'd play new music on the radio show, or unless you went out and bought like cassette tapes, which were like $20 at that time, was really expensive.
I'm sure they had great programming. TV programming.
Oh, well, TV would stop as well.
I heard about that.
It would come on in the morning with some cartoons and stuff like that for the kids before they go to school.
Like TV nowadays is running propaganda 24/7.
Yeah. I think it was like maybe like 10:30 the channels would stop.
10:30?
Just nothing. Yeah, from memory.
Bro, 10:30 is like early.
Well, you'd get this, you'd all sit down and watch the Sunday night movie.
Not back then. 10:30 was late back then.
Yeah.
Now, now people go to bed at like 2 a.m.
They put the Sunday movie on, and what they'd do is, instead of having ads through the movie, they'd play like 25 minutes worth of ads at the start, and then just play the whole movie the whole way through.
You know, Christian Bear, I remember reading a book in like middle school about something that was like that, but it was modern day, but they had a section where it was, I forgot the name of the book, but it was like that, but instead of a dome, it was like a museum outside area for 1920s people, and they had people living in, like, if they're in the 1800s, I meant 1800s, and the people there were starting to figure out that there was a modern world and they were trying to, you know, get out. And yeah, there was a fever going on. I think it was Fever 1793 or something. I don't know. I think I have the book somewhere. But it was an interesting story.
That does sound really interesting.
It was it's like these stories where there's like, you have these people in this contained area living in like their normalized, and some of them figure out that there's more than what is presented to them in their reality. If I explained that correctly.
Yeah, you did. What did you say was beyond that? You said there was more of like a modern...
No, it was like modern era, and they had a section. It was like, think of going to a museum, but instead of the wax figures being there in the old-timey museum area, it was like a zoo for people. And the wax figures were actually people living there, thinking that it was... And the way it worked is the videos, the way you see them, they don't see you. It's a mirror, so it's a one-way glass. Wow. That's how they described it. So you could see into their habitat of 1800s America, and they were living like it was the 1800s, even though they had monarchy stuff. So they kept these people like Amish people.
Interesting.
And they had no idea that there was a modern world.
Okay, it's because in this show, outside of this dome, if you will, is actually a world that seems to have been run down. And so I guess I'm still learning. The show's still fresh, but it seems like they're trying to keep the modern within that dome, and that anything outside that has just been collapsed. Society's collapsed already. It's really, really interesting, man. Like, I've seen, there's a couple shows. I posted these recent screenshots. I haven't really had a chance to work the thoughts out, but I wanted to bring it to Speculation Sunday just to talk about a little bit. But that was one of the shows that I watched. I'm like, I gotta get some screenshots and talk about this, because you know, you have basically a group of people that are born within this container. I mean, there's trees and other people and stuff within there as well, but some of them start to wonder, like, what's beyond the wall? Is there something else beyond this? And I thought that was really fascinating. And then not only that, there's another show I posted screenshots where they depict this island, and It's got me thinking more about how I think life's more of a mystery than we probably than we think. I don't think we haven't figured out as much as. I don't think flat Earth is as simple as some people depict it as. Some people depict it as like, oh, look, dome, snow globe. That's it. I wonder if there's so much more to it than that. Like I'm watching this show, right? And they've got this island, and you can see it around the island is like a bit of a mystery. People have tried to escape. There's monsters and stuff, and so like our Earth doesn't have to have monsters around it, but who knows what's beyond just our known little area? In a way, we're on our own island, Yeah. And so, like, it's got me like it kind of revamped my curiosity for what's beyond.
You want to know what my curiosity is? The astrolabe has got to be some kind of representation of like the world that is all the way around us. Like, what else could an astrolabe be used for? Why would it ever have been created? I don't understand it. I look at it and it just doesn't make sense. Not unless there's more out there. And then if you combine it all together, then it functions like an astrolabe, just like a big giant clock. So I'm right there with you, Stevie.
Yeah, I always like to think there is.
And we know they're lying to us. That's not a fucking conspiracy theory.
Then that means that somebody knows. So
that's not even speculation, man.
My computer totally died there for a second. I missed out what you guys were saying. But
astrolabe.
My idea is an astrolabe.
Do they have to tell us? Is my question. I heard about universal law and things like that they have to tell you what's going on. Do they really have to do that?
Who knows, man?
Who knows? I think they do, but that's my opinion.
Then, like, I just use these movies with these ideas because they have to tell us, or because they're trolling us, or they just think it's...
What is there to hide? Because reality is truth. How you gonna hide reality? So, of course, they tell you. They just like make it look different than what it is. So, like, I think you said it, Jennifer. Yeah, I think like you said it. Somebody said, MTV was good programming. Actually, I was just watching a good video about that. You know what? I'll probably share it with the chat now.
Said that.
And it's like, like they telling you, the program is gonna start now. And we're like, yay! Like,
you are going to be programmed. Perfect. The way they say things, the wording, I think language has a lot more power than people realize.
Absolutely. Well, words have meaning.
Yo, wow. See, you're on the same wavelength as this guy in the video. Definitely watch this. I'm posting it in the chat now.
Okay,
it's not that long.
I also wondered why in...
it's speculation? Never mind.
Yeah.
Post it.
In legal
Come on,
text,
Elijah, you never speculate. I never get to hear you speculate.
In legal text, they use Latin words and phrases a lot. It makes you wonder why they do that when we're supposed to be an English-speaking country. I'm talking about in America. So why would they use Latin in their law books?
I'm gonna put that in my YouTube to watch it here in a minute.
How they programmed you to be poor. Yep. They keep you poor by making everything more expensive, too.
Is money even really, like...
It's not.
Like, I understand we need it, but it's like they
haven't...
Haven't you been down that rabbit hole, Kel?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. I think I spent about a year on that.
Like, we need money, right? We need money. But do they need money?
No.
I don't think so.
They don't need it. It's a way to control us.
Yeah.
So we value what they call money. So everyone wants to, and then there's that disease of more. So you always think that you need more, and you're striving. Once you have a house, you want a bigger house. Once you have a car, you want a better car. Once you have, so you're always fighting to get this money that they've created that isn't actually not worth anything. It's only worth something because we let it be worth something.
They have the phrase "chase the bag." You know, you're doing the daily grind. You're chasing the bag. And you get the bag. It's a constant chasing of the bag, the money.
Yeah. Well, once you hit that goal that you were searching for, you make another goal. Yeah.
Yo, I'm telling you, watch the video. Like the way we're brainwashed into believing it's a globe, you have no idea how brainwashed we are in the ways we think about what currency is. Watch this goddamn video.
I will.
I'm gonna go watch it now.
Watch it before you go to bed and when you're brushing your teeth. Look yourself in the mirror. Like, I don't care what you do. Watch that video.
Wow, the first ad I get is about starting a business on Shopify, and Mr. Beast is presenting it. How ironic. They're trying to get you money, trying to get you to pay money. Wow, well, I mean, that's what all ads are, but yeah. Man, they got some top level psychologists though. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Man, I always thought anime was like, no offense, but I always thought it was so strange. Like, it's different than American programming. Like, it's creative, but it's weird. It's too weird for me.
There's a lot of pedo in anime too. I don't know if people realize that.
I don't watch anime.
Look, let me just defend this.
It's a different culture.
Holy shit!
You know how people
the lolly, the whole lolly thing in Japan is insane.
Oh, isn't Japan a country full of introverts anyway? Like,
yeah, and they all dress like little schoolgirls.
Someone told me they have panty dispensers.
They
like
have
for pantyhose.
They have this strange vending machines. I've seen videos. They have like vending machines for everything. It's so weird.
And they all dress like little schoolgirls.
They all dress like characters.
It's really weird. It's a weird culture.
Well, they're not okay. So let me just defend here because.
Oh boy!
I wasn't trying to offend you.
You're gonna defend them, dude.
I was just
triggered.
I definitely get it. But think of it like this way, right? People who they're not familiar with Flat Earth. How do they look at Flat Earth? Oh, just a bunch of crazy people. But when you get here and you start hearing Elijah, hear Quantum Eraser, hear different people talk, you're like, huh? It's not really what I thought. This isn't how I depicted it in my mind. And so I don't watch a lot of anime, but there are some shows out there that are quite deep and have a lot of meaning behind it. And it's not like titties and freaking, like kids and stuff like that. There are some really deep meaning shows. Okay. So I don't recommend stuff like for that reason. There's some shows out there that have parallels to Flat Earth that I invoke here all the time.
They also have like weird creatures and entities,
like furries and shit. Yeah.
Oh
yeah. Well, you guys are trying to make it weird.
Don't get me started on furries.
There are some weird stuff. There's some weird stuff out there, but like there are shows that are super fascinating and
Titan Sun, Fall Titan. I don't know the name of that.
Attack on Titan. Yeah,
yes,
Attack on Titan.
That one. And they have like.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's a show. That's a show where you're not gonna like. There's no titties in there. There's no like. It's none of that. It's about.
Don't even get me. Who mentioned furries?
No, I mean I don't think nudity or anything like that is actually that.
Bro, I have some friends
abundant in anime. I think it's kind of rare.
I got so many stories about
it's just
furries.
The cool thing is like look at the way they depict the world in a lot of these shows. I've been posting maps. Not a lot of them invoke this idea of like a ball in space and stuff like that. Some of them just invoke a realm kind of how we look at the Earth. So
I prefer Chinese.
They call it fiction.
Chinese like cultivation stuff and novels. Usually they predict like they don't predict. A lot of times they don't predict like space.
Yeah,
it's not space. It's more like realms, like you said.
Like hell. Well, that's true, but like hell, there's no nudity. Come on, guys. Let's keep
in Japan.
Maybe not nudity, but heavy suggestion.
Little short skirts, and then it goes up, and you can see a cartoon butt. You know, like it's a bit weird.
Yeah, there's a lot of suggestions.
Attack on Titan was.
You're gonna say that.
Attack on Titan. Yeah, Attack on Titan. Let's not forget the big ass Titan blondes. Nice ass. Come on. Let's go.
Yeah, like, you notice that too. Like the female Titan's like beautiful, and then all the other Titans are fucking.
No. Even then, you're missing because there's deepness to that too. Is like the Titans don't have any genitalia, so then you wonder like, wait a minute, why are they there? What's the purpose? Who made them? And that one Titan that was a woman wasn't actually a quote unquote Titan. It was an actual woman. So. I'm telling y'all, there's some deep shit out there that you don't want to miss out on. Just because it's animated doesn't make it bad.
She was a Titan. All the Titans have a human in them.
Well, yeah, but you know what? To give it the positive.
I'm sorry if I ruined it.
She wasn't one of the brain dead ones. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
those ones.
Yeah, right. She had the intelligence. Yeah, she was super. She was the first. No, I actually know how to ride this thing.
Hey, I love anime, but I'm willing to, point out things.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not trying to hide.
So one of the best animes. I mean, I fucking love when they're like flat curious and all that, or flat overt. But actually, man, what's that? Damn, now I'm forgetting because it changed to Sword something.
Sword Art Online.
Sword Art Online. When they got to the last season, I was like, yo. Like, cause I was looking at my phone like, this is dead ass magic, and I don't even think of it. Like, I'm just like, yeah, let me turn on my phone, and I'm gonna like talk to people from all over the world. It's like we don't like, yo. Anyway.
Wait. That reminds me. I had this friend, right? She loved this anime. It was called something Evangelion, and it was like the weirdest shit ever. I think it was called Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Yeah, Neon Genesis.
Yeah, that's
what is that
like,
about? I never
like a mecha thing.
It's almost like Mobile Suit Gundam Wing.
It's like Gundams, yeah.
I don't know what the hell that is, but okay.
It was all right.
What the heck did I walk into?
Hey, Speculation Sunday, boy. I've been cooking up some stuff for the panel, but these guys are getting distracted. But
I actually don't even watch anime anymore because I've transitioned into like novels and like Chinese novels and stuff like that. Because I don't know, dude. Anime now is just not. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting old, but I just don't like it anymore that much.
Mm-hmm.
I can't watch it. It still has that childish, like, I don't know. I like more serious stuff.
Fair enough.
I remember the only anime movies I've watched was when I was really young. I remember this one. It's called Ponyo. They had like
which one?
Bubbles. Let me post a GIF of it, and you'll know.
Oh, I mean, I grew up watching Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon.
Oh
Seed. What else?
These old ones.
Oh, Inuyasha. Oh. Yeah, all those.
The two that I posted are just two of them. Two of the ones I wanted to bring to Speculation Sunday. They both kind of fall into. I think I heard Indio maybe bring up this idea of like a prison planet.
You mean where we live?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really. These are still new thoughts. I'm still trying to flesh it out. But both shows get into this idea of like experiencing. Some people say that you have heaven on earth. You can experience your own heaven here on earth, and some people experience their own hell on Earth. And
Yeah, I heard of that.
Both shows kind of get into that idea of like hell, heaven and hell being on Earth here with us.
Someone who did DMT a lot, who fell for the DMT elves, or if you ever heard of that, and they broke out of it, and they realized that that's what reality is. You make your own heaven or your own hell. It's not like a place you go to. It's here on Earth is what they...
Yeah, so that's actually really interesting that both of these shows are popular. These are just trending. They seem to be trending shows at the moment. They're new for 2023. And they're fascinating. They really are. Like the first one is, like I said, there's characters that are born within this dome idea, and then society outside of that little dome area is somewhat collapsed. It's been about 10 years past 2024, so they're in like 2034, and so it's like, okay, that's not too far off, you know. Kind of interesting.
What's the name of it?
I posted on both in the chat. That one has the one I'm describing. Tengoku Daimakyo is the name of the one with the dome and the collapsed society outside of it. And then Hell's Paradise, well, that actually translates to something similar to Paradise in Hell or Paradise, something like that. The other show is called Hell's Paradise, and that's the one with the island where they talk about this island that is, you know, supposed to be paradise, but when they get there, they're like, wait, this is a whole nother beast. Like, this isn't what we expected, and this is, you know, we just sailed here from like, say we sailed from a place like, you know, United States, and then we sailed somewhere. We went to an island, and we had a totally different experience. So they're kind of talking about the idea of like heaven or hell on this island. So it's just really fascinating, and it's got me thinking more about, like I said, our own island and what could be beyond what we know as our own world. Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of interesting stuff.
It truly makes, like, back when Chocolate was here, even with some of the sun pictures that I've shown, all the stuff we were doing, it was like looking at the sky, almost like in your mind, you begin to map things out that make sense. And
yeah,
I truly think that that's why globals are the way they are, because they've mapped something out for so long, so real, in some aspect, that they're like off the deep end. But aside from that, knowing that this place is a plane, I like really, really get mad that I'm not an actual adventurer with a sword, with like, you know, some kind of wolf. I just want to get out of here, man. Sometimes, you know. Like,
yeah.
Fuck it. What is this like? I can do whatever the fuck I want. You know?
Yeah, really, man.
Well, dude, Elijah, that goes back to my point about Attack on Titan, and it's like if we could have like a Flat Earth Navy SEALs, we would attempt to do a mission that they did in Attack on Titan, where they basically send two camps along a perimeter, and they're like, "Look, we need to find out what's beyond this area. So we need to find out if there's any holes or gaps in the wall."
So you're saying? So I have a question relating to that. If you were to have, I don't know, say like 100 people who are flat earthers, and you would send them to Antarctica to see if the dome like has a hole in it. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, not the container or whatever, just the actual perimeter. Just scan the perimeter. Go around and see what you can see.
Bro, we know, like, you know, because again, we don't know how vast this place is.
Right.
You know, we don't know what kind of tunnel systems there are. We don't know shit.
Oh yeah.
And it's like
there's a lot of tunnels everywhere.
You would need some anti-detection system or something like that, so they can't detect.
It reminds me of the Paris catacombs, where it's large and nobody knows how big it is.
Yeah, that's just a microscopic little piece.
Yeah.
So what Elijah's talking about, yeah, we don't know how vast it is. Now, what the other person was saying about sending people out, about the best you could do is you could try to push the boundaries of certain areas out to the limit as far as you could go, and just little by little, you might be able to get further and discover some things. Now, I don't know, because there's so much restriction on the areas you can go to. I mean, one of those countries will stop you.
So, yeah. No, I know all that. I was just saying that if we had free roam capabilities, and there was a group of willing flat earthers, I dubbed them the Flat Earth Navy SEALs. They're like, we would just copy a mission out of the show where they scan the perimeter. They had an issue. They thought that there was a breach. And so like, we need to find out if there actually was a breach or if we're tripping. And so, yeah, we would essentially go and find out, is there a gap somewhere? Can we, you know what I mean? We would need to like scan the whole ass perimeter. But
it's
not like you can do that today.
It's a vast thing. That's a huge undertaking, because
I know.
Because look, most of it is water. So traveling on or over or under the water is very tedious and
right.
We don't know that. We don't know that. You know the one statistic or the one number that I hate that people repeat?
70% water.
Yeah, you don't fucking know that. What the fuck? How do you know?
That is a good point.
What do you mean? What part?
Yeah, that's like saying you know what all. You can see everything. So this percent is water. You don't know that.
Yeah, I had to pull someone up on that.
In order to have a percentage, you got to know the 100%.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I don't even think Antarctica is as cold as they tell us it is. I think they just do that to scare you.
Oh yeah, they do a lot of stuff.
It's cold as fuck. That's for sure.
I'm not denying it's cold. I'm just saying it's not
-20 degrees, wind chill. That's nothing to play with. I don't know. Like, I think beaver mitts, they'll protect you up to like -60, but after that,
cold over there.
I don't know.
Yeah, no thanks, man. It got down to like 65. From 70 to 65, man. I was fucking freezing. And I literally went out with shorts on, and because it was nice, the sun was out. And about 20 minutes after I got out there, got a couple miles away from home, it freaking got cloudy and looked like it was going to rain. Thank God I had my good windbreaker.
It even gets cold. You know, you got down the bottom of Tassie, which is 42 degrees south. During the winter, it gets really cold down there. So, imagine going another 20 degrees down.
So, if you guys were to explore a place with a bunch of people, would you rather explore the South Pole or the North Pole?
I'm going north, man. I'm not going south.
Guess where I'm going? I'm going down the ocean. If that was possible, you know.
Go down, see if the Iron Republic is true.
They say there's an
army.
I
would go down. I would probably go with Elijah. I'd go south.
But north? What if there's land at the north and it's cool?
That would be cool. No, I'm definitely not taking that away. The north would be fascinating.
Yeah,
but I would want to go out. I want to go venture outwardly. You know what I mean?
What if you actually get to Mount Meru in the north and it's that cyclone freaking vortex? I don't think that's going to be a good place for you. I think that those things, if they are there, they're there for a good reason. And so is Antarctica being the way it is. Like, now think about it from the creator standpoint. I kind of go with Mark Sargent on this from his first 21 proofs, where he's like, you make it hard enough to where no one could ever go, really humanly possible to go to this place. It's so cold.
I don't think anyone.
It's so high. Hold on. It's so high elevation. It's such a frigid area. There's no plant life and very little animal life. One animal or two away from the ocean. Like, it's barren.
It's made like that on purpose. I don't think you're supposed to like leave the area.
Right. Yeah. It's barren until you get to the other side where the other center is. Then everything is like different. We're speculating. I could say what I want.
It totally could be.
Former pockets of Antarctica with palm trees or whatever the heck.
Yeah, it probably is. You know what? It probably is. It probably is. It's probably like more tropical than tropical. There's probably places there that are tropics times 4 or something. Who knows? Like, it would be interesting to know. And I kind of like you talk about in your mind's eye. I see a lot of that stuff in my mind's eye too. Like, I'm like, what is this place really?
And they got a bunch of scientists there doing science, so it makes you wonder what science they're doing.
You know what's bullshit about that?
What is?
You know, there's so many. First of all,
you got a bunch of bases.
Even though, you know, we think that there's like a low amount of people that are successful and make good money and all that. There's a lot of fucking wealthy people who are always on TV trying to have the latest drip and the latest Pookie video. None of them motherfuckers have done it. Why haven't they gone to Antarctica? Like, not even the play Antarctica. Not even the you know, the little tip.
Right. Yeah.
Like, what's that about?
Oh, you mean the bloggers and stuff?
Because
literally, I don't know of any celebrity at all. What the fuck is that about?
Mr.
Did Mr. Beast do shit like that? I know what you mean, though. They're all too busy going to Epstein's Island. But didn't Mr. Beast do something like that? I know they have like a little cute ceremonial pole in the snow somewhere. They can take you and go, look, you hit the pole. But so I know what you mean when you say like little kitty area.
It's called Admiral.
It's probably like Bohemian Grove South. Bohemian Grove South.
South Edition.
Bohemian Grove.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I think Mr. Beast did something like that? I don't even know. I don't even follow Mr. Beast or whatever, but I heard didn't he do something like that?
I don't think so.
By the way,
but here's the thing. Like, why aren't they ever talking about where we are? None of them. You're right, Elijah. Like, they're never talking about where we are or looking at, like, investigating or exploring. Like, go out there. No, nobody.
It's the same way that the earlier we were listening to that debate between crackhead Dave, the fake professor, and some other dude. And the thing is, when it came to, they're talking about cells and where life was generated from, when it started and blah. But then somebody in the stand said, hey, well, what about cosmology? Can you debate him on that? And he is like, you know, I don't have time to learn anything new. What the fuck? The definition of cosmology is the study of the origin of the universe, which ties into your little evolutionary test. So it's like there's a fear. And I think that, like, because the celebrities have seen what they've done to Kyrie, what they've done. Like, they don't, you know what the problem is? They're not debaters like me. I can stand it. I can go out into the hordes and slice off thousands of heads. That's how I feel with the confidence and level of information that I have. Majority of them just have money. They don't have this. They have lords that lord over them. So unfortunately, you know, they got stuck. Just because they got money doesn't mean anything.
You make a good point there. I also have to respond to Obvious at B's comment. He says, well, we know the idea of a planet is a mind prison. So, you know how they make the globe? It's a prison with no walls because it's a sphere, right? So, what if it's all in your head and you can actually just leave and there's not actually anything physical stopping you? That's a thought.
Yeah, I look at it like a K-pen.
Like, what if they program everything? So
you can't think about it. And we're programmed and not. I got my hair cut in the Bronx, and it was the first time I realized that this wasn't an uncommon thing. And the guy said, I'd never been to Brooklyn before. And I looked at him, I'm like, what do you mean? Like, dude, what are you talking about? He's like, I've never been to Brooklyn. if you know about New York City, there are 5 boroughs.
Yeah, I visited New York City.
It's only like, I don't know, 20 miles or some 10, 15 miles or whatever to go from one place to. So, well, maybe I'm like under. Anyway, the point is, dude ain't even ever been out the state. What the fuck do you mean? You've never tried.
There's
and
so many
most people are like that. Think about the people that stay in their towns. We act just like ants. You know, maybe some venture off and do shit, but most of them just stay in the colony doing what they're doing. That's
when I left this winter, I went on vacation to New York and New Jersey. I drove from Florida all the way up, and not flying a plane, I drove. So you can see Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, all those states, Maryland, and you see how different they are, how different the people are, how different their realities are in the places that they live in. And it makes me think of the world and the culture, and everyone's living their own reality in their own area. And like, you can just leave, but people don't want to do that. And it's interesting. It's like,
it's too scary out there, and I never left bumfuck Kansas before.
And like, Californians are moving here to Florida a lot, and they think it's scary to be here, but they're here for some reason.
So let me ask you guys a question real quick, because I haven't recalibrated my how loud I should talk, but I got this new pair of headphones that for some I was like, oh shit, the headphones that come with the USB-C connection. Wow, it's like, I didn't know that was a thing, so I got a pair of those.
Yeah, I have those.
So it's pretty darn good. Like, I have you at even 85%, and it's loud enough. So I would check it on just when you get a chance, check it on the live stream and see how the volume.
Does this mic work? Well,
Alright, so I don't have to yell then. Cool.
You sound good.
I can just keep it chill like this. Alright. I love when I'm mad, calm and shit.
It's just how close or how far you are from the actual mic part of it. But yeah, it's all good. It's fucking great.
But anyway.
Yeah, I can even go like this. Wow, I have full mic control. Insane.
Holy crap. That's like studio quality there. What happened?
Oh yeah, it's clean there.
And guess what, guys? Since I've been talking the entire time, I've been outside. So I've just been cupping it so you guys don't hear the wind. But other than that, same condition, except like I said, I fucking hate Bluetooth mics, and my only fix to that would have been a Bluetooth headset with a little mouthpiece. But I found these, so I'm so happy. I am so happy. But anyway,
yeah, you can't be mad at people for wanting to stay in their homes, right, where they live, to what they did to us, and the big experiment to scare the fuck out of everyone.
You're trying to. Make. They made your cities your prison, right? In 2020, so they're trying to consolidate you to where you're like how in the lockdowns you can't leave your house. They're trying to make where you live a prison. That's what they're trying to do.
Try to corral you in.
Did you see the videos of China? How they would
weld the doors shut.
They would shut the doors in apartments and efficiencies and stuff like that, and just lock people inside. What the fuck?
I know, right? I don't think it'll ever get to that point in America because we have fire codes, unless the government was dismantled. But fire codes you wouldn't be allowed to lock anyone inside anywhere because in case of an emergency, you have to leave the building. And in China, an apartment was welded shut and it caught on fire and everyone in there died because they locked it.
They'll probably just have to change the rules so that they can do that to us too. That's all.
Simple. There's bureaucracy.
That's getting there, dude. It's getting there.
They'd have to do that for every single NFA government thing.
They did it here, man. We had towers. We have these towers where they're like government housing, and during an outbreak of whatever it was, they locked down the whole building and locked everyone in their apartments, and they couldn't leave the building. So they just changed the rules to an emergency power.
So they
for that time,
they quite literally locked the door, so you couldn't physically leave.
They had the police out the front of the towers, and they locked the doors, and they said no one's allowed to leave their apartments. If you do, you're going to get a fine. We'll deliver your food and everything you need, but you're not allowed to leave.
That is,
and these apartments are tiny. Yeah, they're like, they're like maybe 1-2 bedrooms, and there's a whole family living in there. They're like for people who have moved here, like with immigration, or people who can't afford their houses, so they give a percentage of their wage, or government housing.
That makes me go back to the idea that we have to give them consent to do what they do to us.
How do you call that consent, though?
Exactly. That's not consent.
They came with the police, and they locked everyone in their house.
Yeah, they could do the same thing here.
No, you gave them. Yeah. You gave them consent, dude. They gave them consent to do that shit.
Listen,
how?
They did.
By what? Living in the building? By paying?
By believing all the shit, right? And then going with the narrative, and then letting it escalate.
You know where it started?
I'm telling you
where it started was this. It started with your education in school.
Yeah,
you're not supposed to live like that. You're not supposed to be strapped down by a corporation the moment shit gets hairy. We live in America. No, fuck America, the land of the free. We live in a world where, in every part of the world that we know, people make money passively, and they understand that everything is currency. So they don't trade their time for money. They don't use their muscles for money, like this video I was talking about. So what do you think people like that do? Well, they're making money whether they're here or not. So they can just go fly somewhere for 6 months, 12 months, to wherever the shit is least spicy, they can be. Imagine that. But we choose the lives that we have. And then when I start talking about wealth creation and shit, people start, pushing back like, well, a job's not that bad. All right, well, you don't even understand what I'm trying to show you. It's like, I just don't want any of us to be in the same position that we were in the last time this shit came around. That was as close to boiling a frog I've ever felt in my lifetime. Because I didn't know what was going to happen. I was willing to die. Because I wasn't taking I'm not going to, but it's the life.
That year woke me up to everything. I was ignorant before that. I fell for CNN and Trump and shit like that in the politics. But after 2020, after they said, ooh, you can't leave the house, I said, no, fuck that. I'm going to drive around. And you know what I did? I drove around Disney World, where they said it was locked down, and it was empty. Everything was empty. It was the weirdest, eeriest stuff ever. Nobody stopped me, because I guess they couldn't legally do that. They told you can't leave, but I left anyway, and nothing happened.
Let me tell you a quick story that happened to me. I actually fractured my hand around 2020, early 2020, right when it all got really heated. And I ended up falling, fractured my hand, and they're like, oh, the hospitals are fucking, don't go. Well, I had to go. I went, completely empty.
Wow.
Yeah, over here, the hospital here was Jackson Memorial. It's like the biggest hospital here in Miami, and anyone can go. Anyone can go. Homeless people, it's free. It's a free hospital, right? Anyone can go get. It was empty. I didn't have to even wait 30 minutes to get seen.
Wow. It just shows. And I remember specifically on TV, they would show these hospitals packed, all these people dying, COVID that they had the COVID death ticker.
We're gonna stop talking about that now.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, stop.
I can't say the word.
You said Baltimore. You said his name.
I didn't
Too deep.
do that.
Hold
sorry,
up. Time out.
Sorry.
I want to say some shit. I'm about to mute the bot real quick. Fuck that. Hold up. Because I like that sound. That was dope. Let's see. Where's the bot? Live stream. Is there two of them in here right now?
No.
Yeah.
All right, it's done. So, guys, we are back.
Oh boy, welcome back. I sure love speaking restrictedly.
Welcome back to the flat horizontal plane.
At least we can talk about this.
Where people sail over the horizontal oceans.
You know what?
What?
Whoops. You know what? Can we play that video that I posted?
Which one?
The one about money?
I'm seeing if you guys to hear that, because it was so in line with what some of us were saying. Not with the last 40 minutes, but before that.
CB sounds like he's got his finger on the trigger for all this.
I don't know which video, bro.
The one I just posted with the black dudes.
Okay, then, not to be what is it? Competitive, but maybe I'll find it first. That's funny. The hell, that's funny. What the hell is wrong with Sonny? Anyway, doing pretty good. Scroll.
That was fun, though.
Is that the trap one?
Yes.
Okay, I'll play it.
You're about to discover the poverty program that's kept you stuck like Chuck in a pickup truck. Make sure you watch this entire video. You know what's really interesting? People will never behave consistently in a way that's inconsistent with their programming. I said that too fast. People will never behave consistently in a way that's inconsistent with their programming. In fact, your programming runs on your subconscious mind. So let's pretend for a minute that your mind is a supercomputer. Get it? Let's pretend. Okay, so let's pretend for a minute that your mind is a supercomputer. And you've got your subconscious mind and you've got your conscious mind. In a computer, you have to have an operating system. What is an operating system? An operating system is the main software of a computer that tells that computer what other software programs it can and cannot run. The problem with our supercomputer of our mind is most of us, we did not choose our operating system. The cultural hypnotic societal mechanism chose that for us. And the cultural hypnotic societal mechanism, which includes the schools we went to, the churches we've gone to, our parents, our neighbors, our siblings, our friends, our coworkers, our bosses, our employees, the media, the government, all of it has programmed us with what I call a failure operating system. And if you put a failure program in a computer with a failure operating system, it can run that program. But guess what? If you put success software in a computer that's programmed with a failure operating system, all you're going to get is an error message. By the way, that's why so many people, when they hear some truth about wealth, they have to resist it because their subconscious programming won't allow them to run that program. And so success and failure both operate on are produced from the subconscious mind, or what I like to call the automatic mind. I like to call our subconscious our automatic mind and our conscious mind our manual mind. All of the results, like 90% of the results in your life, are produced by your automatic mind, which means you're not even aware of it. It's running below the surface. It's happening automatically, and you don't even see it. But here's what's interesting. Other people who are not programmed like you can see your programming. How many of y'all picking up what I'm putting down? And see, what happens is when we hear some truth that's unfamiliar to us, the first thing we do is we resist it because, well, that can't be true, because that doesn't go along with my paradigm. Because people will never behave consistently in a way that's inconsistent with their programming. But here's what's interesting. I don't know if y'all can remember back in the 80s, late 80s, when you'd have like the 8086 computer and the 8088s, and you had the floppy drives, and they came out with a new software system for the computer. Came out with a new operating system. You had to uninstall the old operating system, which usually took a couple of hours, and then you had to keep putting these floppy disks in and taking one out, putting one in, taking one out, putting one in, and it took a long time to reprogram the operating system of that computer. Does anybody remember those days? Okay, good. A couple of us are old enough to remember those days. Okay, and so what happened is they'd make new software, but the new software wouldn't run on the old operating system, right? And so you had to pick a day where, okay, I'm gonna have to uninstall this operating system, and then I'm gonna have to set an alarm to wake up in the middle of the night and keep on putting these disks in so I can use my computer tomorrow. Well, the same way it took a long time back then to uninstall an operating system and reinstall a new one, it takes a long time for most people to uninstall their failure operating system and install a success operating system. That's why you have to stay plugged into information and content that is reprogramming you, because eventually, here's what's going to happen. I promise you, you see somebody, how many of y'all notice that when you see somebody who's really, really good at something, they're really, really good, they make something so complex look effortless. Like Michael Jordan was so much better than everybody else when he was in the NBA. When he played basketball, he made it look effortless. Tiger Woods made making birdies and eagles look like he was playing with a child's toy. Why? Because they had a totally different operating system going. But see, operating systems don't just affect us in sports, they affect us in every aspect of our lives. They affect us in our finances, they affect us in our businesses, and what happens is we resist because it's uncomfortable to uninstall that old programming. You know why it's uncomfortable? Because grandmama gave it to me. It's uncomfortable because mama gave it to me, because daddy gave it to me, because my uncle Sam gave it to me, and my Aunt Susie gave it to me, and so I don't want to take it out. My favorite teacher gave it to me, and my pastor gave it to me, and the deacon gave it to me, and we have all of this programming that's not serving us and not giving us the ability to serve anybody else. But guess what? Did you ever notice that people who are failing like miserably, they make that look effortless? No, I'm not trying to be funny. They're not saying, I'm just going to wake up and mess up my life today. It's just all the moves they do that day just mess up the whole day. Why? It's their programming. And now watch this. This poverty programming, like you have been programmed to be broke. The cultural, hypnotic, societal mechanism has programmed you to be sick, broke, misinformed, and fearful. And guess what? As long as you are running this program, you're going to be sick, broke, misinformed, and fearful. Either one of those things or all of those things. Why does the cultural hypnotic societal mechanism want us sick, broke, misinformed, and fearful? Because people who are sick, broke, misinformed, and fearful are easier to control than people who are healthy, wealthy, well-informed, and courageous. And so what we have to do is we have to recognize the program. But see, we have to recognize where it comes from. Do you understand every time the politicians lie to you and tell you they're going to end income inequality? How do you know they're lying? Because they can't end income inequality because income doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's the result of something. What's it the result of? It's a result of value that's created for somebody other than you. So until you eliminate value creation inequality, you can't eliminate income inequality. They're lying. The government wants you to think that businesses that are successful because the owners of those businesses are evil. But the reality is, the promoter of that message is the one that's evil. Now, there are some businesses that are evil. I'm not saying there are no businesses that are evil. There are some businesses where the owners have evil intention. But that's not generally the nature of business. The media, the movies. I'm not crazy about movies, but the movies that I hate the most, superhero movies. I can't stand them. They're so terrible. They have programmed so many people to be broke. Say, what do you mean? Like you never even thought about that before, right? See, they started programming you when you were a little kid. Anybody remember this guy named Superman, right? Superman. You remember who he was, right? He was an adopted poor little orphan from another planet. Who was his arch enemy? Lex Luthor. What was he? Multimillionaire. Subconsciously. They don't have, see, do you understand that every time a story is being told, it's being told on two levels? There's the covert story. That's the part that talks to your head. It's only there to distract you. And the overt story, that's the part that talks to your heart. It's there to program you. Okay, what about Spider-Man? Oh, another poor little orphan. Raised by his aunt and uncle. Oh, who's his arch enemy? Oh, that's right, the Green Goblin. He wasn't a multimillionaire, he was a multi-billionaire. They're always associating wealth with evil. And I know what you're thinking. See, I already know what you're thinking because I'm a mind reader. You're thinking, but Batman was rich? How many of y'all were thinking that? See, I knew it. I knew you were thinking. See, you got to get up early in the morning. You're going to catch me on that one. You're right. Batman was rich, but he's the only superhero with no superpowers. Now, which one would you rather do? Have a cool car or just fly? Okay, I'm not. I can't even go there yet. I can't go there yet, but I will. I'll touch on it since you brought it up. Okay, just be ready. Okay. So I know the other thing you're thinking. Yeah, but Iron Man's rich. Don't you? I'm reading your mind. I already told you. But watch this. Iron Man is a narcissistic jerk who takes advantage of everybody and walks on everybody. So if they make a superhero that's rich, they always give them an undesirable character trait. What about the Black Panther? See, here's what the enemy did with the Black Panther. Black people, we felt so disenfranchised that, unfortunately, far too many of us, just because something's black, we want to go with it. But see, here's the problem I had with the Black Panther. They were literally in the movie teaching ancestor worship. Ancestor worship? What am I worship my dead ancestors for? God's the one that made him. I think I'm going to worship him. Black Panther was cool. He was rich, he was cool, he was smart, he could fight, he did all that. But they had to throw that answer because the enemy is always trying to trip us up. And he'll use whatever method necessary, whatever method possible. See, I'm going to tell you something while I'm on this subject. Our primary identifying factor should not be our color, and it should not be our gender, it should not be our educational level, it should not be the amount of money that we have, it should not be an association that we're a part of, it should not be our fraternity, it should not be our neighborhood, it should not be our country club. Our primary identifying factor of our lives should be the fact that we are redeemed by the blood of the Lamb. And if that's not first, you got the wrong thing in first place. I am not black first. By the way, Martin Luther King dreamed of a day when a man would no longer be judged by the color of his skin, but by the content of his character. And now we want to be judged. We just want to judge things by the color of the skin. Do you understand every time you go along with something that's, as a black person, every time we go along with something that's black and whack, we're just doing what the oppressors of our ancestors, we're agreeing with the oppressors of our ancestors. The most important thing about us is the color of our skin. And it's not. I personally like being a brother. You know what I'm saying? I like my brother swag, you know what I'm saying? I like it. But guess what? If I was white, I would enjoy that just as much. Because watch this. I am made exactly the way God desired me to be, and I'm not in competition with anybody. So I can celebrate you, and it don't take anything from me, and I can celebrate me, and it don't take anything from you. And if you think me celebrating me takes something from you, I'm not the one with the problem. And if I think that you celebrating you is taking something from me, I'm the one with the problem. James, the brother of the Lord, he wrote a book in the New Testament called James. His name was really Yaakov, which is Jacob, but King James, and they changed it to James, and it's not James, it's Yaakov. But anyway, James, the brother of Jesus, here's what he said. He didn't say James, the brother of the Lord. He didn't say James, the senior pastor at the church of Jerusalem. He didn't say Reverend James, the senior pastor of the church of Jerusalem. Here's what he said. James, a servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ. That was his primary identifying factor. And if it's good enough for the half-brother of the Lord, who's a senior pastor at the church of Jerusalem, it's good enough for me for it to be my primary identifying factor. We have been programmed by the government, by the media. Do you realize that Hollywood started waging war on business in the 1970s? We didn't even see it. By the time the average American turns 18 years of age, they've seen 10,000 people murdered on television and movies by business people and entrepreneurs. They've seen more people murdered on television by entrepreneurs and business people than even career criminals. No wonder people don't want to go into business. All they want to do is save the planet. They've been programmed. But let me say this. You weren't born with any ideas. All of the beliefs you have, you got them from somewhere. So you might want to check the source before you start running 100 miles an hour in the wrong direction and end up off a cliff somewhere. See, here's what we got to do. We got to understand that the results that my life is producing those results automatically. And so, if I want to produce some different results, I have to reprogram my automatic mind. I have to be intentional, and I have to be aware. I have to be aware of the fact, like, where is this coming from? I know from Genesis chapter 1, there are 4 levels of value. The lowest level is implementation. You use your muscles. I'm not going to do it that way. Use your muscles over time. That's the resource you use to make money. This is why you're broke. What do I mean by that? Wealth is a spiritual result. Wealth is a spiritual result. Wealth is spiritual. It is not physical in its nature. It is spiritual in its nature. It's spiritual in its nature because money that you have can be in more than one place at a time. Only spiritual things can be in more than one place at a time. The thing that gives money its value, there's nothing backing the money. There's nothing backing this money I have in my pocket. The thing that makes it valuable is the message that it carries. A $100 bill is more valuable than a penny, even though the material the penny's made out of is worth more than the material the $100 bill is made out of. So if money were material, a penny would be worth more than a $100 bill. But a $100 bill is worth 10,000 times more. Why? Because on a penny it says 1 cent, which means 1% of $1. On a $100 bill it says $100, which means 100 times $1. So the message that it carries is the thing that makes it valuable. But watch this. The other reason it's valuable is because we believe it's valuable. So the two things that make money valuable are the message that it carries and the faith that it creates. Language is spiritual and faith is spiritual. Wealth is a spiritual outcome. But muscles are a physical resource. Time is a limited resource. We're multiplying a physical resource times a limited resource, and we're attempting to produce an unlimited spiritual result. No wonder you're broke. Second level, unification. Unification, second level of value. On that level, we use our management skills to make money. We're not broke. You might make anywhere from $40,000 to $250,000 a year. But if a company's paying you $250,000 a year, here's what they want you to know. They want you to know they own you. They don't care nothing about your child's recital, your grandfather on his deathbed, nothing, right? What's the next level? Above that dotted line is where wealth begins to create it. This is communication. This is the second highest level of value. The highest level of value is imagination. Most, like here, your income on the communication level is going to be somewhere between $100K a year if you sell cars, and it might be $100 million a year if you're an A-list actor or an A-list singer, or maybe you write songs, or maybe you write movies. $100 million a year. These are communication. Imagination, these are the people who come up with the best idea. Well, the resource you use here is your mouth. You got to have a mouth, you got to learn how to use it. Pretty much everybody here qualifies for the first part. Now you got to start working on the second part. And then your mind, the resource you use up here for imagination are your mind and your money to make money. When you do that, this will take your life to a whole nother level. But you've been programmed to stay down here or to work real hard and get a degree so you can move up here, and this you don't even value. Do you realize, and I'm going to end with this, in business school, they don't even teach you how to sell. You go to school for 6 or 8 years to learn how to be a lawyer. They teach you how to practice all this law. They don't teach you how to get any clients to practice law for. You go to school for 8 to 20 years to learn how to be a doctor, and they teach you how to work on the human body. They don't teach you how to get any human bodies to work on. We've been programmed to be broke, and poverty programming is costing you a fortune. That's why I always say, if you're broke, if you make less than $50,000 a month, you can't afford to be watching television. You need to be using that time to read some books to learn a new skill. But don't you want to see them? I don't want to see them. I want to be them. I want somebody watching me live my life on TV. Okay, I'm done. So that's how people are programmed to be broke for the rest of their life. Don't let the cultural hypnotic societal mechanism program you to be broke, because your family deserves better than that. God bless you. Like, subscribe, share, all the rest of that YouTube-y stuff that y'all do. And I gotta go. Peace out, Cub Scouts.
Good talk.
Yeah, man. I love it.
You can implement that to anything in life, Flat Earth, anything.
I want to hear more.
Because we're talking about fundamental truth. So when there's fundamental truth, they actually apply universally. They apply all across the board. And that's why I could swap a lot of his words for flat Earth, and then the same exact thing.
I remember I was like 17, 18 years old, and I had been working with my father doing lawn mowing business, cutting grass and shit, and I ended up getting a job working at Subway, and I worked for like a month, and I said, this is not for me. I can't work for people. I can't have somebody like just telling me what to do every 2 seconds and just like having people behind my back just fucking, no, I can't do that. I mean, and that was the only real job
Yeah, next week I have another good one for you guys. Can't wait till next Sunday. Whoa.
Well, I'm gonna go. Thanks for having me. I might be back later. See ya.
Take care, man.
Have a good one.
Helio in the chat? No. All right. Must be listening. All righty. Moving right along. I'm working on a I'm working on a song, a parody for Miggy and his channel. Took me about a week. I'm proud of myself though. I did a reasonably good job, and for an old mid-60s song from the hippie era. Which is absolutely amazing. I got transported here from that very era, and I keep looking around every day recently, especially, and like, how the hell am I still here? I'm listening to you guys tell me about watching Dragon Balls, and I'm like, damn, I'm ancient.
I'm getting to that age where I feel like all the younger generation are fucking crazy. Like everything, I don't know if this is intended, but technology has advanced to the point where it's like people don't have to leave their homes. You know, if you don't include what happened in 2020, technology itself is still becoming like, you know what I mean. It used to be like when you wanted to get groceries, you have to go to the store, pick them out. Now they just bring them to your house. Used to have to go out, meet people out in the world. Now you just go on your phone, right? You don't have to do anything.
All right, little guy, time to send you to planet Earth.
I think it's pronounced Earth.
That sounds stupid.
I've been meaning to work on this idea a little bit more. So now that we've got some dead air, I figured I'll take the time to try to flesh out a few thoughts. So I posted in the chat a couple screenshots. I was talking about the idea of the, being in some type of container earlier, and this idea of wanting to venture out. That idea isn't too uncommon. I think it's not my idea, but I've heard you put a human being in a box, he's gonna want to check the limits of that box. Maybe try to find an opening. So, which is cool. There's a couple shows that I can think of where this idea of wanting to venture out is part of it. Excuse me. So in the book, you see, it says they're basically the main characters have stumbled across this book that describes lands beyond the world that they know. They were born within these walls. And that's all they've ever known. And so the book points to what would describe a desert area, woodlands and oceans and things like this. And so the seed is planted. They want to venture out. And I see the parallel when it comes to a flat earther. I think someone was describing earlier how a globe earth is a prison. I've often described it as like a playpen for your mind. It's a localized area. That's all you get. And we understand that there might be more to it than just that. And so I typically only bring this type of stuff up if there's context within what we do here, if there's something to do with the flat earth. And this idea of exploring beyond what we think we know, aka this little globe playpen area, is not, like I said, it's not an uncommon thing. So it's just cool to find it in certain media. And so yeah, just when I find stuff like this, I try to grab it. Store it for later. Just something to talk about. Okay, so earlier someone also asked whether or not you'd rather go explore outward or inward. Would you rather go south or north? And some people answered north, some people answered south. So this idea described in these two shows is the idea of exploring, well, more specifically, the second one with the book is exploring from basically a northern point outwardly south. and this next idea is the show that describes the idea of going inward. So they arrive to this island, and I mean, you have to bear with me because these are new shows. There's only a few episodes, so I'm like still figuring it out. But in the most recent episode, they described how you have the shore, then there's the woods, and then there's something more towards a central point. So the idea of like exploring within, exploring towards the center, that's another idea that is interesting as well. If we could just freely roam the earth, those would be two places we'd want to go. We'd want to explore outward, and then some people would want to go explore inward towards, the so-called north or the center, if you can even call it that. I think the other day we were describing how, it could be like at a corner or, who knows? The layout is unknown. But I do find that interesting, this idea of the island. In a way, it's just a way to represent our known area. And so I guess I can post a screenshot that zooms out a little bit. I mean, this is still speculation Sunday here, but so the idea of like not knowing what's beyond is really interesting as well. We don't truly know what's out there. Well, obviously, lots of people have different ideas of what a flat Earth would be like towards the south. I'm starting to think, though, just seeing different media like this has got me, it's got me reinvigorated in creativity, just thinking like, who knows what's abound? What's the unknown world beyond our little known world? Who knows what that's like? Not saying it's gonna have freaking giant sea monsters, but like all these shows, there's a lot of shows in media that depict interesting things, beyond what we know. I have another screenshot I guess I could post here. This one I grabbed because it was a little bit more aimed at a flat Earth, but not necessarily in a positive light. If I can pull it up really quickly. But you don't have to make it a globe. And it's cool to see how people do that. How they depict it without making it some type of globe-related outer space type of thing. But I was saying earlier, like in a way, we kind of already are on an island, even though just our islands are kind of broken apart. But what's out there? Who knows? No one knows. A lot of people just put the ice idea. Oh, just ice everywhere, just cold, nothing. Maybe firmament or whatever. Who knows? But what if it's not that simple? What if it's bigger than that? It doesn't have to be right that right at the ice where the ice starts. There doesn't have to be some sort of wall right there. You know what I mean? So it doesn't have to be that simple. But who knows? If it is, it is. Whatever. But it's just if we're still on Speculation Sunday, it is interesting to think about the different possibilities. Okay, all right. I finally found it. So this was just another. I didn't really watch this, but I did find interesting how they depicted this. You see how they have this water cliff, fall off. You see the sun, and it's carried by a horse and stuff like that. So I thought that was interesting that they depicted like that, but not necessarily in a positive light. But I figured, why not grab the screenshot? But you see, there's monsters and stuff like that. So the idea has been around for a long time. But yeah, in terms of which direction would I rather go? Would you rather explore inwardly towards the center or the north or whatever, if you can call it that? Or would you rather explore towards the south? I think I'd probably rather go towards the south. But I could see how one would choose the other.
You still watch anime, right, Creation?
Yeah. That's how you just something.
Yeah. It's an adaptation to the Chinese novel that it's got a bunch of seasons, and it's pretty. It's basically like the whole story of like cultivation and ascending to godhood, basically.
Cool.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, it's just cool how you can hit on themes like that in this type of, live action's really, it's great, but it's limiting, I guess, unless you have a huge budget and then these big studios don't tend to take on projects like that anyway. That they're trying to get money from doing remakes of Spider-Man and stuff like that. So it's cool. Like ascending to godhood, those types of themes are really common in even just animated stuff. You know what I mean? So it's cool. I do like that.
Yeah, like the world. There's like chi in the world, and some people are able to access it, some people aren't.
Yeah.
And then it's like a lot of times reincarnation exists in those stories, and then basically I think the way it works is that you just keep coming back until you're that person who can then ascend to godhood. Or at least in those fantasy stories.
Yeah, yeah. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it's just so cool how these ideas have been around for a long time, and everyone's has a certain twist on it, and it's cool to take little bits and pieces from here and there. Who's to say what's ultimately true? But it's just cool to kind of try to piece it together. It's already difficult, so um, you can find meaning anywhere. So I'm always looking for meaning. So I thought I was, was trying to. Yeah, you guys were funny earlier. You're like, yeah, but panties. I'm like, dude, like, you can still find meaning in a lot of places, even though you are right that does come up. But like, yeah, just no matter where you look, songs, you just go outside, just sit and like look at, license plate. The little things will talk to you all the place. It's not. I heard a quote a long time ago that was like, "It's not nature that is mute; it's man who is deaf." So you have to learn to listen, and you can hear it in anime too. So
I mean, yeah, you can find some good animes, but the problem is that the majority of it now is like saturated with like degeneracy and like a lot of like they're just really bad. Like I don't like them anymore. Like if you look at like in the 90s, right? Like 80s, 90s, even the early 2000 animes, a lot of those were really good.
Yeah, yeah.
And they didn't have any of that garbage,
Yeah, I know what you mean. Because I never really.
It was more about the story. It was more about like the action. It was more about now I don't know what the fuck it is now.
Yeah, I know, but it's everywhere. That stuff is everywhere too. You know what I mean? Like it's in the news. It's freaking YouTube. It's in the movies, The Boys. It's everywhere. So it's like you can't even escape it anymore, I guess. So I'm not trying to, freaking it's on. Look at just like Fresh and Fit, all this stuff. It's everywhere. The poison, the toxic stuff is just everywhere. But like if you can kind of weed through and find little gems here and there, mine for gold, right? So
yeah.
That's what we do. That's what I try to do, at least. Just through all the garbage, so you find some gems. Yeah. So, but yeah, you're not wrong though, because I'm new. I'm fairly new to the whole thing. Like I only watched some of the bigger ones, like Full Metal, Attack on Titan, like some of the bigger ones, and now I'm sort of going back and watching older ones that have been recommended, and I've seen some trending new ones that have caught my attention. And I'm like, oh wow, okay, this is cool. But what you've said has popped up here and there, so I can't deny that. But only when I bring it up in this forum, I wanted to make it known that I try to bring it up in a context of a flat Earth, or make it tie in somewhere somehow. And so I brought up Attack on Titan a lot because of the way they have their layout. They have this idea of you explore outward. And the idea of where the main characters find a book that says there's more to explore, that's a lot like us, where we're like, I think there may be more to life than this little playpen of the globe area that they said that they said that's all that exists. We think there's more, perhaps. So that idea seems to be common for us. So I love kind of bringing those little moments out and just tying them in here somehow, some way. And I'm sure you guys have your own little ways to do that. So just figured I'd wait till Sunday to bring this one out. I've been thinking about it for a little while. It just took me some time to flesh that idea out. But what's also really interesting is that the three shows that I'm talking about, at least the one with the red, the more red theme with the island, they call that paradise. And then Attack on Titan, they describe their little area as paradise as well. And someone mentioned the word like prison planet earlier this week, and we kind of talked about the idea of like heaven and hell being here on Earth. And I just found it interesting that like almost all three of these shows, two of them very specifically, in the name reference heaven and hell, or paradise and hell, or something like that. And it's really interesting. I don't normally talk about that here, but it is, since it came up, I figured I'd just throw it out there and see if anyone had any comments on that. Someone did say they had a friend who had some experience with that, but I don't know. I just thought that was really interesting. It seems to be a common theme. The two of these shows were trending, and they're both the heaven and hell idea. So I just was curious if anyone had any thoughts on that. But it's kind of deep, so we don't have to go there. But I just thought that was really interesting. Paradise. Yeah, so I guess I can read the caption. I did make a screenshot. I'm going to delete this one because it's kind of annoying. I didn't actually watch that. I just saw it. Okay, so it says they take an expedition to a southern Japanese island where they seek the elixir of life. There's rumored to be found there. However, the island is no ordinary land, is believed to be paradise. Nonetheless, the expedition team, consisting of members who are all marked for death, discover that this island is shrouded in mystery. And they may not be entirely equipped to handle what they encounter during their expedition. And so, I mean, when you get into Flat Earth, you learn that there's mystery here as well. What the heck is the moon? What is the sun? What is south? Someone was asking, what is north? What is in the quote-unquote quote center? We don't know these things. There's a lot of mystery. And so I do like it. I find it interesting how these shows depict different things about maybe what's out there. You see this giant octopus and all these shipwrecked boats, people who have tried to explore and didn't make it. So I'm sure that that there might be some truth to that. Not necessarily the monster, but the boats. I'm sure a lot of people have tried to explore this world and perhaps died along the way. And so, just throwing it, I just found it interesting. And figured I'd share it here on Sunday. But yeah. So I guess I could just throw the question back out there for if anyone's curious. Would you rather, if you could explore, say we had free roam, we could just explore however we wanted. We had a group of Flat Earth Navy SEALs. Would you rather explore outwardly towards the south, or would you rather explore inward towards the north?
I hate that you're making it a choice. Couldn't both be accomplished?
Well, which one would you go first? Which one are you more curious about?
I guess inwardly in towards north, because once that's settled, then we know what's there.
Then you go out. Okay. Yeah.
I think I would rather go out because I want to know. I want to know the even though north is kind of unknown too. The I don't know. I'd like to know the unknown.
I wanted to add the caveat that as long as we're very trackable, I wouldn't want a SEAL team to get lost out there.
Yeah, of course. I mean that's a possibility. I've said before that it could be like a one-way mission for some people.
Yeah, I
mean, for the whole group, even. Who knows? But
well, yeah, it's I suppose if the team wanted to stay where they ended up, that's cool. But so long as we could know where they ended up, you know what I mean? I would want people to know where I ended up.
Yeah,
and what's there. We're here, and this is here. But to go there and see a bunch of stuff and no one knows, that we'd be leaving the the people who are in the place they are still in that place. They'd still be in the unknown.
This is what gets me so excited, because this is what the show is all about. Is like they have heard of this place and they like the island's called Paradise, but they have only sent like prisoners there because no one comes back, and so they the main characters go there, and it's really beautiful, but then it's also very dangerous. And so, there's like so many, you can tie so much of that into how it could be like when we go south. I'm sure maybe it is very beautiful, but it's also probably extremely dangerous. Some people won't make it. Cold, who knows? So I'll drop a link to the name of the show. It's actually pretty fascinating. But yeah, I think I would rather go out as well. I think I would rather explore outwardly. But
I think if there's no risk, a lot of times the reward is not going to be as big. If you're, there's a saying,
yeah,
no risk, no reward. Or I don't know what the saying is now. I think that is it. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, it's like, imagine that, right? You go out, you discover something amazing, right? But then again, in the process of that, you could die. So,
I mean, if some of what history has been recorded is correct, there's already been expeditions that have been lost. So, like, that's already happened. It just, for some reason, I think at a certain point in time, they either stopped or they were largely monitored, any expeditions or whatever. Government funded and whatnot. It wasn't like 20, 30 guys getting on a boat and sailing away anymore. That kind of stopped at a certain point.
Yeah. Man. I think someone said they would rather go in, right? Who was that?
Yeah, I was saying personally, I'd like to
you go in first.
Get what's inward out of the way first. Like, okay, well, now we know what they were hiding here. Now, because thinking as far as the outward exploration, there's probably so much more to cover.
Yeah, bigger. Yeah, for sure.
So that's going to take a lot more time. A lot more expeditions, even more groups. Like,
I missed the first part. You said seals, like we talking about like Navy SEALs, or
yeah, I mean, just kind of a joking way to say like flat Earth like explorers. Just joking around like we're the baddest motherfuckers on the planet.
Yeah, he was saying like a flat Earth Navy SEAL team because like governments wouldn't like basically allow us. So I guess he's saying like some spec ops flat Earth dudes.
Well, no, I mean, just saying like if we had free roam, just like none of if we, without all the restrictions, we didn't need perms. If we could wave a magic wand and we could explore the Earth, type of thing. Like,
send the guys who are tough,
and no one could stop you.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of people. I mean, not saying it, like in general, when they think about like a Green Beret or Special Forces, sometimes people fail to realize is there is a large support structure in place to put that person on the battlefield. Like just even the basic infantrymen, like in the army, it takes 11 different MOSs to put one infantryman on the battlefield. And a special forces operator, it's like 30 MOSs or something even more ridiculous. So it's like that whole support structure too that goes behind exploring. Not just the actual person who does the visual eyes on, what does the North Pole, quote unquote pole look like? It's like all the support systems, all the lattice work that happened behind the scenes.
Yeah. Yep. I know. You got me thinking of another show where this is Attack on Titan again. They have to have a military who sets up the explorations outside, and it's dangerous. It takes it's years of trial and error, and yeah, I'm sure it's it would be a beast to explore this whole Earth for sure. It really would.
I couldn't believe just after I left the neighbors, kind of had a bit of a row with SpaceX fanboy there. I come home and I check in my Facebook live feed, and there's something in there about a Canadian astronomers discover planet covered in volcanoes. Fuck, man. I'm Canadian. It's sad, but I have to say it. Yep. Supposedly, our Canadian astronomers have discovered a planet that's just got volcanoes all over the surface of it.
Jeez.
That's a little bit more believable than the one that has diamonds all over it.
Yeah, I suppose. Fuck. So sad. I'm gonna have to check out that show. Is it on what platform is it on?
So, if you're really gonna sit down and watch a show like this, the Attack on Titan would probably be worth your time. I think it's pretty good, and it has some nice parallels to Flat Earth.
I mean, does he even like anime?
I mean, dude, you don't have to like it to enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just an animated thing. If you love live action, if you like are diehard, you need it to be human beings. Okay, that's one thing. But like, if that's not the case, it's just another form of media. It's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. It's worth your time.
I mean, I'm just asking. I don't know.
Yeah, no, Akira. If you've ever seen that, that's pretty crazy anime. That's
all right. Yeah, he's into animes. I mean, he's fucking watching Akira. Yeah.
Good enough. Yeah, I don't know what platform you can find it. I mean, I can send you a website if you want to watch. There's plenty of websites.
The website that I just sent you right now to watch that thing, it has all the animes on it. You can watch it for free.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
They have dub and they have sub, and
some of them
I like sub
and whatnot. But yeah, you can find them out there. And if you don't, you can also watch it in English too. I watch a lot of them just in English, and I've kind of enjoyed the voice actors a lot. I think they do a good job. But yeah, so even like what's interesting about Attack on Titan too is like there's even like a religious aspect around the walls. So, you know, they're born within these walls, and then there's like a religious group that's like the walls are like amazing, and that's kind of how like the Globers are. They're like the globe is amazing, and don't look past the wall, and you know it's like there's so many like nice parallels like that, but I love watching it. So
Attack on Titan, I'll check it out. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, the map I just posted is the map from that show.
Nice.
And so you can see how they have the walls.
Do you prefer sub or dub?
Do you want to hear English, or do you want to hear the?
You want to hear them talking English or talking Japanese?
I prefer, I guess, dub, like with the dub over. I guess, like.
Oh, like
I'm learning Japanese,
the
but
dub over, okay. Well, if you're learning Japanese, you might as well just watch a sub then.
I guess so. I guess that makes sense.
I honestly can't watch dub. I like when they're talking their native language, and I see the translation underneath. But I can give you both. I have it right here.
Sure, please, thanks.
Don't feel pressured. Don't let them pressure you. All right, Flatman. I watch everything in dub, and the actors do a good job. But I have gone and watched stuff in Japanese as well. It's not that bad, but yeah. For those who are new to it, it's there are some of them that are worth your time. Attack on Titan is definitely, I think, worth your time.
Cool.
There was this chick that I was dating for a little bit, and she when we first met, she was like, ugh, like anime, like what is this, like whatever. And like mid Attack on Titan, you know, a couple seasons in, like she's like tears rolling down her face, you know, like enjoying the show. So I don't know. I think it's one of those that breaks those barriers of like, I'm not used to anime. It's a good show, I think. A lot of people seem to like it, so it's a little bit of a mystery too. We all love a good mystery, and so That's kind of what I've been getting at. Is like this flat Earth has a lot of mystery to it.
Nice.
We still don't know a lot of things, like just basic stuff, like what the moon is, what are stars. Think about that all the time.
When I heard this thing maybe a week or two ago, where they're like, and of course this is just their point of view. We know more about space than we do about the oceans. And my thought was,
the biggest.
We know nothing about space because it's all crap. And we need to know more about the oceans. That's how I heard it. Like,
yeah, then they can say stuff like that and get away with it too, which is absolutely crazy. Like they'll get applauded. Like, yeah, that's great. We do love space. That's where all their heads are at. In outer space. But I mean, just the hell and heaven idea, right? I'm just kind of wanted to flesh that out a little bit more. Like, just someone was talking about we had the bot deafen, and we were talking about the last 3 years. We obviously can't get into that too heavily, but 2008 there was the quote unquote like the collapse or whatever, right? People are talking about, the end is near. I'm sure you guys have heard this before and stuff.
I've been hearing the end is near for like 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, that idea.
1999 was the end. 2012 was the end. Remember when the Earth world ended?
2000,
December
yeah.
12th,
right?
2012.
I was in a car with a friend, and it was 1999, and it was about to be 2000, and they said like the whole world was gonna like all the technology was gonna fuck up, and
yeah, I mean,
and then nothing happened.
Yeah. And then there's even been comedians, right, that made jokes about this. You turn on the news and it's like death, AIDS, or, killing, all this stuff, crazy stuff. And then you go outside and you hear like birds like tweet, tweet. It's like nice and everything. And so that's how I felt during the last 3 years. I kind of look out my window and it's kind of nice, but I turn on the news and it's like, no, it's horrible. Everyone's dying. But
Isn't it an interesting that depression and anxiety and all these other high blood pressure, whatever, that is in places where people have televisions and technology and whatnot, and where there's peoples that haven't been, influenced by all this. They don't have any of those medications or any of those problems. They live off the land and they're happy.
Yeah. So, I mean, this idea of heaven and hell on Earth, it's like you kind of were seeing that. We are seeing that. That's what I'm saying. It's like, and that's what I find interesting is that these two of the shows I've been pointing out, literally have the name Hell and Paradise in the name. And there seem to be like trending. They're popular. They're new shows in 2023. So they have been written, recently, and they are popular for a good reason. They are a good show. I'm enjoying it. And so it's like, wow, they talk about, and one of them, it's just set in like 2034. So it's like 10 years past the next year's election. So it's like they're talking about how it's a little bit of a collapse. There are some areas, or there's still like farmers, Owen Benjamin type people are in the show. They're growing like weed and tomatoes and stuff like that in the show. And but there's also a dome area where people are born in this dome, and they're wondering if there's an outside, and what's outside is, well, I'm guessing they haven't really exposed it because it's new and I'm only a couple episodes in. There's not really much to see, but I'm guessing that the collapsed area is outside of that domed area where the kids are. Yeah, so it's like, wow, that we are seeing, well, we think we live in a container here, so there's that parallel. And then 2024 plus 10 years, you could probably picture that there are some people probably living off the grid, growing weed and tomatoes, and you know what I mean. So it's like this isn't. I don't know. This seems to be on people's minds. This idea of like heaven and hell on earth, somewhat of a collapse, but there was peaceful times. There were good times. We all live right now. We're still enjoying good times. We have cars and all this.
I don't know what you guys think about, but speculation, obviously. But I think I read. Well, I don't think, but I read somewhere that people, like throughout our entire lives, they used to tell us that our lifespans have gotten longer, right? But I think that our lifespans have gotten shorter.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys think about that.
Like they're saying we're getting because they said we would die at like 40 and then
like they used to say like the average lifespan used to be like 40, 50 back in the day.
I think you're probably right about that. It's getting shorter and shorter instead of like we're getting better and better. Because didn't we, people would say we used to be like 120 or possibly more.
Yeah, they're like if you go to places where like it's less modernized, like the monks, a lot of monks actually like, dude, they're living like they got no technology, nothing. They live like over 100 years old. Like these people, they live really long.
Mm-hmm.
Like Timbo Slice was saying in the chat there, that was sort of my thought on things. Like the soul is the silent spaces between your thoughts, and I kind of thought to myself, like the tormented mind is the tormented soul, and or that person going through some sort of a hell that no one else can relate to because they're not tormented, right? Like,
well, what's interesting is in the show, the way they keep referring to heaven is in the past. They're like, well, people were enjoying a good time in the past. So like, can we get there somehow? And, yeah. So I found that really interesting how just have depicted that idea. But I do agree with what Timbo's saying. That seems to be the common thing, is that it's a mental. It's in your mind, and I could definitely agree to that. Definitely. Yeah, Platter makes a good point. So we're going to be having hell for Clovers. That is a good point. Yeah, you make your own experience. I think that's a good life lesson. What you make, you kind of get out what you put in, type of thing. We've all seen it before. Glober comes in swinging. What does he get back? A couple swings, probably. But they come in chill, relaxed, cool. What do they typically get back? Chill, relaxed, cool. So, hopefully.
Yep, it's almost like they come in like in the Flintstones episode where they're like someone's got a small stick and then all of a sudden bam 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 bam.
Yeah, it can. Then you got to take the stick away from the fight. Sonny, have you been listening for a while? Have you heard my question about exploring? Would you rather explore inward or outward on the Earth? As in outward to the south or maybe inward to the north?
Wow, I don't know. I heard a little bit of it. I was doing some mixing, but I heard most of it.
You've been doing some exploring. You've already done some exploring, haven't you?
Yeah, I've done more than most people, which is astonishing to me because it's not that far. I mean, listen, I was in the Navy. Now, that's different. Before I joined the Navy, I was a young man, 21 years old. I sailed on the 51-foot Ketch, 6,000 miles with two other people. young people, all of us in our 20s, and we had people with us, people that would just come on board because it was a large yacht that was being delivered to Martinique for a French charter company, and they bought 6 of these vessels, and they had them shipped from Taiwan, each different ways. Some by ship, some by ship and rail, some sailed. Some we were like one of the only ones that sailed all the way from Los Angeles to Martinique. The person before us was this crazy French guy that sailed it by himself across the North Pacific from Taiwan to Seattle. Where'd he go? San Francisco or Seattle or something. Now those are some bold people. I met some pretty bold people. I've never sailed across the Pacific, but we sailed all the way down the coast of, from LA all the way down to past Baja to like all the places in between, all these beautiful turquoise green waters that you could see 100 feet through. Like, yeah, I've seen some amazing things. So would I go to the south? Honestly, I think I would just go west. I'm with Flat Earth Dude. Like, I think I would just totally just go west. Just keep going west. I think if there's any way out, it's probably west.
Wouldn't you just be going around in a circle?
I don't know.
You're going to end up going south, aren't you, if you just go west?
Like, that's the thing we don't really know. In between, let's say, Australia and Southeast Asia, what's really down there? You hear about anybody going there? No, never. That's where you don't hear people going. So I would just go there. Go to the south. Keep going west, southwest. My speculation, since it is Sunday, that's my speculation in all my wanderings about in my own mind and the places I've seen, and not that I've been that far west, but I think if you just keep going west southwest, you might find an opening. That's my speculation.
So, can you expand on that?
I think there's just a huge, wide open expanse of ocean that is just okay. So, hold on. Let me get this. Hold on 1 second.
I got something after you're done.
Yeah, I just need a map. Hold on. I just have to fix this. I'm saving files. I'm doing all kinds of shit. I don't know how I do it. Anyway, 1 sec. Okay, 1 moment. Let me just pull any map will do. Let's see. Pull up any world map. Like here, I'll just find one. I'm just going to pull up a random image. I don't know what projection. I mean, you guys have all kinds of projections. Like, see, like even this, like this is just so suspicious, man. Like, 1 second.
I'll post a map, Sonny.
I got one. Yeah, go ahead. Post another one though. So go ahead. Post one. I'm gonna post one. And I don't know. This is just from Commons, Wikipedia, or something. Let me get to the. Where am I at? Live stream. Well, yeah, that's. Yeah. So okay. Okay, use that. You have an equidistant map there. Okay, so I mean, actually, look at that. Like even in the azimuthal that you so if you If you left from the West Coast, look at that area. From the West Coast, if you go out, look at the amount of spread between, let's say, Australia and the tip of South America. Look how much area that is. And that's nothing. These are good maps. What? These are aeronautical maps, right? World map, aeronautical map from the 40s, I think, or something. But now look at the one I posted. So where did it go? The one I posted at 6 minutes after. We're talking about this place that they never show. Think about that. In their globe, they don't show it. They just show like it cuts it off. You go west from South America, cuts it off. And then if you go, what is it? Would be east from Australia. See that? I think that's where they made the trick. Part of it. But also between, let's say, Tasmania and South America, where they always show us on the bottom of this Antarctica little thing, which doesn't even fit their own model at all.
Yo, this is crazy. Yo, this is racking my brain because Australia and the tip of South America are opposite on the other map, and on this one,
see that? That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm talking about.
What the hell?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. So look at every other map; they're all the same way. So this is just coming upon me as an epiphany too, even more in depth, because now I'm like, holy crap! Like,
Hey, Sonny.
Yes.
Hi. Do you think that you know how Tyson says that we're living on a pear?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, do you think that that they did that as a kind of to save themselves because there's more territory in the southern hemisphere than in the northern?
Yeah, and look, all the sailors know it.
Yeah, and so they had to do something to kind of cover. It can't be a perfect sphere like they show.
Yeah, because every ship traveled on their reckoning with their celestial navigation, which I think most ships probably do backups on that. I mean, if I was at the helm of a ship, a huge cargo ship, would you use an electronic system for everything? And wouldn't you back that up with something more like using the triangles that we do with the sextant and elevation angles?
I'm sure they know that seafarer and people who travel or pilots know that there's more territory in the southern hemisphere than the northern.
Yeah, because
but they didn't come up with their pear shape until quite recently, didn't they?
Does anybody remember how long?
I don't remember that in school.
Really? Did he say pear shape long ago?
No, I reckon it's a recent thing. I don't remember anything like that.
Like within 4 or 5 years ago only, right?
Yeah, I reckon you're right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 4 or 5 years, something like that.
So they had to do, they had to cover their tracks a little bit.
I think so, and who knows? That's an interesting thing to contemplate. Is like what would cause them to motivate? What would be a catalyst for them to motivate like that, to make those changes like that? Like I always want to be the fly on the wall to know like what was actually going on with, because they are making some kind of decisions. We can kind of notice it now.
Right. They got their shills out there like Tyson, reprogramming everybody.
Yeah. So to kind of encapsulate that. So yes, we even remembered that our reckonings were further and further off the further south, because they still have some things that I would have to take a class. I would have to actually take a class to like get back into depth as far as like really all there are is adjustments for different things. There are kind of like some kind of parallax adjustments for different stars at certain angles, like things like that. So I think there's still errors, and I think that there's something that all the sailors are saying they got further and further off in the reckoning the further south they got, because it's getting wider and wider out there. And so some of these adjustments on your, like what your notes you're taking, you have notebooks that you use when you're navigating, you have these big notebooks, right? So you're writing down the whole process as you go. And you know, you have room for adjustments because, well, I don't know, it's just hard to describe because you're using a chronometer and that has to do with where you are. And so the thing about like discovering flat Earth is that now I know that these elevation angles are really the key thing for all of it, that we're traveling along a flat horizontal plane, just like our nav charts are on the table over there, right? So it trips me out. Yeah, and actually, not to ramble too long, but it is very interesting, and thanks for listening. I have a wealth of information. I have like a wealth of bullshit too. Like I know lots of bullshit too. So, but I laugh. But the real stuff. This is the important thing. Like I can't think of anything more worthwhile as this topic. And now, like, it's hard for me to like listen to or watch anything that's, I don't know how to say it, like fluff, like it.
I feel the same way.
There's so much trash. It's like I can't weed through it to find anything that's interesting enough to keep me.
Yeah, I find myself having trouble watching like recent movies and stuff like that because I see behind I see what they're trying to do, and I'm like, I can't watch this.
Yeah.
Oh, I just realized something, Kel. You're still fairly new. You're still fairly new to this, aren't you?
Yeah, but I've been very political my entire life, most of my life, and I've had some red pill moments and stuff like that. So
I've got some good
stages, bro.
I have some good.
It's all connected.
I have some good Confucius Says advice if anyone would like to hear it.
Yeah.
Confucius say, after helping old lady across street, check for wallet. No good deed goes unpunished.
Well, it's like I definitely remember the early stages where it's like when I got into Flat Earth, like I did not want to see space shows. I didn't want to see anything with space. Don't put it in my face at all. Now I'm like, I'm past that level where now I actually kind of enjoy it for what it is. I really enjoy the fiction theme of outer space because that's where it belongs, in fiction. So you definitely have those phases where you're like, nah, I don't want to see this. You know what I mean? I definitely get that. I don't know where you're at in that whole scale, but I definitely have been there in that phase.
I mean, there's certain things that I can watch that if I really like what they're talking about, like what the movie's about, like dinosaur movies. As a kid, I was like, I wanted to be a paleontologist. I was like, just I loved it. But then as I grew up, I was like, God damn, it's a lot of work to do that. And I was like, I don't think I'm smart enough to do. Like, I hated school when I was a kid. So, but anyways, I love dinosaurs and it's just something that's always been. I don't know why I'm attracted to it, and so whenever I know that they could be fake, but I still like the idea of it, kind of like your space thing.
Yeah.
So I'll still watch like a Jurassic Park movie. I watched the most recent one. I thought it freaking sucked, but I still watched it. I watched 65 million, the new 65 movie. I watched that one only because it has dinosaurs in it, and it sucked, but I still watched it.
I did. There was a recent dinosaur movie that I liked called The Good Dinosaur. You can hate on me, but
Is it the Disney one? Is that the Disney?
What do you mean? What do you mean 65 movie? What's it? What's a 65 movie? I want to see it.
It's basically bro. It's basically what happens. They go out in space, okay, and they're traveling to another planet or something like that, and something happens. I won't say anything else, but they end up falling on a planet. The main character ends up falling on a planet where it's like there's like fucking dinosaurs, and there's more stuff to it. But
is the name of it 65?
Just 65, yeah.
What's it on? Is it on Netflix or something?
It was in the theaters, but there are sites that you can watch it from, HD.
Okay.
If you need access to those sites, I can give you a link.
I would really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that, bro.
But you like dinosaurs too, Brian?
No, I just like movies.
Okay. I will say it's not very good, but it's all right, I guess.
I'll be honest, I can relate with him. Like, when I first got into it, dude, I didn't watch any sports. I didn't watch no space movies and shit. And then, like, as time went by, I'm like, fuck it, it's fiction, dude. I still enjoy fiction. Yeah. And I see it in a new light. It's actually better now because now I know it's within the realm of fiction, like the new Star Trek and shit. Dude, just knowing it's fake and not trying to make sense of it, it's easier watching. I do enjoy it now, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I agree with that. It takes time to get there, though. It really does, because the early stages, you're like, nah, get this out of my face.
You definitely are. Yeah, I ain't watching that fake shit. Come to terms. Now I'm like, fuck it, I'll watch this fake shit.
Yeah, so.
All right, I just sent you the link, Brian.
Thank you, brother.
That's that site. I usually watch all my movies from that site. It's pretty good, and I think on the movie they can have it out like the same freaking day. It's crazy.
But okay, so I see you though. I see how you can relate to keeping, the fiction where it belongs, Kel. Like with the dinosaurs, I get where you're coming from with that.
It's just a childhood thing. Just how it is. I just something that I liked as a child that I never really got over.
Nothing wrong with that.
Believe it or not, I don't really like birds either. And I know they're supposedly descendants of birds, but the birds that we live with today in our current life, I don't even like them.
Yeah, where would they? You don't like birds?
No, I don't.
Interesting.
But dinosaurs are like a whole different thing. Like they've always like, to me, they've always been like, wow. Yeah. I don't know if it's the size thing, but I'm gonna try to do it.
Yeah, but what if there was like a giant bird that was taller than you could just like bite your head off or something? It's a good thing. Now, why don't those things live anymore? That's what's strange to me, because apparently they did before, according to the story. Now, I've seen like bones they say have been from these animals, but I don't know. I mean, there's even the La Brea tar pits where they have these whole animals that are in tar, so they're pretty well preserved. So I guess they would know a lot about these saber-toothed cats and the short-faced bear and all these weird animals like Eohippus, the first horses, the first camels were here in North America, the first elephants, like all in North America. But what happened to them? woolly mammoth.
I mean, they say the woolly mammoths were humans extinct. Either that, or I think the climate changed. I think that's what they're saying. Couldn't survive somehow.
Well,
the
mainstream wants to say that it was like an asteroid they hit at Chuchulib. What's that place called? Chuchulib or something like that in Mexico, the Gulf of Mexico. There's a lot of different ideas, I guess, from different people that try to say what happened to these, giant animals. And then it went through a period of time where nothing, what did they say? Nothing larger than like a cat survived. So they call that a bottleneck, where literally everything died off. And then you put in there, like, there's woolly mammoths there's mammoths that they found in Siberia, flash frozen with the flowers, fresh flowers, flash frozen in their mouths and in their stomachs. That's pretty bizarre.
I mean, with so much time, they could just make up anything.
I mean, that's true. That's true. And how can we verify any of that? So, I don't know.
I'd like to think dinosaurs existed, but as I get older, I'm like, they probably didn't. Or if they did, what they're telling us is not the story.
I think it's
bro. You heard they found the soft tissue in Mark Armitage, and that one chick. I forgot her name. Whatever her name is, somebody will know it. But they found soft tissue bone. Or soft tissue like red blood cells, ligaments, and Triceratops horn and a T-Rex fucking thigh. Like, so there's probably shit like that. Whatever they're calling a fucking T-Rex or whatever they're calling a Triceratops. I mean, it was something.
Well, maybe that was when the Nephilim were messing with the DNA. Anybody was messing with it. Apparently,
yeah, sure. I mean, you could come up with any idea, man. That's just as good as any that I've heard.
That's the kind of the biblical thing, is that like these fallen ones or whatever were here and they started perverting everything and they mixed up the animals. And I think that's why possibly you have, like in the Renaissance period, you have in paintings, drawings, and books, you have little things where they have images of these animals that are mixed with humans, mixed with animals, mixed with different kind of animals, all these weird kind of stuff. Like, where did they get that idea from? It's from the Bible.
That is a good question, man. And like this, it jibes though, man. Like it jibes with young Earth creationists. Like, it's not even fossils. Like, they tried to call it fossils, but it's red blood. It's fucking soft. Basically red blood cells. It ain't even a fossil, so it jives with, especially if you think the Earth's been around for 100,000 years or even longer than that. It even jives with the young Earth, like fucking 5,000 or 8,000 years old. So there's something there.
We got a cheesy boy in the chat. VC verified. Cheesy boy.
Yes, I was busy. What's up?
What's your take on where we live?
Now, where we live. Okay, so you mean the plane of existence we're in. So I think it's from I've talked to multiple people. I understand multiple viewpoints, but putting everything together, my ideal, like what I think of it, it's like this 3-dimensional fluid container that we can manipulate, and there's parts of it that we haven't even been to publicly, like parts of it that we haven't even seen or discovered, because if we're still discovering things, that means we haven't been to the entire space.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I'm not sure about the fluid container, but we can talk about the fluid container if you want, if you've got any evidence or proof of the fluid container.
When I say fluid container, I mean from what I understand, we're inside of a container, and things relative not buoyancy, density, things act like a fluid. Like at a certain point above the clouds will start moving like an ocean, like ocean waves.
You're saying it's all related to fluid dynamics.
Yeah, not all of it, but it's what I get the gist of. Most things, like oxygen, and there's quite a few things that act like fluids. You can move it around, and vibrations cause things to move differently.
Yeah. Is it flat?
I would like to believe so. I mean, I walk outside my door, I'm not falling off a curve.
I was thinking about trying to like getting a boat. I mean, who hadn't had the thought or the want to like get a boat, a sailboat, maybe with a little backup motor or whatever, but just go exploring and shit to where we think there might be land. And I got to thinking like what I would be kind of conflicted. Like I would want to use GPS, obviously, to go to a spot that I think was likely. I'd probably look it over real good and be like, probably here's where I would suspect I'd find something. But then I would be weary at the same time because, like, if it was what I think it is, then they could, like, if there is land and they knew about it, which I don't see why they wouldn't, maybe not all of it, but say some land, and they didn't want people around it, they could just, like, on GPS show, like, a fucking big-ass storm, and, where it didn't even necessarily need to exist. But then if there was a fucking storm, like I'd want to know about it and just avoid all the storms for calm sailing. But so I'd be kind of leery. I got mixed feelings on, but yeah, I think for sure there's fucking land out there. Look, in Japan, they just found like thousands of islands and shit. Dude, that's the timing of that. I don't think is a coincidence, man. There's probably more land every fucking where, but I don't know if there's any big continents, but I think there is. I don't know.
Yeah. You might be onto something there.
Like in the old days, they act like, the Earth is flat. The story they tell anyway, and people like didn't want to go and risk sailing off the edge or some stupid shit. Like maybe that did work with old sailors. It sounds like horse shit to me, but so they kept people contained back then with that bullshit story. And then, like, nowadays, it's like people ain't gonna fall for that. So now they've just made it a globe where no matter what direction we go, we come back around on ourselves. So either story is horseshit to me, where they don't have it all figured out. They're just trying to keep us contained, like in that movie with the
Truman Show.
Like Truman Show. Oh, it's already been discovered. You're too late. I want to be an explorer. No, it's too late. Everything's already been discovered, Truman. Like, that's a joke, dude. They ain't discovered everything, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they discovered everything that they want you to know.
It almost seems like a repeat, though, man. It's like history. Like you could look at the repeat, good or bad. Like it might be good. Like it's time for people to go exploring and shit, and find a land that's not, populated. And shit, what would you do? You'd tell your people, and they'd tell their close people. You try to keep it in the family, but it would get out and it would spread. Next thing you know, there'd be another new world. And it's almost like history repeat itself. Like we're just getting populated and time to go explore. Like they try and contain that as best they can for so long, and they probably get better and better at it. But I don't know. I just ain't as young anymore, man. I got the means maybe to pack it all up and haul ass, but I'd be leaving a lot behind. But man, I wish there were some young men out there, man. I'd fucking pitch in. If they were willing to go exploring and shit. I don't think we hear enough of that, man. Like, where's the young adventurous motherfuckers around in this movement, man? Like, they gotta be around somewhere, man.
I'm not very adventurous, but I wouldn't mind going on a nice hike, I guess. I mean, I would have to bring supplies, but I don't know if I want to go across the country.
The way I look at it, from a
you don't qualify for you don't qualify for funding. No, I'm just joking, dude.
No, facts.
I kind of look at it like this way, though. It's almost like we'd have to meet up metaphorically in our cars, in our hot rods, in a parking lot. We're all going to decide, all right, guys, once we bust out of this parking lot, we're just going to go loose. They can't catch all of us. Like, that's kind of the attitude you'd have to bring, at least until we have some sort of ability to freely roam, which we don't have.
Well, here's the thing, right? I think the way we would be able to do that is if our technology was like self-sufficient, or at least was like self-renewable, or like because right now we have to depend on like fuel, right? In most cases, I know you could do like the whole solar panels and stuff like that, but I don't know how good that is. But if we had like some sort of technology, like let's say something like magnetic or electronic that was self-renewable, I don't know.
Well, if we were free to explore that stuff, then
yeah,
we've
that
already
too.
got it, you know. Yeah,
we're not even allowed to do that. So yeah.
Yeah, it already exists.
I'm saying if the public had access to it, like things would
you
be
could live wherever you want.
Yeah, you could live wherever the fuck you want.
That'd be great.
So that's another limitation that we have, you know? Like, we go on a boat, we need gas. Like,
what did Morgan say to Tesla? Fuck that, you can't put a meter on it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't sell it.
Do you believe that the government would have a hard time governing a enlarged space that we live in? Like
they would, dude. But look at Jarl. Look at Jarl. I read that whole story. I read the both sides of it, dude. And from his attorney interview, like Jarl Anderhoy, whatever his fucking name was, like he made it down there to Scott Base and shit, and he did make it down there, and they were watching him as soon as he got in the waters. And the fucked up thing is, he did make it down there as soon as he threw anchor on the ground. Like they weren't cool with it. Like he left two of his compadres, skilled Norwegian sailors in the boat, and him and another guy, they were doing a film and everything, and they took ATVs and shit down there, and they were trying to reenact the Munson whatever. Anyway, they came back and dude was dead, but there was a storm coming. I'll give you the short version of the story. There's a storm coming, and they made them pull anchor from the land, even with a fucking storm coming. They were in Safety Bay or Safety Harbor, whatever you call that, Tranquility, whatever it is, and they fucking ran them off. And the people, I want to say it was Australian or one of the people, one of the authorities watching him and shit, one of the vessels, they fucking were just, all they were worried about is prosecuting. These dudes died. Skilled sailors died. They made them pull anchor and veer off into fucking harm's way. And all they were worried about doing was prosecuting, what you call it, instead of trying to give him information on where his boat wound up, you know. And they had the information. They were withholding shit. And even through the courts, like they were doing some shady shit, dude. It was all real shady, man. All they were worried about doing was prosecuting Jarl and not even trying to help him find his dead friends and shit and his boat. And in the last place they were, but he did get a hold of one of the people who were on that boat. I think it was Australian or Norwegian vessels, one of the authorities. And
sounds like what the Australian government would do.
It might have been Australian, but it was mucked up, dude. It's like, dude, my friend just fucking, my two best buddies in the fucking world, experienced fucking navigators through icy waters and whatnot. We made it down here. They obviously knew what they were doing. They've been all over the place. And you make them fucking pull anchor and go off into a storm, and then you won't tell us the last, you want to use this information of when you boarded the vessel to prove that we're in an illegal place to prosecute me, but you won't say when and fucking where and exactly the time or when's the last cutoff you had. It's just a fucked up story, bro. It brings tears, bro. It's disheartening, bro. Like, what piece of shit, dude? All they were worried about doing was prosecuting Jarl.
You're making a point.
Yeah, so you might be able to make it down there, but you're being watched and you're not gonna be welcomed in any kind of fucking way. And who's to say a storm killed them motherfuckers? You know, they might have did it themselves. Who really knows? I mean, I don't buy that they died from a storm. I don't buy a storm. You know, these are experienced fucking navigators, man. I don't think a storm killed them. You know,
it's pretty rough in that South Sea, though. Southern Ocean. You get 20-meter waves and shit.
Yeah, it's possible. But the way they were withholding information, it to me, it showed guilt.
Yeah. Well, you were saying before about them just having a storm on the GPS, you know, and then maybe they just sent them into it and sunk them. Who knows?
Are you serious? 20-meter waves?
Oh yeah,
it's possible. I mean, something could be possible, but it won't be plausible.
Yeah.
Also, it's 11:30, so I'm gonna go ahead and dip.
It's both possible and plausible in that instance.
Have a good night, brother.
Yeah, take it easy. Yeah, these guys been around the world, man. They're no stranger to storms and whatnot, you know. But yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, yeah, it's possible. But it's crazy, you know, the fact that they had the only record they'd give is when they boarded them. They were watching them, and that was clear in the court hearing. But but he was pretty much like, fuck the court hearing or whatever, find me guilty, but give me the information you have. You know, he was always willing to pay the price or fines or whatever it was to try and get information from these fuckers, and they still wouldn't give it to him. But then they wanted to hold it against him too. But they literally boarded his vessel while he was inland, and one of them had a toothache or some shit, and tried to go up to Scott Base and everything, and they weren't welcomed. They were literally scorned. And they were still in a good, safe position to wait on him. It was the plan, and they lost contact. They had sat phones and all that, and they lost contact when he got back. Dude, his shit was gone, and they're just gone. They're just disappeared off the face of the fucking planet. So yeah, it is dangerous, risky waters, or whatever you want to call a risk. The only example I can give, half of them are gone from the equation. And so whether it was the storm, whether it was the authorities, I have my own opinion, but still it's definitely risky. But they did make it fucking down there, though. You know, I'll give them that. But they split up. But then again, if they didn't split up, dude, then they might all fucking four be dead. But dude, they had been everywhere, dude. They've been to the north and all. It's called Viking Adventures. But you got to read the lawyer's story when he was interviewed. It's about an hour read. It ain't that long, but it tells you the facts. It's not like a flat Earth post or nothing, but it's still it's revealing. Let's say that Viking Adventures. That was the series they were doing, and that's what Jarl Andor and his buddies.
Can you tell us what was the most revealing thing about it, or at least give us more? Because this is the first time I'm hearing this story.
It's just revealing to me, man, that he was being watched. Like, that's a big fucking area down there. When you're talking about the ocean, period. How the hell were they watching him? How did they just know a sailboat, is just pops up and then they're watching his ass? Like, that to me was like a head scratcher. Like, that raised questions and kind of verified some of my questions. Like, so they're literally being watched when they're down there in that area. So when people say, what are they patrolling all that? Yeah. And the only example I can give, they certainly were fucking patrolling and keep an eye on this boat. So, I mean, that I don't know. A head scratcher at the very least.
Yeah, even if you wanted to go down there, like sort of like SEAL Team 6 type of setup, hidden, try to hide yourself away from prying eyes. I don't think it's possible. I think the technology that they use is so advanced at this point that we have no idea.
Yeah, they got radar and different shit like that. They buoys, and even if they didn't have, they probably do have what you're saying. But even if they didn't, dude, just with buoys and things like that, they had it covered enough to keep track of these guys, and they had to know they weren't a threat. These are just not teenagers at that time, but adventurers basically, trying to reenact the Munson Scott freaking South Pole adventure, bro. But they surely weren't welcome. Then you look at the guys who worked down there, like people who went to work. You hear their testimonies, and they weren't even allowed to leave. Like they were reminded real quick that they're there to work and work only. No joy time, no time to go hit the slopes or whatever you want to call it. They were there for one thing only, and they were restricted. It's suspicious to say the very least, man. Then dude, I was even looking into celestial navigation. I've been doing a series on celestial navigation on a flat Earth. It's like you look for the stars in the south, and if I'm not mistaken, like the furthest south star to navigate with is Acrux, which is like at the bottom of the Southern Cross, but that's 63. That's 63 south. That leaves like almost a third of the whole fucking southern hemisphere where there's no stars to navigate by. Like that's what I would predict if I thought the Earth was flat and it was bigger down there. I would expect no stars down there to navigate by. It was just simple math. They could just pick the star and just put it in its place and fit it right in, but They don't. They don't have fucking stars way down there. They cut off real quicker than you would have thought anyway. But I'd go on, but to me, that's where it's at. To me, that's where the answers lie. Is beyond 60.
Wow. Okay. Way to tie that up, Brian Leakey. Shout out to Brian Leakey. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. But that answers my question I've been asking the panel. Would you rather go in to the north or out to the south? It sounds like Brian's trying to go to the south.
Yeah, I would go to the south. And I'm going to post a video, too, about just one of my series, because my main channel is Flat Earth Test. And I do have a Brian Leakey channel, but I'm going to post a video in case anybody's interested, dude. I'd cover a lot of shit just like that. When y'all get a minute, just look some of that over. To me, that's my fascination. And I do a lot of videos about the south.
Yeah. There's no doubt something amazing going on down there. But it's almost like the elephant in the room. It's like, how in the hell are all those countries agreeing with anything?
I suppose going back to when I answered the question earlier and saying north first and then south, if we go by Admiral Byrd's comments, the south, I guess, does make more sense because he even said there's nothing left in the north to figure out. I'd forgot about that when I answered that question. I forgot he already said the north was boring. Time to go check out the south.
Really? I didn't know that. I mean, that doesn't, for me, it doesn't take away the mystery, but I still find it interesting there. But I definitely, for some reason, the south just pulls me a little bit more than the north.
It really does. The north is also a mystery. Like they have the early warning. Like when you really look into it, you're like, dude, this shit's arguably more restricted than the south. But if nothing else, because of the size of it, they have the early warning zone. But that's spiked my curiosity. That would be a lot more practical. Like if we were to really do something, that would be a lot more graspable to check north out because it's probably has its own mysteries, man.
You know why it's so strategic that the central area there because you think of how much incrementally closer you are to every single one of those countries. You know, like from that strategic point there, that's like having the high ground on everybody.
There's a reason it's off limits, dude. It sure ain't to protect us. We know, we know that they ain't trying to save us. There's a fucking in my mind, especially with the way I think, there's a reason that shit's no fly zone or off limits, man.
Yeah.
Sonny, I like how you put that, the high ground. You make a good point there.
Mm-hmm. The central, because think of us straight as a crow flies, you could jet off to any one of those places, you know? And the Soviet Union to Canada, North America, right? So back over to China or the other part of Asia. Straight line, straight shots, basically.
Yeah, I like that.
So that's supposedly right around the 50th parallel, also latitude, also rather. On the north side, but I think it was a different thing because see that was right around the Cold War, right? So that's the early 50s, mid 50s, Korean War, 55. So this is like right before Admiral Byrd was down there. No, it was. Wait a minute. It was. That was. That's a trip. That's actually after, right? When did Admiral Byrd go?
I think last time he went, I think was in 57 or
no, it wasn't that late. What was it? It wasn't that late.
Well, he went down there like 5 times. What's interesting is when he made that comment about there's a piece of land big as the United States that no human has ever seen.
No,
like he didn't say step foot on. He said they never even seen it, bro. He'd already took 4 trips down there.
Listen, he died in 1957, 1 year before NASA was created. So listen, I think when was he on the Longines Chronicle? He was on there. I think it was like 1952. I think they went in 1947. That's when they went.
But they went several times. He personally that after he'd already been down there. I'm not sure of 4, but I know for a fact 3. Yeah, he'd already been there 3 times scoping shit out.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So there's like high jump, deep freeze. I think there was 3 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, so for him to say that there's a region of land that no human has ever laid eyes on, big as the United States and all that, after him and his posse have been down there like 3 times, like maybe if he said that after going down there once, or maybe even twice, but fuck, if you've been down there scouting out the area, mapping it, and there's still something like that never been seen, like hold on, you've been...
Yeah, because that would put him on the other side of the ball, all the way into like halfway into the Indian Ocean. So you just take that distance that much further out, sideways, and and so you're talking like 3,000 miles is what the U.S. is. So they probably know that because they probably explored it. A distance that far, but who knows? Like, then you have all this weird stuff that came into it, where they like tried to muddy the waters, where they have all this wacky stuff come out about the supposed diary, and then some people get that stuff mixed up, and I would suggest people be careful because sometimes they're mixing up what happened in the North. Or what supposedly happened in the North, which looks like a good sci-fi novel, maybe. It's really strange stuff. And then he goes to the South, you know. And so, I don't know. Pretty bizarre stuff, but like if you think about all that stuff was happening all at the same time, the Cold War, and then all of this other stuff. Then them allowing in the middle, at the very beginning of the Cold War, actually, in the early allowing the Russia to shoot nukes up as well as the U.S., hundreds of them.
Hey, let me come in here with something real quick. Attention on deck.
Attention on deck.
Got that shit right.
What is your profession?
Damn straight. What's going on, QE?
Nothing, just hanging out, winding up the night.
Ah. Looking for a fight, huh?
No, I was in here earlier just checking it out. No, I was just doing some other stuff and kind of died an hour ago, so I left and I said, I wonder if anyone's back in there, and I seen you guys in there, so.
Yeah, we're usually just hanging around, trying to corral all the speculations to Speculation Sunday so that they don't scattergun throughout the week.
So when does it start and when does it end? On
12 midnight, beginning Saturday night, Sunday morning, 12 midnight, then all the way to 12 midnight again.
Eastern?
Yeah, we'll keep it to the States.
So Eastern, so that time's about fucking.
You got 7 minutes, folks. Get it out.
Yeah, 7 minutes.
And then,
not according to my clock.
We're on Eastern time though, East Coast. But yeah, I mean, you guys were talking about the Antarctica and all that stuff, but whatever. I don't know. I wasn't here most of the day, so I wasn't privy to any of the conversations. We had Deck come in earlier. He's a freaking weirdo. It was much earlier, like in the morning, so he respawned, of course, with his feigned ignorance of like, oh, nobody's talked to me about the geometric horizon. I had to call him out on that because he's been in here like 3 or 4 times on the very same subject. And even if that was the case, they still painstakingly went through it again with him today. And he still went away saying that he was not convinced and whatnot. So I'm pretty sure he'll respawn again. He's only content at this point. There's nothing there with that guy.
I mean, you try to resort to like, well, if your flat Earth model could make the same predictions that our model predicts, then I would be more like, dude.
No, let's see the model.
Bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, I thought Elijah did a very good job with him this morning. Shout out to Elijah.
I would say the theme for this week, and it seems like more often than not, they're coming in here saying, well, it works. That's why it's a globe. Well, what works? Yeah. What works? Yeah. The model. What model? And we persist. What model? What do you got? Present it. Well, the globe. No, I don't know. You're going to have to present that shit. Like, what is it? Like, it's exhausting in one sense, but at the same time, I mean, these guys, it seems like they're cut from the same piece of cloth. It's nothing new for these guys. It's just the same old, as you might put it, rank and file baltards.
No, that's skank and file.
Skank and file.
Does that NPC mean?
Well, I mean,
nah, they're just Dunning-Kruger retards.
I don't know what it is. They're the same guys, the same ones. They're not different. I don't know.
It's called Dunning-Kruger, and then they're on top of that is retard.
They have a lot of syndromes. I've been trying to get my Dr. House on, but they do have a lot of syndromes, and I think one of them I've dubbed one of 2 ways. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, or you could call it flat earthers can't be right syndromes. Like, they have an issue with us being correct at the end of the day.
I tell you,
getting it wrong somehow.
Doesn't
flat Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Flat Earth derangement syndrome.
No, Dunning-Kruger retards. All the other are ancillary or comorbidities.
All right, gotcha. I got you.
I tell you what. ITR, the astrophysicist, student of a PhD, freaking bullets, man. Because every single time he's on, you're off, and then you miss him by, like, I would say a couple of hours. He's been, yeah, he's been frequenting this server because he's I don't know. We really got it to him, so we got to him, and we're right now in his head. So he's got to come in here and see what he can do about proclaiming his protoplanetary garbage that he starts talking about, exoplanets and shit. And so, yeah, he's been really lucky he hasn't come in here when you're here. I'll be honest with you. It's like, boy, I tell you what, man. If Huey would just listen to what he was saying, oh, it would be so done. Indio said too. He's got his number as well. The next time he comes in here, his goose is gonna be cooked. Indio's like, just wait. Next time, he goes, he let him go actually like twice because he wanted the rest of the people here to get a little bit of contact. He's like, next time he belongs to me. So I've been itching to wait till he comes back in here. Well, I already ran him through the 3 points, so he doesn't know anything. Curvature, axle rotation, gas pressure, nothing. So I mean, he's really just like, yeah.
Done. Cooked goose. So yeah, come on in and tell us some more about those whatevers.
Exoplanets. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Canadian astronomers discovered a new planet covered in volcanoes.
How many pixels did that take?
Yeah.
Somebody stood in front of the telescope with a lot of acne.
Yes, and Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
Like somebody's in a basement somewhere thinking up these ideas.
The sad part about this whole thing is that he's getting paid for this, man. Funded even.
Elon Musk says he invented AI. Zany Space News said without him, AI never would have been invented. Scientists now confirm that the Milky Way galaxy is flat.
I think he funded it.
Yeah, he said he picked the guy that he knew was going to make it happen and then funded him. So he said without him, it never would have happened.
Now 1 minute left for Speculation Sunday.
Did the rocket fire? I didn't even look after this morning. The one I was going to send the Saudi Arabians to the ISS.
Yeah, we watched it before.
Did it go on? Did it take off?
Yeah, went up.
Oh, okay.
We watched all the footage.
Yeah, I saw it was scheduled, and I just never tuned in. I'm like, whatever.
Same old shit.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm surprised when it actually takes off now. They get canceled more often than not, or they blow up.
Yeah, look at this. We got another rat too.
How's everything going over there in FED, QE? Got some new people over there, same old crowd?
They're just reviewing videos, older videos from knuckle draggers. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl now.
50's back. I can't. What was his original name? I forgot the other day, and then he said he didn't use anything else original.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Yeah. Well, I can't remember though. What did everyone recall what his name was before he started the 50 facts thing?
I've always known him as 50.
Oh, okay.
So we are getting out there on social media. There's Alex was helping out put the link to this Discord. We're getting some more of these new ballers coming in here, and possibly some other servers that we're doing some cross server, like people that are going over there to we're going to their server, they're coming to ours, and so we're doing a little bit of like expanding in that way. Hopefully we'll get some fresh bodies in here instead of the same old. Kind of stir it up a little bit. I know TikTok's actually boosting with the algorithm, favoring Flat Earth at the moment. I don't know for what reason, but we might take advantage of that.
So Timbo, you're telling us nobody inspects those crafts before liftoff for any foreign objects or anything, so those mice are just having free trips, no problem?
No, they're space rodents, bro.
Oh, fuck.
I can't believe we caught exactly the same thing, but this time it looks like they've put something mechanical there, so they could discredit the last one, I presume, because it looks exactly the same, but kind of looks more mechanical. Just click on it. It's only like a 10-second video or something. I saw it while it was live.
A new one? I'm sorry, is that a new one?
That's this morning. Yeah, it's this morning's one. Oh, this morning for me. So this afternoon's one for you.
And they still got a rat. That's freaking crazy.
All right, looks like Speculation Sunday is officially over. Appreciate you guys.
Not gonna lie, I had fun. This was my first one. First one speculating.
Yeah, there were some people that were itching to get some content in today, so I'm pretty sure they came in here and did what they did.
Well, we had the server shut off for a while too, talking about some things.
Has the Django come back into the server?
Also.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I invited him back in. He was in debate or lobby. I told him to come back in, but he didn't want to.
Was he done now? He doesn't want to come back in and challenge more topics?
It looks like he prefers arguing by text.
I see.
We chatted with him the other night with Owlishness and I-Tier. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Oh, it was great.
He was trying to let her speak for them the last time I dipped out.
This is the reason why I was telling QE that he just missed I-Tier. But he
we smashed him on Parallax. We got him on Parallax.
And you held him to the cosmic distance ladder. That's what you guys were holding him to. Was it you and CB? Timbo? Who else was in there?
I was just holding
that was Kim.
The distance of the sun.
Yeah, you guys didn't
let him go.
The Django was trying to interject, Owlishness was trying to interject, and they were trying to run interference. Meanwhile, you had him on that point, and it was you had to mute, I think, the Django.
Oh, I threatened to.
Or
he didn't.
Was it Owlishness?
We just went quiet. Yeah, we muted Owlishness. I think she was drunk anyway. She seemed to be drunk. She's lost the plot. I used to think she was quite sensible.
Well, she used to be,
I was thinking
not
that
anymore.
Unless she
Hey, we
was
got
a
somebody-
little bit inebriated. But
We got somebody new in the chat. Nixo, or what is his name? Anybody see him? I'm on the move right now, so somebody might want to mute him.
oh, there. An extra.
They got a listening pass from a while ago.
Oh yeah, let's unmute him.
He's listening.
An extra.
Just in the chat said they were listening.
Oh, he muted his mic back.
Anyone see the latest news about this Blue Origin? They won the contract to make the lunar lander.
Really?
Yeah, and they called it Blue Moon. Now, who grew up? I mean, I'm only how old am I? 38. Blue Moon to me reminds me of Greece. Who remembers what Blue Moon was in Greece?
Blue Moon. It was a Mooney. Yeah, well they put their pants down.
On TV or something, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's what they're calling it now. The Blue Moon. The lunar lander is going to be called Blue Moon, or is called Blue Moon, that they're making, and it's got a payload written on the side of it. So they're putting something in there, that's for sure.
A Jeep with a deck chair.
Blue Moon. Surely, I don't know. Having a laugh.
Yeah, the rocket launch went up. It was all in kilometers as well this time. It got up to
What was that
27,000. The SpaceX launch.
Oh, okay. Where were they going?
Nowhere.
To the
Then you go in. When was it supposed to be like 4 civilians or something? Yeah.
Oh, there were people on board.
Yeah. They didn't. They just looked like they were sitting in a lounge room or something. Cameras weren't shaking. Nothing.
I do know what a blue moon is. They call it a blue moon because it happens that you get 2 full moons in one month. Yeah, so that's basically what they call it.
Yeah, Bob.
I thought you were gonna say Blue Moon because of the beer.
It's like 6 o'clock.
I was.
Hilly already drunk. You making it awkward, bro.
I'm not making it awkward. You motherfuckers are making it awkward, and if you don't know what a fucking blue moon is.
I was born on a blue moon.
I love it. I love you guys. I'm just listening.
Serious.
Continue, gentlemen.
But they so they went up, and there was all in one. There was curved Earth, flat Earth, and concave Earth.
Nice. They had nothing strapped to their faces just in case they vomited all over themselves. They just went up there and
at all.
Smile on their face.
Yep, they were just cruising, mate.
Hey, above the earth, welcome to the server. I know you don't have any roles, but welcome. And also, Anixtro, welcome. I believe you don't want to talk, though, so that's fine. But above the earth, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
You've got control of your mic. You're speaking to Flatsy.
Above the earth, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah, you unmuted above. Okay. Yeah, above the earth, you have control of your mic if you want to say hello.
Cool. I'm just going to.
What did they go? Did they actually go to the ISS, or this is just a test flight?
No, they just did an orbit.
An orbit? They went all the way around and back again.
I don't know. They cut it out after 15 minutes. They stopped the footage.
How many
stage
cuts
one
did you
rocket? Oh, yeah. Well, most of it was just so you know the camera that shines back at the booster.
Yeah,
it was just like that the whole time. And then they had a camera on the main rocket, and then one on stage one rocket, as the stage one rocket went back to Earth.
And these people
landed in exactly the same spot that it was took off from.
People just smiling the whole time.
Yeah, you couldn't really see their faces, but they looked pretty relaxed.
Didn't they have
one guy was even
2 weeks ago?
Not sure, man.
What?
But one guy was even just moving his head around. I'm thinking, if you're accelerating at that speed, there's no chance you're moving your head around. Like their heads weren't strapped in or nothing. Yeah, if you look at Formula One drivers, their heads are like strapped in. They can't move their necks, you know. These guys are like cruising, sitting back on a couch with a helmet on.
Yeah, and so today's the 22nd. Only a month ago, SpaceX had a rocket that blew up. And these people have big balls if they getting on a rocket.
That was a successful mission, sir. That was a successful blow up.
Didn't they say, "Oh, this is the rocket we'll be going to Mars in"? Boom.
That's crock of shit, man. As if anyone would get on that right now. This is ridiculous.
No chance.
Rocket long.
You know, and then the Globers will go, "Oh, see, look, you can see the curvature." And you go, "Yeah, okay. Well, what about when it looks flat and when it looks concaved? What is it then?"
Yeah.
Oh, that's just camera effects. So what is it when it's curved? Oh, that's the real lens. Come on, idiot.
Two hours ago. Oh, now they got green shit coming out the bottom of the rocket too. What's that all about?
Yeah, I'll do a search. Miguel posted a heap of screenshots. I'll have a look.
NASA's trying to be eco-friendly. That's kind of their recent pledge to society.
Green flames are better for the environment, I think.
Yeah, they got to go green. Mm-hmm.
If one rocket probably used produced enough carbon that the whole of the United States in one rocket.
Shh, you're not supposed to tell them that.
It's made from alfoil as well. I don't know if you've seen the other part where it's landing again. There's all this basically aluminium foil just flapping around.
Yeah, there was. It looks funny because the foil looked like the inside of the wine bags, the wine boxes with that bladder. Yeah, look at the curvature on the horizon on that photo.
Yeah, I'm looking at the SpaceX Twitter.
Yeah, there was a couple of goon bags wrapped around the rocket. You know, it's flapping around at 27,000 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
Have a look in the live stream voice text at the curved horizon before they took off.
Oh, that's even before. Oh, that's from okay.
Yeah, that's from one of the cranes or one of the.
Next to it. Oh man, this stuff's crazy. I want to see the people in there. Oh, they're wearing like a head suit thing.
Yeah, but one of the guys on the right hand side, he was moving his head around when they were accelerating. I think they accelerated like 500 miles per minute or something like that. Not 500. It's like it, and they're just civilians. Like these fighter jet fighter pilots, they go through years and years of training so they don't black out during G-forces.
Yeah.
Well, what are these guys doing, you know? Just, oh yeah, I'm just going to go up in the rocket.
They're from Saudi Arabia, the other ones?
I'm not sure. I didn't.
The sun-kissed looking people. Yeah, they've got their flag on the side with the Arabic writing and the sword and everything. Interesting.
Oh, look at this one. Flat on the left, really curved on the right. Is that the same Earth?
Yeah, the weird thing is, like, I mean, say it's CGI or whatever as well, but like, they still do that sort of dumb shit. You'd think they would.
I think they do it on purpose so you can't call them out. They go, yeah, of course, it's a GoPro or a wide-angle lens. It's going to distort from round to flat. And then they can just say, well, it's...
Allegedly.
It is curved, but because of the lens, it makes it look flat and convex and concave. And then they don't need to bother about it because everyone just goes, oh, that's just a lensing effect. And that cancels out the argument of the flat earthers. Because what can you argue at this stage? Yeah, a rocket goes up. Yeah, where does it go? I don't know. Like there is a rocket that goes up. What happens to it? Is that footage when it's up there? Is that just a plane with a wide angle lens? Who knows? Could be. It doesn't actually look that high up. If you flatten it out, it just looks like a dark in the screen, and then there's a Earth underneath it. You know.
That's weird. How do I share this?
You just have to copy.
There's a video on Twitter that I want to put.
Yeah, you should be able to copy the link and then chuck it in the live stream.
Yeah, copy link. See if I have to click it though for it to work. This is probably picking on something that's not even the real thing, but there's this. If you watch that video, there's this like stage separation.
Yeah, the stage 1 rocket.
Yeah, it's this weird sort of circle thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
There's this lens flare. See how there's a lens flare on the left?
On the left, that's the Earth.
The lens flare on the inside of that circle thing.
Oh yeah. I see. Then it's like a semicircle, yeah.
It moves away and gets brighter with the actual. It just doesn't. I don't know. Something about that doesn't. It just looks odd to me. It doesn't make any sense.
It's the sun, mate. Come on.
Yeah. Doesn't make sense. I don't know. Something there to pick on. Someone who's a videographer would pick on that easy.
And why is the Earth concave? You know?
Good question. Yeah, exactly. That's another example of it looking retarded.
And then why does the Earth turn white? It's blue and then it turns white. Did you see the speed on that video?
No, I didn't see it.
27,000 kilometers, and they're 200 kilometers up. And look how it just kind of drifts away.
Oh yeah.
How do they
so
get?
at that point is 27,000, and they've let that they've
Kilometers per
jettisoned
hour.
that. Why isn't that going away much quicker? Yeah.
It's all relative, mate.
It's all relative. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, how do they get back? Did the SpaceX come down in a parachute, or is that the other one?
Well, that's why they do it 10 days, because the news cycle's from Monday to Friday. So by then they don't have to talk about it. It's all good. No, yeah, that is a good question, though. What are they going to... Big parachute or some shit?
Yeah, and it's pretty good maths for them to land back. Where do they land? They land in the desert like everyone else? Or?
Yeah, I wonder.
And how do they control the trajectory of a rocket? Like to go into orbit at a certain latitude so they can come back to the place where they come down. Like, I don't know if anyone else has seen a rocket. Like, how do they control where it's going? I don't know, man. Too much.
Yeah, no, I know. Wondering what they're going to do for 10 days.
Are they up there for 10 days?
I think that's what I read. Let me find it.
And that's funny. Like, it's separated from second stage. Yeah, it just looks like does that look like a rocket? Looks like a piece of glass. Yeah.
Yeah, 10 days in orbit. Expanding to low Earth orbit, AX2.
Ten days in orbit.
I don't know.
That's crazy. Because it doesn't look that big in there. Hopefully they got good toilet facilities.
Hope she's not wearing a hijab.
No?
No.
Must be a liberal.
He's in that photo. Hope she's not driving. Hope it's autopilot.
Get arrested.
Not breaking laws.
The boots, Platter said. Yeah, I know. They're remember the old "come fuck me" boots? Like that the girls used to wear. Big long boots. That's what they look like they're wearing.
Actually, wearing a hijab in space makes a lot of sense compared to
get your hair in.
The hair fluffing around and floating into you while you're trying to eat and stuff.
Yeah, and then they don't have to use so much hairspray either.
Yeah, it's exactly easier for the CGI.
Wonder if they'll show us any live feed or probably not.
They don't seem to have access to anything. Like in
that's what I was saying.
They're sitting in those seats, just trusting this computer, right? But you'd think
they're not controlling it.
Override or something there to say, "Hey, something's going wrong." Like a month ago, one of your things blew up. So,
well, they're just playing with pencils. She's just playing with a pen. That's it.
Weird.
It's so cheesy. Like I can't stop watching that video. The blonde girl and the guy sitting there, wow, and then everyone starts clapping. I always wondered how they know how high they are as well, because the only way you can tell how high you are is with barometric pressure readings. So once you get past a certain height, there wouldn't be any readings, so you wouldn't know how high you were.
I'd imagine they'd say something like they ping satellites, and depending on the response time, triangulate or whatever. Like,
yeah, and speed. How they getting speed too? They're going to say the same thing, aren't they?
Relative to the ping.
Because the only way you can get speed is from wind speed. You can't get ground speed. And if there's no wind, then you're actually going zero. You know? You're on zero.
The most annoying thing is there's no info. Like, you try to find any complete article, it's just all scattered everywhere, bullshit.
Yeah,
like
little snippets, videos.
Specifically what they're doing. Hang on, here's some info. So they're saying that AX2, which is this one, is the second of several proposed Axiom space missions to the ISS, and a critical first step along the journey towards Axiom Station, the world's first commercial space station. Have you heard of that before?
No. Are they going to... Well, they were talking about bringing the other space station down, weren't they? So is this going to be the new thing?
Well, there's so many stray pubes flying around in the ISS, they have to bring it down because it's becoming a bit disgusting. They can't drink their urine coffee without a stray pube going in their face.
Yeah.
Axiom Hab 1. Axiom Space. What the fuck is Axiom Space? Where did this come out of? Sometimes I feel like this like a Mandela shit can be.
It's just made up. People just go, oh yeah, Axiom Space. And then they just don't even look at it.
Sci-fi writers.
Or just repeat it. Oh, it's part of the Axiom Spacewalk. Or the Axiom Space Station. Commercial space station.
Construction is underway.
What are they going to do?
Axiom
Construction
space.
is underway.
Yeah, that's what it's all saying.
In space or on the ground?
A room with the view. Visionary creator had one theme in mind when designing the crew accommodations: multi-directional freedom, unobstructed views of our home planet. Let's see if you can pronounce these names. I'm going to put a screenshot of the visionaries.
Why? Because of my Arab background?
Do you have an Arab background?
No.
Philippe. I'm going to assume it's Stark.
It's got to be Stark.
So he's Iron Man.
Suffredini.
Suffredini. Suffredini.
It's Stark? Is that like, are they taking the piss out of us with Iron Man or what?
Where do these guys come from?
So is that a picture with... So what are they making? A space hotel?
Yeah, these are the Axiom guys.
Looks like a scam. Look at the padded walls. It's a jail cell.
Yeah, you have to be... It's for your own protection, right? Just in case a pocket of gravity comes and smacks you against the wall.
Pocket of gravity. The thing is, you probably look into those guys, you probably won't find anything at all.
Oh. Suffredini. Let's have a look.
Google them separately. Because if you Google them together, they'll come up as this. But I think if you do it separately... Oh, that's the crew accommodation. Multi-directional freedom. The egg-like structure symbolises nest-like comfort, complete with unobstructed views of our home planet. The first such place for humans to truly contemplate our place in the cosmos. Can't believe people fall for this shit. Oh, well, I did.
I think the new second private mission. I don't know. I'm wrong. Oh, they're the guys who made that new black space suit as well.
Yeah, these two guys?
Oh, their company, whatever their company is.
Yeah.
They're making the new one.
Trying to look cool. Throw a bit of diversity in there.
They don't have a zip in the front, so they just have to piss their pants when they need to go. The other one's a bit more advanced. You could whip it out at least.
Did you see the new photograph?
The really long one, the 600-mile thingy.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. I heard it talked about this morning, but yeah, I haven't seen it.
I haven't watched the video yet. I was going to watch it tonight. Well, they're already saying it's clouds, I think. Is that right, Flatsy? He's saying that sun hadn't set in Crete at the time of the observation. Well, obviously the sun had set because it's there.
Well, it's set in Israel behind Crete due to perspective. Nobody would even think to say that it would be setting at the exact same time in Crete.
No, because it's 600 miles away.
Exactly. Of course it wasn't. I mean, it was probably in the setting, but it wasn't setting at the same rate. Of course it wouldn't be.
Yeah, what kind of stupid shit is that?
Exactly.
You can see it setting behind whatever, even if it is or it isn't, you can see something there.
The person making the observation was using the sunset and perspective to get the shot.
Yeah, as a backlight.
Doesn't matter where it was setting, it does matter where it was setting for him from his observation, but it doesn't matter if it was setting or not at the same rate in Crete. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. It's still backlighting something. Oh, that's the only way you would see it anyway. Couldn't see it any other way.
It was a very well done observation. He did a great job.
Did you watch the video? I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, it was really done very well. It's like he did move it over to get away from that oil rig. Like he didn't take that into account at first, but either way, man, it was a great observation. To have to fix that on the fly, he did such a great job.
There's an oil rig there, is there, in front of the camera?
Well, he didn't know that at the time until he started doing the observation. He adjusted accordingly, though. It was fine.
Common theme, oil rigs. Why do these anti-flat earthers just argue just for the sake of arguing? Or you can't have seen it because it's a globe. That's it. You can't have. Because we've got a radius of 3959, so it's impossible. You're just seeing clouds that look like Crete in the direction of Crete. Even if they do debunk it, we've still got the other ones anyway. Even if, it becomes inconclusive or whatever.
If you check out the video, there is no debunking it. They show you the silhouette of what it would look like behind the sunset next to it. And then
and you can't get clouds that form exactly like the mountains of Crete, yeah?
Well, the clouds, man, you can see what are the clouds and what are the mountains. It's easy. They can try to skirt around it, but you know that they will. They'll grasp at any straws they can, but as if we needed more proof that the Earth is flat. We already know, but
yeah, they're going to have to change the refraction rate now too.
That's right. Well, no, because the refraction is already, it accounts for being able to see your own ass around the globe. So
yeah, true. Yeah. What's it supposed to be under? Like 63 miles or something, was it? Or am I being...
What?
That was way too much. What's the dip? What's it supposed to be under the horizon? Crete? Can you remember?
Oh, man. Hold on.
That's alright. If you haven't got it, I'll watch it
I'm surprised that I can't remember because I've got such a good memory. And
is it closer to 9 miles?
I remember that they gave you a description of a tower and how many towers, and I can't even remember the number of towers that it would be.
But it's a ridiculous amount, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's a ridiculous amount. Yes. Man, I can't remember. I'm so sorry. Hold on, I'll go find out. It's gonna bug me that I don't know.
Just getting in on the rocket launching bullshittery. We've got our own thing, do you know? I just found it today. Called the Gilmore Space.
What? What's this, a program? An Australian program or something? Or?
Space.com. So Elon has the SpaceX, and this guy's got G Space. He's hitting the G. And apparently they're going to launch later this year, before the end of the year, something. And they've got our lovely, beautiful Prime Minister's face all over it.
Oh, God. Let's launch Australia.
45.5 miles.
What?
Is how much that should be, the hidden height should be. Like it's 240, or wait, hold on, 24,197 feet of hidden height, which would be like 45.5, I think is what he said. I was trying to listen. I'm on my phone, so
Crazy.
When you guys were talking, I kept trying to pause and play it when you weren't, and I kept missing like a good little margin to hear it. So it took me a second. Sorry.
All right, thanks for that.
Yeah, you got it.
Watch again.
Hey, Systems, are you still on that Australian space page?
Yeah, I'm just fucking around with it. I'm just looking at it.
Have you seen the Cube?
Cube?
Yeah, have a look at this.
I want to show you this too. This is retarded. This is how we launch this is how we test our rockets. Show you a picture of a YouTube clip. But yeah, I saw a picture of that and I sort of just went straight past it.
Yeah, it's like the Borg, in space, in Star Trek.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because look at this picture I've posted. This is how we test our rockets. We just get an old shipping container and we put a rocket in it and we just fire it off and, Aussie Outback styles. Where do they come up with this shit?
What are you looking at?
It's a YouTube clip of their rocket test that happened this year, or a year ago, sorry.
In Australia.
In Australia, mate, a year ago. Here's another picture of it from the video.
There's a shipping container there. What's that all about?
A shipping container with some whirlybirds on there to get rid of the heat. And then this camera is set up right near it. Like, how is this rocket going to be close?
It's just a flamethrower. It's in a shipping container.
Probably shipped direct from China and just launch it. Look how close the camera is and all these plastics and stuff. Here's another photo of how. Check this out, how close these plastics are to this flame. And it's meant to have enough energy to be able to send satellites into space. Yeah, this
looks pretty small, doesn't it? The rocket flame.
How close those safety things are. They're made of rubber. Yeah, man.
They've got the traffic. They got the traffic cones there too.
That's what I'm saying. It's strong. Rocket's meant to be,
That's dumb, man.
Cost-effective and greener alternative to traditional liquid and solid propulsion rockets.
Greener. They're so full of shit.
I'm gonna turn in early tonight, guys. You have a good one.
No worries.
See you, Flatsy. All the best. See you soon.
Yeah, I love you guys.
Thanks for that advice today, too.
Oh, yeah, you
Had a
got
good
it.
sleep.
Buddy. Awesome.
Thank you.
You got it. Bye.
This is such a terribly built website too. You'd think they'd have a budget, better budget. Heretic posting. Jesse Gordon. Baffles me how they come out and they say like Australia's first, the first Australian-made rocket, blah blah blah, this sort of stuff. Like they're proud, but we don't even build our own cars.
We don't manufacture anything anymore.
Yeah, I mean you can get like. I think the last thing I got that was Australian made was it was like a garbage bin just made out of plastic. Actually says Australian made on the side of it, which is cool. I like the thing obviously, and I'm glad it was made here. But yeah, we don't make anything anymore. At least with Toyota, we used to assemble the cars here at the very least. You know, get a couple parts made here as well.
Yeah, we still make parts. Still make car parts.
Oh, we do?
Yeah. In Broadmeadows in Melbourne, they make Toyota parts, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
And I think, I'm not sure about Geelong still making Ford parts down there. I know they don't make any vehicles down there anymore, but I'm pretty sure they still make car parts. Don't hold me to that, though.
Yeah, it's pretty rare when you see something coming out of here.
Yeah, which is silly because we've got all the factories to do it, just sitting there doing nothing. It's like the timber. Did I tell you about the timber mills? We've got all these timber mills in Victoria just sitting there idle. So what we do is we cut down all our pine trees. I'm sure it's the same with you guys. Cut down all the pine trees, we send them to Indonesia, get them milled, and then ship them back here. It's pretty dumb, isn't it?
That can't be cheaper. How can that be cheaper?
You know what it's all about, though? About cutting the carbon emissions. That's all.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So they just ship it off to a different country and they can deal with their own carbon emissions. As long as Australia is not producing any, then we keep our carbon emissions down and we claim that we've cut carbon emissions by 50% in the last 10 years. And they all go hallelujah. And then everything's triple the price that it was 10 years ago and happy days.
Yeah.
'Cause that's like the Nissans and that. I think they're all made. Most of those are made in Thailand. Now,
yeah, you get a fair bit of cars coming out of those areas now instead of actually Japan. You buy a Japanese car. So
I'm pretty sure the Volkswagens are made there too, aren't they?
My car came out of Germany.
It did.
There's a specific plant that they make Passats out of, and mine's like a big version of that. But my wife's car, which is a T-Roc, and that's basically a Golf on stilts, four-wheel drive.
Yeah, I like them. They look nice.
Hers came out of some South American country, I think. Where do they? Portugal.
It would have to be Brazil. Portugal's next to Spain.
Yeah. It came out of Portugal. So yeah, and I thought that was interesting, like because that must be where most of the Golfs come from, unless they're from Wolfsburg themselves. But yeah, I like her car. It's nice. It's a fun little car to drive.
Friends of ours have got one. No.
Which one did they get? Did they get the all-wheel drive one at least?
Sorry, I got a phone call.
No, you're good.
Yeah, they're nice little cars. Little zippy things, yeah.
Yeah. Pretty capable for an all-wheel drive little thing. The height's not very good, obviously, but I wouldn't call it off-roading, but I've driven off-road with it. So
yeah, like down a dirt road or something.
Wouldn't call it a road, but yeah, it's like something just on a farm sort of setting. But yeah, it's pretty
okay.
Pretty cool. I wish I bought, like I said the other day, I wish I bought something simple a couple of years ago when they were a decent price and stuff like that. But sort of.
Yeah. They've got to come back down, don't they? Second-hand cars. It's ridiculous.
Who knows?
So got things like those the new Ford what's the sedan version of the Everest, yeah. So they're like 80 grand.
Yeah, screw that.
Second-hand ones. So people are buying them and putting up for sale for like 100 grand. Because there's a 1-year waiting list at the moment.
Yeah. They're not worth it though.
Nah, it's just a Ford, man.
Yeah.
What are they up around, like you're talking about Land Cruisers, it's in the same category.
Yeah. And you spend that much money and then you drive past a tree with a branch hanging off the side and you scratch the side of it and you're crying because your big tough car's gotten a big scratch on it. It's 100K and it's just stupid.
Yeah, you're not taking it off road, are you?
It's dumb. Like at that stage, you might as well just buy an
old car,
an SUV. Like they're not taking them off road. That's for sure.
Yeah, and they get them in jet black and stuff. As soon as you go off road in that, mate, it's scratched.
Oh, yeah. My wife, T-Roc's black. We bought it before we bought the farm.
Yeah,
and I regret it. Like I love the car and all that, but yeah. It gets dirty.
We're not being told to put it back on topic, are we? No. All right. No one's listening to us anyway. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my old car. I was thinking the other day, if the engine packs it in, I might just put another engine in it.
Why not?
It's set up the way I want it, and it doesn't matter if it gets scratched. Because that's what it's made for. Like, I've got it for what it's made for. So, you got to go out. Like, have you seen the new Isuzu MUXs? They're really nice cars.
Yeah, I like the look of them.
Fucking 70 grand, mate.
Oh, yeah. I need to do something soon, but
it's crazy.
I'm not in a position to spend some cash on that. But
I wouldn't even bother, man. Just keep your car running, keep it for another 10 years, and
the problem is I need something because we, like I said, we go to the farm and we take my
you
wife's
want a 4-wheel drive or something, yeah?
We take the P-Rock with the 3 kids in the back. They're little, so it doesn't matter. But
yeah. What about getting an old Land Cruiser?
Oh, I'd love to, but I also don't want something with a legacy where I have to fix things and then they're selling it because they're over it. Sort of like I'm a bit. So I don't know.
You got to find something off an old couple.
I'm thinking
that hasn't had anything done to it. Still got the original wheels on it, and it's got leather interior. It's clean as fuck.
Yeah, that's what I need. I need something, but I just got so much I want to buy. Like, I want to buy a side by side. I want to buy guns. I want to buy everything. Like, so this is just I want more chainsaw. Oh, like a what do they call it? Like a Polaris, like a Polaris with the 2 seats.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah,
so
like a mud buggy thing.
Yeah, like a buggy. So there's so much I need to get. I don't have the money. But I'd love to get. I want to buy a camera, so I want to do my own actual long distance observations as well. But I keep kicking the can down the road and not actually doing
thinking about what to get. Yeah.
Yeah, there's one. I don't want a P900 or 1000. They're too big.
I've got a Sony. Wait, let me get it out. A6000.
A6000.
That's the
mirrorless. Yeah.
Mirrorless digital.
Oh shit! You got the same camera that Jay Tolan's got.
Yeah, but I don't have those. I've got some good lens for photography, but I don't have any really good long distance ones.
Wait, and he's got the. Have you put the IR filter on that?
No, I haven't done any of that yet.
Oh, you got to just at least get an IR filter. I don't think they're too crazy expensive, but
everything is expensive. I think they're about $50. You just put a lens over. It's just a filter lens over the top.
Yeah, it's just like regular.
Yeah, on these lenses with the Sony, it's like a multi, so you can use all different lenses with them.
Right.
So you don't have to stick to Sony lenses.
Dude, they shoot pictures with those cameras, dude. What's the chip size is what, like 26 megapixel or something?
I don't know enough about it, man. I've just used it.
Too. $1,200. Wow.
Oh, they're pricey, dude. I mean, they're outrageous. Let me look at the specs on that, huh?
I've only used it really for take photos of old buildings and stuff like that.
A6000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, not the 600. 6,000. Oh shit! Come on.
Shit, yeah. I can't afford anything like that. That's nice, man. That's good. But once you've got it, you've got it. It's going to last a long time.
It is like 5 years old, I think. So
yeah.
But I've got I got 3 good lenses. I'm saving up to buy a long distance lens, and then I'm set.
That'd be mad, man.
Because I want to go up. We've got a place called Sky High. There's a mountain behind Melbourne, and last time I went up there, I could see everything. I could see all the way down the Surf Coast and everything. So I've got to get the heights and then put an IR lens on, and I want to see if I can see what land, what juts I can pick out, what points on the ocean, because you can see all the way out of the bay. past Geelong, all the way down to Torquay. So,
see China from there.
yeah. If the Earth is flat, see China.
24.3 megapixels.
It takes great photos, and it's got really good auto settings as well. Like, you don't even hardly ever need to change it. You can just change the lighting a bit, like lift up the lighting a bit, and then all the automatic focuses. It's really good. It's an impressive camera.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. So you can take pictures from that and then look at them right on your smartphone.
Yeah, it's got an app that just sends it to your phone.
Like a Wi-Fi thing. Yeah.
Yeah, automatic. Yeah.
The P900 does that too, but I never hooked it up, man. I think it didn't like it because I had a Apple iPhone. So yeah, that's a great camera, man. They shoot movies with those things, man. Yeah, they're serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're super.
And it's light too. It's like the body of it's really small.
Mm-hmm.
So you can just carry it around. You can just put a decent lens on it. You can just carry it around, and it's nice and light and doesn't I know the P900's big, isn't it?
It's not bad compared to the P1000. Now the P1000's stupid, man. It's like carrying around. It's like carrying around a couple of bricks, man. It's it's not good, man. Yeah, I don't like that camera. I played around with one for a day. I was like, nah, I like that. Because if it had a better chip in it, I'd be like, okay, yeah. If it had like a 24 megapixel chip, I'd be all in, man. But it doesn't. It's got the same chip I got in my P900.
But the zoom's better, than a big zoom lens on the Sony. The zoom's better on the P1000 or the P900.
But the zoom is all digital, so it doesn't really matter. So I could take the same picture and then just zoom in on it in Photoshop, and it's the same thing, man. It's no different.
Yeah, okay.
Extra all digital.
Not all of it, but I mean, like the really, when you're really zoomed in, it's all digital.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so you get a zoom lens, and then you zoom in from the photo that you've taken with the zoom lens.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Same thing, yeah. I mean, you only get so much zoom, and then, which is a lot. You get a lot, and then it goes. The rest, like the last third of it, is all digital. Yeah. It shows a little line on there when you zoom in where it's just optical, and then you'll see where it goes digital. It changes color from like yellow to blue or something like that. Anyway, great cameras. They're all great cameras. They're all good, man. It's just if you like a real heavy camera, the P1000, and there you go, get one. So this guy that took this picture yesterday, whatever, we got notified yesterday. The 619 mile. He had a totally different setup. I don't know what he's got, but apparently in the video there's a bunch of description about what he uses. And he says it only costs like $600. So
yeah, Whitsett was saying he was reeling off how much everything costs.
It's not that expensive. So there's another option.
The right place at the right time to take a mad photo.
There's also systems. There's lower ones as well. So there's a Sony A3600, I think it is.
Yeah.
Is that like a 60 times zoom or something?
No, it's a mirrorless.
It's just like the next one down. I think there's 3600, 5000, and 6000.
And it goes up. I think they got like the 9000 now.
Oh, do they?
Mm-hmm.
That's nuts. That must be worth heaps.
Yeah, it's expensive. Might be $5,000. I don't know. No, the mirrorless is interesting, man. There was a guy shooting a live telescope down in Florida, by the name of Take Back Space. His real name's Chris, but he was using the A600, A6400, A6000 or 6400, one of those.
Yeah.
He was putting it on like a 10-inch telescope, man, and zooming in on like, all these cool shit, man.
Also through the telescope lens.
Hey, he put the
telescope eyepiece.
Yeah, he put it right on the camera, got the camera mount for it and everything, and just put it on the.
There's also other ones you can do as well. Like they've got these little telescopes that you can put on your iPhone.
Right. Yeah, they got ones that are like 60 times zoom or some 50. I don't know.
Yeah.
They keep getting crazier and crazier. Yeah.
And they're relatively cheap as well.
Yeah. $200 the most.
Yeah. Yeah, the most for a good quality one. And just sticks to the back of your camera on your iPhone. And you can get a little tripod for your iPhone. And a remote and zoom it in.
All right. Jimbo's leaving us a clip cord. Got us some. He's got his 21 proofs that all this shit works on the globe, man. Wow. Sextant works on the globe. Sundial. Lighthouses. Plumb lines work on the globe. There you go. Railgun works on the globe. Railgun. Okay.
Railgun works on a globe?
Yeah.
From sea level?
I guess. From sea level, yeah.
How does that work?
I don't know, man. I would love him to come here and explain it to us how it works.
How does the laser level work fine on a globe?
I don't know, man. That's probably on the list. Here, hold on.
It is.
Oh, wait, he's got plumb lines on there. I thought in their model, plumb lines should be bent.
Right, the plumb lines need to bend. Accelerometers work on a globe, telescopes, binoculars, maps.
When has an accelerometer picked up the speed of Earth?
I don't know. Yeah. We got to get Jimbo in here, man. Explain all this.
The problem is Jimbo's going to have to find a really big globe to test this all on because we don't have one to test it on. So how does he know it works on a globe?
Well, you just say it works and then it works.
Yeah.
We got to get him in here, man. Come on, Jimbo. Don't be shy, man. Who's in the YouTube chat? Is he out there? My chance, maybe. I don't know. Let's take a look here.
So his first one is Bible scriptures. So he thinks our only proof of a flat Earth is Bible scriptures.
No, I don't know why he wrote that there, but everything else works on a globe. So I'm guessing he means Bible scriptures work on a globe.
Right, because there's one that says it's like flat, stationary, and that's in the Bible and shit,
Sun, moon, and stars work fine on a globe. Well, they don't work on a globe. They're in space.
We'll have to build a really big globe to be able to test them out.
Yeah. Your buddy, One Big Pond, he's upside down. He's out in the YouTube. That's it. Tonyan and Helio. Maya, Slow Mo Moon Buggy. Shouting you guys out, man. Sam M. Ball.
I like Slow Mo Moon Buggy. He's a nice bloke.
Sam M. You got yeah. Anyway, shouting you guys out. If you're out there, man, click the button, join the party, man. It's Sunday night, man. Got a couple hours of conspiracies left in me. Or speculations. Yeah, whatever, same thing. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I got my chores done, Timbo.
Oh, you did? I thought you came in and got told off for a bit there.
Yeah,
you disappeared in a hurry. I was like,
I gotta take care of this shit. Wife's coming home.
Slacking off.
I gotta hustle, man. Double time.
Yeah. Yep. Happy wife, happy life, mate.
No doubt about it.
Scared of doing a little bit of housework a bit of help around the house.
Yeah. I do a lot of it.
Sometimes I just say, yeah, you know what? You've had a hard day, just sit back and I'll cook dinner and clean up.
Yep.
And then you get lucky that night too.
Yeah. Light a few candles, put on some cool music, dim the lights. Yeah. Got it going on.
Put on some flat Earth videos.
Yeah. I told you so. Yeah. Hey, it's been cool having Alex hanging out a little bit, man. I was in here, I was listening yesterday for a minute. I was getting ready to go, man, and he pops in, man. He's like, hey, I want to run something by you guys, you know? He goes, I just got from this mega movie producer guy, and he wants to use my music in one of his new movies.
What, the Flat Earth music or his other music?
He wants to use, he goes, dude, I love your production. You do a great job. I mean, you know, we'll get together, we got more details, but he goes, here's the link to the movie I want to use it in. And here is the link. I'll give it to you guys here. Give me a second. Oh my God. It's a conspiracy movie. Oh shit, where did the link go? Fuck. I think I might have, oh, I didn't lose it. Anyway, I'll find it here. Here it is. You gotta watch the trailer. I think this is, the guy's name's Gerald Burnskill. And let me see if this thing plays here, if it is the right one.
Eyes on fire, Sam.
This is it. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and watch this trailer. But you know, he was asking us if we thought it was a good idea, and I'm going to ask you guys if you think it's a good idea. I've thought about it for a little over a day now, and you know, sometimes it's a really weird movie, man. It's this conspiracy guy. He's an arsonist. He looks totally crazy. He's out of control. He looks like a tweaker. I don't know, man. So go ahead, watch that trailer. Get back to me on that. Let me know what you guys think.
What did you think?
There's give and take. As long as he doesn't, I mean,
risky or what? Because you got to put a clause in there, don't you? You know, like.
See, these are the kinds of things that most of, you know, Miggy was in here. I think CB, maybe a couple other guys, you know, top pros that have been through all this bullshit and seen all the negative things that they can make us look really bad, right?
Yeah, just look at what they did on Netflix.
You know, Mark Sargent, they made him look horrible, right? It was disgusting. They made
they made a laughing stock of
Nathan Thompson was bad. There you go.
Made a laughing stock of the Flat Earth
right
convention or whatever when they put that on that news TV program.
So yeah,
it made it look like a heap of crazy people, lunatics, you know. Like,
well, over the years, I've met a couple of people, very, very few, maybe two, one for sure, that have come in here and goes, dude, I'm here because I watched this thing on Netflix. And I was like, really? Yeah. I've had a couple of them. Maybe you've had a couple. I don't know, but he goes,
they're always globers.
I didn't even know Flat Earth was a thing, man. I had no clue. So I just started looking into it, and here I am, you know. So, can it help? Yeah. Can it hurt? Yeah. But they can't hurt us any more than we've already been destroyed, man, with the globe and every classroom and everything, you know. I mean, I say yes, go for it. Plus, it might lead to some more stuff. He might get some, you know, some other gigs. I don't know. Yeah. But after thinking about it for a day, I'm like, yeah, I don't think I would go for it. I mean, he's not rich or anything. I mean, he's not like.
I wouldn't do it. I haven't watched the trailer yet, but I wouldn't do it. But it depends what music, though. Is it flat Earth music or is it something else?
He did say that he was going to go ahead and get some more details on how the music was going to be used. You know, was it just going to be some dude watching a YouTube video of his or something like that or what, you know? So he's going to get some details. I don't have all the details, but I thought it was an interesting thing that he brought it to us and he asked us and he's like, and it is made by the 33 Entertainment or something like that.
Oh, really?
I did clip that and I put that in the and then I just said interesting indeed. But yeah, it was 33 Entertainment so, or something like that, right? Here, I'll repost.
I'm about to flat smack my sister.
Level 33 Entertainment. My bad.
Oh no!
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm about to flat smack my sister. She's getting into you know that first stage when you start getting into aliens and like
UFOs and
you know Dolores Cannon. You know who that is?
I've heard of her. I think I've watched a couple videos over the years.
Talks about beings looking over us and them knowing the path for us and things like that. So she's like almost halfway there. She's watched all of Ancient Aliens and stuff like that, and I'm thinking, oh, is this ready? Is she ready for this transition to flat Earth or what? I'm gonna wait and see.
Anyway, if anybody watched the trailer, let me know what you think. Or it's only like a couple minutes long. It's not very long. I watched it straight away yesterday. Like what?
Level 33 Entertainment. It's gonna be a joke, doesn't it?
I had to fucking grab that. I'm like, whoa. Yeah,
it's got to be put there as a comedic kind of thing.
Oh, maybe. We'll see, man. I'm interested to see how this might play out. I would save all my communications with the guy and make sure that everything's good to go. I don't know. Maybe if somebody called me up and asked me to do something I would record everything, and every time I talk to him or whatever, I'd be all hit record, man. Yeah. So yeah, I've been interviewed by different, I don't know, media news, whatever, over the years, and each time they do it, man, I go, "Hey, I can live stream this real quick. Do you mind?" And they're all like, "Yeah, no." No. And they kind of leave me after that.
Yeah, you go. Just in case you cut it and make me look like an idiot, I need to live stream this.
I gotta live stream this. I need my crew here, man. Hold on. Yeah, they don't like that, man. You bust out a camera on their ass. They don't like that. So that's a really good defense. You guys can use that. Be good. So yeah, it's kind of, it's an exciting opportunity. I could see where you would, if you're, put thousands of hours of work together for music and everything, that you would, be excited that somebody wants to put your shit in their movie. Fuck, man. I'd be like, yeah, okay, interesting. But for it to be a conspiracy movie, now we're talking next level 33 Entertainment. Yeah, we're hitting it, man. Right, Miggy? I mean, if you guys noticed that there right there in the beginning of the trailer. I hope so. But it was super entertaining to listen to him kind of kick it around with everybody in here, man. It was great. Thank you, Alex, for bringing it to us. That's fantastic, man. I think the consensus was they should do it, but at the end of the day, man, might be great, man. Might turn on a lot of people that never thought about it. Man, that music's really good, man. Who the fuck is that? You know? And they go to his YouTube channel and they end up here on Discord after a couple months. You don't know. So could happen. Like I said, I ran into a couple people that, hey, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that stupid Netflix movie. But it's very few, man. Most of them come in here and go, well, I watched this Netflix movie and the laser was like, the guy proved the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, he lifted it up. They could see it.
It shined on the thing, man, and it was oh shit.
Proof of the globe.
Globe proof. Here we go. Damn, should have had him over there with the Bedford level experiment. Shit, that'd have been great. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that Netflix movie's done a little bit of damage, but like you said, some people say, I didn't even know Flat Earth was a thing.
Right. I mean, for most of my life, man, from out of high school to, for decades, I was like, I never even thought about it, man. Like, dude, I would go, oh, that's a bitchin' moon, cool sunset, Hey, there's the stars, man. Check out the stars, bro. Cool. Like, those are sweet. I never really thought about what the hell really is going on here, man. Are these things moving? I'm moving, When I started having to ask myself those questions, oh man.
Well, why would you think otherwise? Like,
well, you have
what they tell you it is what they tell you it is.
No. You have to ask questions. You have to look at your surroundings.
Now you do.
You got to figure out what the hell's going on. I mean, I've always was really good on the street, man. I could say, dude, those people look sketch, man. I'm heading the other way, bro. You just get a vibe sometimes. Like, dude, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Something ain't right. Vibe with the Earth, man. I'm like, oh shit, wait a minute, man. I might have got huckstered.
I never thought of that.
I never thought. Oh fuck, I didn't think of that. This gas pressure shit. What the? Oh man, this is bad.
Curvature? Well, I've never even thought about it.
I would have been one of those guys. Yeah, I was in a plane, man. I saw the curve. I was like, I flew to Hawaii, dude, a bunch of times. Curve.
Haven't you been on a plane?
Yeah, been on planes. Anyway, yeah, I would have been one of those guys, man. It's like that's how you remember things, It's like, damn, I didn't even think about globe or flat or nothing, man. It was just living my life, man. Wife, I got fucking dogs, I'm going to camping, whatever.
Go surfing,
working out, or fucking, partying. Yeah, it's all like, we don't give a shit about no fucking spending nothing, man. I just want to fucking enjoy this place, bro.
Funny, all those hours I've spent out sitting out on behind the waves on a board, and I never even thought about it.
Me too, man. On a sailboat, man. Fucking thousands of hours out there. I'm like, doody. Hey, let's go for sail over there. Okay, doody. We're sailing. Never even once for fucking thousands of hours I went, hey man, you see that horizon? That shit's flat. There's no curve. Shit, I didn't even think about it. So yeah, you got to start thinking about this, people. You got to get your heads out there in the world, man, and take a look. I mean, just prove it to yourself. Don't prove it to me or Timbo or anybody else in here. Let's get out. Do like that guy did with the 619-mile observation, man. It's like, damn, I got to do this shot, man. I'm gonna work on this shot, man. Got the kid was planning it and figuring out where he's gonna be and when the sun's gonna be right there and if it's gonna be a good day or whatever, And he got it. He got a really good video. It was video too of a 619-mile Earth-to-Earth observation, man. That's pretty sweet, man. Yeah, I mean, it's looking good. I know the Globetards are going fucking shooting their wads, man, trying to figure out how they debunk it. But they'll just come up with, well, it just looks like clouds, man. It just looks like clouds. But I thought Taboo did a good job of kind of showing it side by side with the Google Earth. Anyway, the Earth is flat. We checked it out. Don't believe us. And just check it out, man. Check it out, right? Yo, what's up? What's up? Clipcord, yo. Hey, Helio's out there typing. All right. Where are you, Helio? Where are you? You in here? No. All right. Cool, man. So, Timbo, you feeling a little bit better? Oh, no, he fell out too, man. No, he didn't. There you are.
No, I'm here, man. I just muted for a while I was coughing. Feeling a little bit better.
Did you get some vitamin C, man?
Yeah, I did. I just had I had a couple of oranges before.
Okay.
The good thing is I haven't lost my appetite. So my missus ordered me like a Vietnamese soup. Yeah, she got it sent to home. So
some onions and
chili and stock. It's like chicken stock and stuff with some noodles and chicken and vegetables and chili. So just to clear them out.
Oh, fantastic.
So that made me feel a bit better. So.
Especially because it's cold there right now. It probably sounds really
I've got the heater on. I got my beanie on. I'm lying in bed, jumping on trackies.
You're completely winterized at this point. It's crazy. And I'm over here, basking in the sun.
It's starting to get warm there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's coming, man. Yeah, the next 4 months will be just stupid hot.
Yeah, the next 4 months will be freezing cold.
Yep. Isn't that cool, man? That we can get together and talk and say, hey, man, how's your weather over there? You know,
the thing that freaks me out is how instantaneous it is.
Right. So instant.
I say a word and then you get that word within less than half a second, like.
So cool.
That's crazy.
It's unbelievable. And I always dreamed of a platform like this where I could just, talk to somebody from Australia or Japan or wherever, man. And it's just like, damn, hell yeah. This is so.
Hardly any lag either, like it's so amazing.
It's, blows me away, man. Last time I checked, man, you're a big ass plane ride from my ass.
Yeah, I think it's a good 15 hours or something like that.
Oh, shit, yeah, that's stupid, right? So for us to be able to just chit-chat back and go, hey, man, I hope you feel better, Wow.
But think about that, yeah? So instantaneous talking or jump on a plane for 15 hours going at 900 kilometers per hour.
And then, we had telephones. I mean, I talked to people in the UK years ago.
Yeah.
It was pretty good, but there was always a little bit of a lag, even on the phone calls.
Yeah.
But this is even better than that was, for sure. But it's nothing's perfect, but damn, it's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And the quality is great. Plus, we can share pictures and we can share, like, hey, man, I'm going to play a song. Okay, cool. And we all, boot up a song and we listen to it and we're like, oh, that was awesome. And, or I watched that video and that's definitely the horizon. Whatever.
And we can talk about flat Earth. That's even better.
Yep. It's even better than that. So I want you guys, take advantage of this great tech, man. Don't, be excited about it and use it and get in here, man.
Yeah, don't worry about AI taking over the world. Don't worry about that. Just use it.
Shit,
enjoy it.
They did that back in the 90s, man. Don't you know that?
Yeah, remember Y2K bug as well? Everything was going to be destroyed, because the computers didn't have a date to 2000. What? It's just a number on a screen. Like, come on, guys. Seriously.
The money system out, man. That's why they're like, hey, man, this is going to wipe the money system out, man. We need to fix this shit. I knew companies that were like spending like fucking tons of money, man, trying to convert all their shit, man.
Yeah, my dad was a software writer. He was involved in it too.
Yeah, making big money, man. Changing a couple of numbers.
He goes, and then after it happened, he goes, nothing was going to happen anyway.
Nothing was ever going to happen. Think about how you test for something like this. Take a copy of it, set it up somewhere else, and put the date on that computer all the way forward, 1999. See what happens. It's not hard to test. Like, I know. I mean, I'm simplifying it, but they scare you over dumb. My mum bought for Christmas that year. She bought a foot massager, and on the box it said Y2K compatible. And I thought that was hilarious. Nothing to do with the date or anything. So
Y2K compliant shit show. Yeah, I knew
but,
it. Like
you guys, like you're in computers, aren't you? Systems.
Yeah. I was in that year though, so that's
you would have been like 16 or something, yeah. So they were selling programs that you could install into your computer to make your computer Y2K compatible. And they were selling them. Everyone bought them just to make their computer, you're going to lose all of your stuff. And like, imagine how much stuff you had on a computer then. Not much. Yeah.
I had a nice conversation with one of my conspiracy theorist friends in 1999, and I'm like, hey man, what's up with this Y2K shit, bro? And he's like a super smart guy. And he goes, don't worry about it, man. It's just a kind of shit show. And I'm like, all right. And I'd known the guy at that point like 15 years. He'd never stirred me wrong, so I'm like, cool. He goes, yeah, you might want to stock up on some water in case fucking something does fuck up. But that's always a good idea, stock up on.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
In case something does fuck up, I've watched a lot of cities get wrecked out with their water system because some train crashed into it, and you're like, oh, fuck. I mean, what would I do, You're like, all right, well, I gotta... drink the pool water or whatever.
I remember one year I went away to the Northern Territory, and then I spoke to my parents, and they said, something's happened to the gas system in Melbourne. So all the hot water services were run on gas. So they had to shut down all the gas across the whole city because there was an explosion somewhere. So for 3 weeks, they had no gas and no hot water. I was like, fuck, serious? So what they did, they ended up building this huge pipe around the whole city that would store gas, natural gas in it, so that if that happened again, the city would survive for a month without having to turn the gas on. So everyone would still have gas appliances.
Sounds like the Hegelian dialectic to me, man.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought. I didn't think about it then, but now I think about it. I think, maybe they needed some projects to sell off. But I was in the Northern Territory. It was fucking 40 degrees, and they were in Melbourne during winter. It was freezing cold, and they're having cold showers. They had to heat up the kettle and shit like that. And the poor people. I was jumping in a river, washing.
I don't know. Somebody was playing the Witsit and David Weiss. They were hanging out day before. I don't know, last week, whatever. And they were playing it in here yesterday, I think, morning for a little bit. And he was talking about the pineapple theory, where he lives in, like cold northeast America. And he's like, in January.
He's in Connecticut or something, yeah?
But in the wintertime, man, you can go to the grocery store and fucking, pick up a pineapple for $2, yeah? He's like, wait a minute, man. Pineapples take like, a year and a half to grow. You got to ship this thing. They only grow in a few climates. It's not like, he goes, I don't know, and you can only sell it for $2. I mean, it was like, what?
Yeah, I know. Do they grow pineapples in the US anywhere?
Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
Florida,
California or Florida.
We don't grow them in California, no.
Okay.
We got lots of coconuts. You can grow some coconuts and shit. Dates. We got lots of dates. Yeah. So anyway, it was an interesting thing. He tells the story a hell of a lot better than I do, but it's kind of even with it was like, I don't know, bro. I don't know about your theory, man. I was like, he could tell Witsit was smiling, going, I don't know, man. Maybe. That's the cool thing about us hanging out. Sometimes we come up with some, like, okay, I got an idea. I mean, maybe the pineapple theory that it's just really a giant work program to keep everybody going to their 9-to-5s. But they're losing money doing the whole thing, man. They do not ever make money on that $2 pineapple. It doesn't exist. Money.
Yeah, well, it's like here, like we don't import any avocados. We grow them all here, and they're available all year round. And in winter, they're $4.
Right.
And then in summer, you can get 2 for $1.
Right. But you grow them all year round. Maybe you got greenhouses.
No, just up in Queensland, they just grow them. It's hot all year round.
Okay. Yeah. Same here, man. We got a shitload of avocados where I live, man. Fuck, they're everywhere. We grow a hell of a lot. Avocados in California, man. Oh my goodness. Probably more than anywhere in the world, man.
Yeah, I think it's California and Mexico, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Cartels, mate. The cartels took over the growing of avocados. There was more money in avocados than there was in drugs.
Hey, Systems, man. Your mic's a little muffled, but...
Oh, no, I was just laughing. I didn't even realize I was still...
Now I can hear you. I don't like avocados, but I do like a nice guacamole, man. Give me... Oh, yeah. It's...
You just don't like a plain avocado? What about just with salt?
It's a little too slimy, man. It's like I'm eating or some shit or something.
Well, I love them.
Hey.
I think we go through about 6 or 7 in this house, probably a week, maybe more.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
No, we got my wife's Colombian, so they got she's avocado. She got aguacate.
Put some avocado on it, man.
Yeah.
The other day, man.
It's a bit bland. Just put some avocado on it. Fixes everything.
Yeah. My friend I went to lunch with, man, he's Mexican. Grew up with him, man, high school. Anyway. He orders this, it was called a Mexican, we call it a shrimp cocktail, right? I'm like, a Mexican shrimp cocktail. All right, what the fuck is that? Yeah. Never heard of it. I grew up here my whole life. Never seen one on a menu or nothing, but he ordered one. And it's like a soup with avocados and onions and some
a tomato-based one? It's a tomato soup, yeah?
Soup with, it's like a cocktail, like that. A cocktail, shrimp cocktail sauce, Yeah. But it's Mexican style, man. They called it a Mexican shrimp cocktail. And it looked really good, man. I didn't try it.
A bit of Tabasco sauce or something in there as well.
Salsa in there, and Tabasco, maybe some sour cream. I don't know, man.
Yeah. I love Mexican food. I could eat Mexican every night.
Yeah, me too. My wife thinks I'm Mexican. She's like, a taco? Another taco? Yeah, I want another taco. This place has got really good tacos, man. I gotta go. I gotta get one at least. Yeah. A taco truck, right, man. We got these
just a simple tacos. You know, like I always, until I met my wife, I always used to put too much on tacos. Then she goes, "No, that's not how they eat them." So okay, you make the tacos then. You know, she goes, "There's like 3 things on it. That's it. The meat, some pico de gallo, and you know, some salsa or sour cream or the green habanero sauce. I love it." Ooh.
Dude, I picked up a nice habanero recently, man. I'm loving it.
Nice and salty and
does have a
sour as well, you know.
Not too hot. It's just tasty. Yeah.
We've got this other red one called Valentina's.
Mm-hmm.
We use as well. It's really nice, the red one.
We got this one called Pace Picante sauce.
What is it? What's it called?
Pace Picante sauce. It's some hillbilly fucking salsa. I don't know. It's made in New York City, man. I don't know. Anyway, it was a TV commercial back in the day, man. Like they were making fun of like the corporate salsas, you know. Like, dude, man, that's not Mexican salsa. Get out of here. Kick that shit. I grew up with my buddy's Mexican. We go to his house, man. His mom would fucking dial it up for us and picante.
Well, that one of my favorite sauces is that I just had it. What was it? Sriracha, which is made in California. The red one.
Yeah, good
Sriracha sauce. Oh, I love it.
Get the fuck out of here, right? Oh man, so I was in New Mexico. It's been a while now, but in New Mexico they got this certain sauce that they use on all their Mexican plates. And I've never tasted anything like it anywhere, man. And I tried to figure out what the hell's going on with why is it's only made with peppers grown in New Mexico.
Ooh, okay.
It's fucking taste to it, man. I've never had it anywhere else on like an enchilada or something. No. This shit is just like so good. My buddy and I were like, "What the hell is this?" It's so good. He goes, "Yeah, that's the New Mexico sauce, man. It's very, very, very specialized. You can't get it anywhere else but New Mexico." But I think it's the dirt there. I don't know, man. Some places have certain tastes. There's this vineyards out here by my house.
Yeah.
Like about 30 minutes away, man. I go out there. There's like, I don't know, 40, 50 wineries, right? You go to
minerals.
Go to tasting room. I've been to, I don't know, 20 tasting rooms out there, right? And all their wines taste the same, dude.
Yeah.
God. It's weird. I go, it's in the desert. It's dry. It's kind of, has some elevation to it, but it I don't know, whatever it is, whatever they're doing out there, but all of their wines have this really wicked aftertaste. I can only describe it as sand.
Oh, okay. And they call that earthy, don't they? They go, it's got an earthy tones.
A little light to their wines, and I'm like, So yeah, it's a region. Certain regions have certain flavors that are just like, whoa, you can't get it anywhere else, man. You just can't get it. And not that these Temecula wines are all that great, but it certainly is their own distinctive kind of bite to their wines. Growing in different dirt, different climates, you get different flavors and tastes and stuff. Even if it's the same kind of food, man, you'll be like,
even if it's the same grape too.
Same corn or whatever. It's like, oh, you grew this in Iowa and you grew that in Mexico. It's like,
we only get one corn here. We only get sweet corn, and all these other corns that my missus shows me all the time. They get big white corn. They get purple corn.
Yeah, we get all kinds of
everything, and it's savory too. It's not sweet. Yep. And then they make sweet corn. They make these desserts and stuff out of sweet corn. I go, we've only got one corn.
You got to expand your corn at this point, man. You gotta expand.
Yeah, but we can't find it anywhere because that's all they grow here.
Well, there you go, man. There's a need for better corn or better Mexican sauce, man. You could be the next Australian Mexican sauce guy or something, you know.
I'll buy a property and start growing white and purple corn.
Yeah, you go. Ship it in, man, and just make it charge like $78 for a bottle. I don't know. It's ridiculous. You guys were talking about, Australia doesn't make anything anymore. Like, well, you're like, well, we make some auto parts here and there. We like make this or.
Yeah, I know.
Thing here in America, I guess Ford said they're not building any more cars. They're done building cars.
Oh, they did the same thing here. Yeah.
They're going to build only like SUVs and trucks or something. Mustang's the only car they're going to build, I think. At least for now. But we'll see how it goes in the future, man. But this whole electric car thing, man, it's got me a little like shaking my head going, what the hell?
That's stupid.
I just keep going, man. You're not going to be able to reach your goals, obviously. I saw a guy in Congress, man, getting grilled by some senator going, hey, man, so if we do all this stuff, how much is it going to cost, man? And
he didn't know, did he?
Well, he didn't know, of course. And then the senator kept pushing, man. He wasn't kept pushing. Finally, the guy's like, it could cost I don't know, $50 trillion. And then he asked him, he goes, how much is that going to change the temperature or whatever? And the guy's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
we're going to destroy the economy so that we can lower temperatures by you don't know.
50 trill, and we don't know. I don't know. It's like space.
Actually, we went to Perth the other weekend. Was it last weekend? Maybe. Yeah, last weekend.
Yeah.
And we hired a hybrid. Fuck, that was a good car. Got a Toyota Corolla hybrid, and yeah, we hardly use any petrol at all. And it just kept on switching between petrol and battery. It was awesome. But
yeah,
that
I
makes
love
sense because they don't have to plug it in. It charges while you're driving.
Does well, my neighbor has both, man. She's got one of those little Priuses. You can plug it in, or you can just drive it and put gas in it. And I'm like, okay, I'm good with that. I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. There's a couple of guys around here that are. I've always liked the idea of a hybrid, man. Why not? Why not use both techs, man? That sounds good.
Yeah.
But my mother-in-law had one, man, an SUV, the very first one. It was a Toyota Highlander, hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I drove the thing to Colorado and back. It was fantastic, man. What a great car. But they, want to push all this electric everywhere, and yeah, I don't know if that's such a good idea, man.
Yeah, but the grid can't handle it. Like, where are we getting all the power from?
Right, where are we getting? Oh, we're burning a bunch of stuff over here in the desert, and you guys won't smell it there in the city, but we're just gonna burn a bunch of coal, black shit. All right, hold on one thing.
Well, and then you got to get rid of the batteries as well after they're finished. And you get rid of them.
Yeah, sorry about that. Interruption into the evening here. A little bit of an interruption.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up? What's up?
What's up, Sonny, baby? Hey, man, we sail over there, man. We can catch the horizon and we can totally figure out this shit. Come on, let's sail over there.
I say I'm with you. I'll sail west, southwest. If you just keep going, there's probably an opening somewhere.
No, it's going to be like, we're going to reach the horizon, dude. You and I can do it. I'm
Yeah, if you just keep trying, you might reach the horizon.
I like that. Write that down.
Yep.
Just keep trying, man. You might reach the horizon. That would be great, man. It's not going to happen, but you know, dreams do not come true sometimes. Dreams do not. I'm sorry.
Globe dreams.
Sorry, Dorothy.
Globe dreams never come true.
How you doing, brother, man? That was funny.
I'm up later than usual, but I'm doing all right. I'm working my ass off.
It's only 11:15, man. It's not like late or something.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's not like you got to get up and go to like work in the morning, do you?
Exactly. No.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the late night, I like the late nights. Chill. Everybody's cool, man. That's where we get to kick it. We got upside down people coming in here.
That's true.
And they're fixing their dinner after working hard all day.
They're waking up, washing off their face, and brushing their hair up instead of down.
Upside down people.
Upside down.
Yeah.
This is good, Sonny.
Hey, you want to have a laugh?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so
Oh shit.
at 10,000 feet, you drop something out of an airplane, it falls. At 20,000 feet, you drop something out of an airplane, it falls. At 60,000 feet, you drop something out of an airplane, it falls. It's all falling, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Now, there must be, in their crazy model, there's got to be a point where you drop something and it doesn't fall anymore.
Right. Yeah.
And then if you go 1 centimeter lower, it drops.
Oh, that's a bitch. That's
deep.
It's always the case. It's always the case that their delineation marks are not like delineated. They can't seem to tell us where they are.
They don't know because it's impossible, right? It just can't happen.
Yeah, actually, listen to this because you're upside down and all. This would apply. So let's say they're shooting a rocket off from formerly Cape Canaveral, the Kennedy Space Center, right? So they're launching a rocket there, and they're launching a rocket in Australia at the same time. Technically speaking, one rocket's going up and one's going down at the same time, folks.
Oh, they're both going up. But yeah, I know what you're saying. We know they're both going up.
Yeah. They just like confuse it. Like if you were able to be a distant observer of the whole realm, which no one will ever be, but if they were, and you were able to see one or both at the same time, they would one would be going down, one would be going up.
Yeah, or you just zoom into the upside down ships.
That's right. And then the planes too. I'm waiting for the live stream.
This is so funny, I tell you. These people are so delusional.
Yep. All you have to do is bring it to a kindergartner and ask them what they think, and you'll get the right answer most likely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? I'm I'm always jumping on Facebook and arguing with these people, but it's never an argument because they don't have answers. They use circular reasoning, and I always point them back to drop over distance. Please provide me with drop over distance. And then I'll come back with, this has been proven 2,000 years ago. Okay, so show it to me. And they never do. The conversation always stops.
It's hilarious because obviously, obviously they would have a standard they were going by. Can someone show it to us?
Well, if they could do it 2,000 years ago, they could do it now, couldn't they?
And with that Kármán line thing as well, yeah, like they can't tell us where the Kármán line is, but they just sent a rocket up today to go past the Kármán line to orbit the Earth for 10 days. So obviously they know where it is, but they can't tell us where it is. And how do they know they're past the Kármán line? And how do they bring that rocket back into the Earth's gravitational pull after the 10 days? Look, it's bullshit.
Do you know what, though? Are you feeling better?
Oh, no, I still feel like shit, but
hey, you know
I
what?
can still argue.
I just got over it. 4 weeks it took me.
Oh, you really?
4 weeks. I spent 10 days in Malaysia, sick as a dog. Obviously, I kept going out with everybody, but I couldn't believe it. When I came back on the plane, everybody turned around and said, "That bloke's got CV," because I was coughing my guts out. I tell you. Anyway, so
you know what? I was on a plane last week, so maybe I got it from the plane.
Maybe.
That's funny. That's funny as hell. Yeah, no, it's hilarious. I was going to say something. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks, and and I didn't have anything. Like, I guess it's because I'm outside in the wilderness, like out sitting on the forest floor on the ground. I guess that's why I'm so healthy. Hilarious.
Good immune system.
I'm normally pretty good, but I tell you what, that one hit me so hard. Like, I just couldn't. But normally I'll get over things in a week and a half. 4 weeks. It's just, I've never heard of it. 4 weeks. But I didn't lie in bed like you, Timbo. I just kept getting on with my life. And no whiskey for me either, mate, all right? No whiskey with honey. Anyway, so, look, when you drop stuff, right, they all say that everything drops at 8 meters per second squared?
Yes. 9.8 meters per second.
9.8 meters per second squared. Well, what about when you start approaching this area where things are supposed to float?
Yeah, they did that today. We saw that today on a live stream.
Well, was the mouse floating around? Was it?
There was a mouse floating, but they had like a teddy bear floating. Teddy bear.
They showed a teddy bear floating, did they?
There was a pen as well that was attached to an iPad or something. Yeah,
iPad.
Is it like the ISS where the Japanese people had a glass of water on the table that didn't float?
No, it wasn't like quite that good. That was
a pocket of gravity, mate.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So where is that section where things don't fall at 9.8 meters per second squared and they fall at 2 meters per second squared, you know?
Hey, Batman, that's a question we've been asking in here for a lot of years, man. I mean, that's like gas pressure without a container or curvature. That's right there with it, man. Where is this like magical things float shit place, man?
Check this out too. Listen. Now, isn't there a problem with this? Because, look, we know a few years ago, they actually moved the freaking Atmo out to the moon and said it's in the Atmo too. What about the Kármán line? They didn't have to, that didn't move? Think about that.
No.
Here's another one, right? I know an old retired map maker. You know, used to go up in the plains and they used to take the photos And they had special cameras and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, he was telling me that they had a system where the plane could fly over the runway and it could measure the thickness of the painted lines on the runway. And I thought, wow, that's amazing to be able to fly at whatever, 400 kilometres an hour and measure the thickness of the lines. And then we got on to talking about, the maps. And I said, well, when the camera turns around and takes a picture from up wherever you are, I go, aren't they distorted towards the outside edges? And he goes, yes, they are. They're always distorted because of the way a camera takes the picture.
Right. The lens.
So all the pictures have to be overlapped, and there's always a discrepancy between one picture and another.
Yep.
But they can measure
it's directly over.
That's correct. Yeah. Is that parallax? That's parallax, isn't it?
That would be some type of parallax, yeah.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right?
Same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But they can measure the thickness of a line on a runway when the plane's flying above it. Now, come on. They can't measure the 8 inches per mile squared, but they can measure the thickness of a line. Flying at 500 kilometres an hour. They're delusional, mate. They're delusional.
Yeah, ridiculous.
They are delusional. You're right. And that's why we're here, man. That's why I'm still here, is to point out the delusions.
And you know what, Professor?
We got to keep pointing out the delusions. That's our only hope, man.
I had a friend come over today. He wanted to get some bats made up. And I turned around and said to him, hey, do you have arguments with Anthony all the time? Because Anthony rang me a week ago and he said he was a flat earther, right? And I was a little bit shocked when he said that, right? And so when his mate come over, I turned around and I said, do you argue with Anthony all the time? He goes, nah, about what? I said, about the shape of the earth. He goes, you know my feelings on the shape of the earth. It's flat, right? He goes, I'm the biggest conspiracy theorist there is. He goes, you just look at the window and you can tell it's flat. So that's another 2 people in the last week.
Get the fuck out of here.
That have come up to me and told me. 2 people, mate, in a week.
Get the fuck. I love it, man. Oh, dude, I got to drink to that. Hold on. I'm drinking to that.
They're not. I'm telling you, I know we got some dickhead Australians down here, but we got some switched on people as well.
They're getting more. We're getting more of them.
There's more and more, man. We are completely shadow banned, but even with that, man, we're still getting new people coming in here every day going, yeah.
I've been letting them know.
Can you imagine what it would be like if we weren't shadow banned?
We would,
we'd be all over the place. We'd be on the news.
It would be everywhere.
Oh, man. For sure. Every day it'd be on the news.
Dude,
it would be waking people up left, right, and centre.
It would be everywhere.
600-mile shot taken of Crete on the news. It would be on the news.
On the news. Well, I wasn't on the news, but
what happened with that shot?
Have you got the link to the video?
Yeah, man, it's up here, right here. I got it. I got it.
Yeah, I'm driving at the moment. If you wanna DM it to me, I'll have a look at it.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, Batman. Timbo, you got that?
Have you got it, dude? That's all right. I can find it. Yeah.
It's right there at 10:15 past the hour, like an hour ago.
Okay, sweet.
There's not that.
I've had such a busy day. Don't know if I'm Arthur or Martha.
I don't know.
I'm driving 4.5 hours tomorrow to buy a caravan.
Ooh.
Yeah. Excellent.
Taking some time out.
An hour and a half past Swan Hill.
No, you're crossing the border, mate.
Yeah, it's in New South, mate. It's a 24-footer.
Beautiful, man. Caravan. Can you say it? Can you say it like the Irish said, like caravan?
Caravan. You call them something different, don't you?
Like the
He's got a different name for it.
I'm just messing with you, man.
What do Americans call them?
They're called.
Do you guys call them caravans?
Travel trailers.
Yeah, trailers. They got those curved. They've got those curved trailers.
They're called Airstreams.
Airstream. That's it. That's it.
You betcha.
They're cool looking.
Yeah, they look like a spaceship. You know, they look like a rocket.
Yeah. Lots of NASA pop rivets.
They also look like an airplane. You know, like the rivets and the aluminum. Yeah, it looks cool, man. It looks cool. Yeah, polished. Yeah, they're very comfy.
You know, Timbo, you know, this is about the right time to be doing the observations over Port Phillip Bay.
Yeah, I know. It was so nice and cold this morning.
It's where the air temperature is about the same as the water temperature.
As the water, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's been no wind as well.
I know. You might imagine. Oh, I wish I lived closer because I reckon we could get some really good shots.
Like I can get down to Port Melbourne there in like 10 minutes. You know.
Okay, I normally go to. I could
get there and then set up and try and get some definitely of Port Arlington.
You don't have to go that far. All you got to go Middle Park to Williamstown.
Yeah,
I'd love to do a laser one across the water, but I don't know who to do it with.
Yeah. Oh, mate, if we can find a laser, I'll be in on that. I'll drive.
I got one.
I'll drive to Port Arlington and
Batman's got one, Timbo.
I got one, Timbo.
I'm in, man.
We're in. We got a laser.
I didn't tell you the story once. I was flying my Mavic Pro drone over the bay.
Yeah.
And the glare on the phone was unbelievable, and I hit the land button, and the thing started to drop over Port Phillip Bay in the middle of it. And I thought, oh no, I'm going to lose the drone in the water. And then I said, no, I'm taking manual control of the drone, and I took it up in the air again, and the battery was getting low, and I thought, oh no, this is going to drop, and I just managed to get it back to land. That's like a $3,500 drone.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, lucky, you're right, mate.
Yeah, hit me up, man. When you got some time, just hit me up and we'll organise something.
Okay. I got another one I want to do, but I need someone that's not bad with a camera. I want to take the boat off Middle Park with someone videotaping it whilst I head away from him and give him the coordinates of what distance I'm away from the beach.
I've got the camera.
You got the P1000?
No, I've got the Sony
A6000. You got the Sony A6000 frameless.
Has that got a bigger zoom than?
No.
No.
I've got
it doesn't need the zoom.
You've got the 1000. I can look after the camera.
Okay, well that's good. Okay, beautiful.
Yeah,
beautiful, mate. We'll get a great.
Have you got a nice sturdy tripod?
Yeah, I got a nice sturdy tripod. Yeah, it's good enough for it. That's how I've done all my observations in the past.
Sweet.
You should be right with that.
Hit me up, man, when you got time. Just let me know and we'll go out and do it.
I'm about 45 minutes away from Middle Park.
Yeah, I know where you are.
But we should be right.
Oh, shit, you guys are way too close. This is like I talk to people in Los Angeles all the time. I'm 3 hours from you. Okay, well I'll be there soon. It's only 55 miles, but it's going to take me 3 fucking hours to get there, man.
It's about 40 kilometers and it takes about 45
You guys can
minutes.
hook up in 45 minutes, man. I don't want to hear any shit, man. Fuck off.
Yeah.
All right, it's a deal, mate. It's a deal.
Yeah, just PM me and we'll hook it up, man.
Yeah, I'll try to give you a bit of notice. All right.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, dude, I couldn't find that video. Can you send it to Batman?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely, man. You betcha.
I heard you discussing something.
We're talking. Which video am I sending?
I heard you discussing
the
something about it.
Oh, the 600. Yeah, I got the 600 here. Here, hold on. Yeah, I got it.
Weren't they saying that it matched the globe model or something?
No, not these. No.
They were saying that it was just clouds. They're going, it's just clouds.
The people that made the video are like, look, man, I just shot 619 miles. This is what I got. You know, this guy is like been trying to get this shot for years, not just, you know, he's not a newbie to the observation. He's got a great setup. I'll drop it here in a second, but yeah. It's super interesting, man. Check it out. Don't, you know, I don't know, man.
Far out, bloody DHL's closed. What a waste of time.
What a waste of time. Fucking bastards.
Yeah.
They finish at 3, don't they? I think they.
Oh, mate, I was told they finished at 5, so I was trying to drop some international parcels off on my way to table tennis, but that obviously didn't happen.
Where'd you have to go? Did you go all the way into Port Melbourne?
No, they got one in just past Melbourne Airport.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now I'll go visit the dad, and then I'll be off to table tennis.
Yeah, no worries, man. Well, make sure you just message me and give us a date, and we'll sort it out, man. I'm excited.
We got to get it so there's no wind, so we've got no waves, and we're laughing, mate. We're going to kill it. We're going to absolutely kill it.
We'll look for maybe a day where it's 10 degrees, about 10 degrees, 10, 11 degrees, and we should be fine.
Oh no, it can be more than that. I'd done one in the middle of July where the water temperature was about 19 and the air temperature was 19.
Nice.
Okay, that was in July.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We'll get none of this magical refraction, mate, that they keep talking about.
But we'll definitely get further than what they predict. So.
Oh, definitely. Well, I shot with the P1000 like across the bay to the salt flats. I think they call it the Cheltenham Salt Flats.
Where Geelong is there?
Well, no, it's not Geelong. It's more.
It's Cheltenham, did you say?
No, they call it Cheetham Salt Flats. Like, imagine being at Middle Park and looking across Williamstown to the other side of the bay. There's some salt flats with an observation.
Where Point Cook Air Force Base is. Yeah.
That could be around. Yeah, it could be around there.
Yeah,
and
that's the same
they've
spot,
got some. They've got some corrugated iron on one of their towers, and you can see it reflecting in the video.
Yeah, okay. There's a housing development near there as well called Salt Lake, I think. Salt Lake.
Could be.
Something like that.
Could be.
Sweet, man. You're on.
Yep. We're done, mate. I found someone that can help me now. That's fantastic.
Dude, you guys is too close together to not help each other. It's like Sonny and I. Sonny and I are 100 miles apart, man. We've hooked up a few times, right, Sonny? Like 3 or 4.
Well, we're probably even less. I think we're about 50 k's away from each other.
You guys.
Where are you, Timbo?
I'm in Inner East.
Inner East. What would that be? Ringwood? Huh?
No, Inner East, like Richmond, Hawthorn area.
Oh, that's close, mate. Middle Park for you is like 10 minutes.
I bet.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I bet you thought you liked me.
What's
that's
that,
easy.
Sonny?
Easy, mate.
Yo, Sonny.
Yeah.
We've hooked up 4 times. We're 100 miles apart. These Mongos are like, 50 miles apart. They should hook up Yeah.
50K is not miles.
50K, not even 50 miles.
Yeah, but they're like under all those lockdowns and stuff.
I don't want to fucking hear it. Man. I don't want to fucking hear
guards
it.
at the perimeter. There's like. Well, anyway,
the exclusion zone.
I just got out of a hot bath, man. It feels freaking great. I wasn't able to take one for 6 weeks.
Oh, that's fantastic, Sonny. Right
Because
on,
of
man.
my operation, and I had my operation the 13th of last month. So it's been over a month. Yeah, it's been like 6 or 8 weeks now. Yeah.
Fabulous, man.
Yeah. So far, so good. But anyway,
I don't know if you guys know, man. Sonny plays a mean ass guitar, man. Pretty good guy, man. Plays.
That's a nice way to put it.
Thank you, brother. But man, Timbo, Batman, you guys got hook up, man. At some point. Yeah. There it is.
Chris is making jokes. Oh, that's funny, Chris.
That Jedi.
No, it's Chris M. Yeah. No, we got together for the Flat Earth meetups. Yeah.
So yeah, man, hooking up with different flat earthers, man, hanging out. I mean, Sonny, man,
been fun.
How's your, is it fun or what, man? Come on.
I think it's only been my third time though. Yeah, there was another.
So you're just hanging out. You and I went sailing.
What's that?
I said, yeah. I was like, you and I went sailing. You went to a couple of meetups.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That's it, man. I mean, just flat earthers hanging out, man, saying, hey, man, what's up? I mean, even if, you want to look at some observations across some water, fuck yeah, man. Let's do
it. We saw almost every apparition that you see on the horizon because we were inside the harbor and it was hot. And down in the south part, there's these, it's like really lowlands because what they use it for is saline, harvesting. So they have these big salt piles that are like maybe 70, 80 feet tall, right? And or taller, yeah, maybe 100 feet tall. But we could see those like floating upside down and shit. And then
in the water, yeah. Upside down in the water.
Yeah, and then what else happened was right at the edge of that, we know it's very low land, but the way it looked like it was a wall from the sky. Like it was really weird. It looked like the land was walled up, even though it's very low lands. Just the way it looked was really strange. So we saw all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, man. What you and I were sitting there looking at across like maybe like 5 or 6 miles of water, right?
Yeah.
And we could see where we had left from. We had left from about pretty much right next to that salt pile, right? I mean, that's where our where our slip was, where the boat was. I mean, it was right next to that. So we went up the channel there about 5-6 miles, and we're looking back at these salt flats, man. These salt mounds was what they are, man. And they were reflecting in the water at such an amazing upside down. You could tell that was some real refraction happening right there, right? It's the real deal, man. What happens in refractions, man, is that they spin upside down. And you and I are like, those salt flats look like they're upside down. And it was such an interesting phenomenon, man. I love that when you see it. And that's all these Globers are like, well, it lifted up the mountain a mile and a half, and it produced an absolute perfect image of it. And no, it didn't. No, fuck off, man. It just produced a perfect image because that's where you can see it from, man, with whatever optics you're using, man. Telescope, eyeballs, whatever you got, Yeah. And it's a great phenomenon, but I remember experiencing that with you, Sonny. When you and I were like, "Look at that shit! Fuck, man!
That's true." And at night was a different thing because we could look through the stanchions, if you will, of the bridge, right? Because we were south of the bridge.
It's like
and
what?
You could see the city off in there. But look, the thing is, where that bridge goes in the water, we could see the lights of boats going through that bridge. Like you're never going to see and their reflections on the water.
Yeah. Oh man. I mean, you're looking at something like, I think it was 11 miles. We were looking at that bridge was 11 miles from us, bro.
Yeah.
So that's like 70 something feet of shit, man. We could see boats like going underneath the fucking bridge. I'm like,
see,
okay,
all you got to do is on a clear day.
Now, bitches.
Listen, check it out. On a clear day, the clearest day you can get from that location, all you got to do, here's a killer. It's a death knell. So you look, if you're sighting through the bridge along the water, and then you see Shelter Island off there, which used to be called Roseville, and you see it's beyond and higher than where the stanchions of the bridge go in the water, done deal. It's over. Because Roseville is about another 5 miles at least as a crow flies. So you got some deer problems with the 11 miles that you can even see where those things go in the water. And you can see on the stanchions the water line mark. You can determine how that is from the tides, high and low tides. It's a dark line. So like, even if they're not huge tides here, like I witnessed like in Costa Rica, Panama, like some 20-foot tides. But anyway, the tide's only like 4 feet. So this thing could only, the width of that dark band at the waterline could be no more than like 8 feet. So if you're at 10 miles, 66 feet, think of that. How ridiculous that is, that you could see like an 8 or like a 3 to 8 foot wide band along the water consistently all the way down that harbor. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I got more. Hold on, one more thing. And we were actually swimming. Our heads were no more than about 4 inches above the water, and we saw the water lines of boats at least 2 miles away as we were swimming across the harbor.
Yeah. Like, oh, dude, it looks flat, bro. Look, I mean, I can see the bottom of the boat. Can you see it? And you're like, yeah, I see it. I'm like, oh, that's the bottom of the boat. Yeah, shit, 2 miles. Whatever. Oh, it's 32 inches. It should be 32 inches. But hey, guess what, man?
What?
There's no motion. The earth doesn't move, man. How about that one?
Yeah, your house isn't moving overnight.
The birds. I got
think
birds.
we calculated it was like 5 trillion miles that your house would move at one night. Does that make sense? Probably 24 hours.
You know what? We might as well inflate those numbers, but it wasn't 5 trillion miles.
Okay.
Might be 5 million though, for sure.
Okay, well, let's go with 5 million.
Mm-hmm. Let's go with 5 million. Let's be conservative on this one, man. Every time you go to sleep, man, right? And you go to bed, the Milky Way is moving at
millions.
1 million miles an hour. So if you sleep 8 hours, man, you went 8 million miles. Come on. That's pretty easy to like get down with, right? But nobody's getting down with that because nobody experiences 8 million miles a night while you're sleeping.
Can you imagine? How could it be the same level from one night to the next? Like from one night when you go to sleep till the morning when you woke up? How could the level all still be level? If it traveled that far, it just all resets to still and horizontal stationary level again? Like,
yes. Every night it resets. Yeah. Sonny and I are laughing. Excuse us for having a laugh because this world's laughable at this point because I'm in the rocking chair of flat Earth, man. You guys know that by now, man. I'm like, okay, what do you Globers got today, man? Come on, bring your stupid, fucking crazy assumptions in here, man.
Try to, because like, dude and I have like heard like all the BS that has ever been brought forth in the last
all of it.
50 some odd years, you know?
Yeah. I was in here the other night. Had a Astro astronomer dude.
Yeah, I heard that
And he
too.
was like, dude, I want to talk about parallax. And I'm like, well, we don't observe it ever.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, you can measure it. And I'm like, no, but we don't observe it. We don't observe your crazy fucking parallax shit, man, that you come up with.
Yeah. They're always
And it was
measuring
just back and forth. And, I even whipped out my science books, and the science book says, well, you can't actually measure it, Like, dude.
Right. Not measurable.
Parallax you want to take some shit to the sky, man. I'll bring up parallax every time. I'm like, all right, where's the parallax? Bring it. What do you got?
Whenever they're saying they're measuring something, it's always on a sketch on a piece of paper that they're imagining.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a model that they're drawing in there. And they for some reason want us to believe it too. Like that's a sketch on the paper.
Yeah.
But the reality at all.
Even as something as like, hey man, what's the distance to the sun? I'll go to my 1947, 1987, whatever science book. It's going to say, man, it's impractical to actually measure the distance to the sun. That's impractical. That means it's impossible.
Yeah.
We can't lay a tape measure from here to the sun, man. So that makes it impractical. They love to use these terms, man. Well, it's actually impractical to actually measure the distance to the sun. However, if you calculate the shadow of fuck off, man. I did that shit with Matthew Learns a couple of times, man. Like, dude, no, an angle to something is not a measurement to something. I mean, that's just an angle. And you want to tell me, like, say, oh, we got it down like 93 million miles average. Okay, man. What tape measure did you use for that one, man? That'd be cool. I need one of those. What do you got?
They care about our well-being, so they don't want us to practically get hurt while we're doing something impractical. You might hurt yourself.
How dare you be impractical? How dare you be practical? How dare you be practical? So the physics of measuring something they always come up with, well, we've got radar bounces. We checked it with these machines and radar. We got radar. They always love the radar thing. That's how or laser or something. We're bouncing a signal off of it. Okay. How do you know you're bouncing a signal off of it? How do you know that? I would be really interested to figure out how you got to that conclusion, because I would like to see the data on that one. Nobody's ever provided that, but that's cool.
Exactly.
Keep trying, man. Nobody's ever provided the data for gas pressure without a container, man. I mean, I'm still waiting on that one. But then they got the distance to the sun. They got the distance to the sun, man. How did you get that?
Which is pretty incredible.
How the fuck did you get that measurement?
Telling everybody else that you can't measure it.
Right. They put that right there in the dude, like it's like in the first fucking sentence. Well, it would be impractical to measure the earth with like a ruler.
So we just guess instead. I guess that's the way they went. We'll just guess.
Exactly. That's it, Sonny. They just guess and say, well, we've calculated the distance to the sun using sticks and shadows. Yes, we did.
Way back when.
Way before you were born, my son, Sonny. My son, Sonny. Sonny boy.
Step along there, Sonny boy.
Way before you were born.
No need to worry about how far the sun is or how we guess it.
Dude, I was out early in the morning on Tuesday, I think it was. And I'm at this place, man. It was kind of overcast, but you could see the sun through the clouds, and it looked exactly like the moon, the same size as the moon. I mean, if the moon was rising in the east, just like that, yeah, it was the exact same size as the moon.
Yeah, that's a trip, isn't it?
And when you see it in its what we call the silhouette of the circle of the sun, you see just this little round circle. That's all you see, man. Especially if you're looking through clouds or some kind of filter or something. It doesn't look like anything like what NASA's put out with their Aurora shooting off the side of the globes, whatever. It's crazy shit. No, it looks like a round, flat disc. That's it. That's all I can get out of it. And I mean, it's got some features on it sometimes that rotate, but it doesn't look anything like NASA puts out with the sun.
It doesn't behave like it either. Like even like whatever is occulting it, it doesn't make sense from their story. Like that, just the angle to the sun. Like, have you looked at it lately? Where I'd rather go with the flat Earth, freaking Mayans instead of that.
Well, from personal observations, man, if you got yourself a nice, really, welding glass, some super high, it's going to cut most of the light out.
Right.
Welding helmet would be good. If you get one of those, man, go out there and look at the sun, man. It looks like a nice yellow dot, man. That's it. It doesn't look like anything. It doesn't even look yellow sometimes, depending on the glass you're looking through. It just looks like the same exact size as the moon, man. I mean, if you look at a full moon in the sky, like, damn, that's bitching. But the sun, man, you can't really look at the sun like the moon without the filter. You got to look at it through the filter, man. Unless the clouds are there, like the other day on Tuesday, I experienced.
And so once that glare is all taken out, then it's the same exact size as the moon. That's what you're saying.
Same exact size.
Exact, yeah. And
from my perspective. From
your perspective. So that's totally uncanny, though, that it would do that at all, considering that whatever amount you're traveling, 5 million miles, those things are just as stable as ever. Like, think about how stable all those systems are above us. Like, how could you add spinning and elliptical orbits and traveling at 4 different vectors at higher and higher speeds? How can you account for all of that with it being just static, like stable the way it is, like a clock? I mean, it's beyond the pale that anymore, especially maybe this will be the year. I mean, the end of the globe. Who knows what will happen? But I think it's already in progress. Whatever forces, like, because I don't know, man. If the cat was just let out of the bag, so be it. I don't know. Like, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But why?
Funny, man.
When? Where? Who? Like, like. Obviously, they keep us around for some reason. It's too big now.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
When I first got into this, man, I just asked the universe, dude, I just want to know the truth, bro. Whatever it is. Whatever it is, I want to look and see the truth. What can I absolutely verify? What I can't? And once you go down that road, man, what can you actually verify? And we've seen 1,000 Mongos come in here and go, well, I got this. My cousin worked on the thing with the gravity and the air pressure on the moon and whatever, man. I don't give a fuck about all your fucking hearsay or what you saw in a movie or whatever. I want to know what you can fucking prove. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove, people. That's what we got to stick to, man. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And the proof has been fucking coming up short every single time, man. There's no proof for this globe, man. I mean, it's getting pummeled. It's getting pummeled, beaten down. And it's just a great thing to see the amount of great people putting in the effort to say, hey, man, we got screwed on this globe thing, man. We got to straighten this out. And I'm willing to make videos and put them on YouTube or BitChute or whatever, Instagram, TikTok, whatever, man. It doesn't matter. You're willing to expose truth, man. And that's what counts. Exposing the truth. And it's a tough game out there, man, exposing the truth, man. It's not easy. I don't recommend it for everybody, but for those of you guys that are ready to fucking handle it, fucking right on, man. That's what I mean. We're going to handle it because that's what we do. And this place is full of those kind of people that want to handle it and say, hey, man, your thinking is flawed, bro. All your imaginations are not real. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you, man. You've been in a Disney fucking psyop for a long time, man. You got to break out of it. You need to break out of your Disney psyop. That means they controlled your mind through the Disney cartoons and Disney movies and space. And yeah, it's all cockery, bro. It's all non-existent. It's completely out of the realm of reality. Completely, 100%. That is not reality, man. Disney is not, Star Wars and all that cuck shit, NASA is not reality, man. It's what you think is reality through the manipulation, through the school system, through, all the way Hollywood. Yeah, thanks for playing, boys and girls. You got fucking road. Yeah, shit, you got fucked, man. Sorry. I love you guys. I want you guys to have a kick-ass life and be out there and say, hey, man, wait a minute. Time out. We looked at this stuff and it doesn't add up, man. It doesn't add up. There's a problem with your little spinny globy thing, man. Got a problem. We got problems here. Houston, we got a problem. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
no shit, they got a problem, man. They got all kinds of fucking problems. It's obvious at this point, man. From everybody from Nathan Oakley to Robert Bassano to fucking QE, name them, man. We've all pointed out the obvious flaws in their cuckery, man, in their beliefs. And we've all taken them to the woodshed, man, 100 times over. All of us. And it's fascinating to see them keep trying to come up with some cuck shit fucking, it's not a real horizon, fuck off, pendulum thing that potentially could, fuck off with your stupid mathematics and all your bullshit. What do we see? What can we prove? What do we know? It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And I can prove without a doubt, 100%, there's no way to have gas pressure without a container. I will stand on that fucking hill till the day I die, man. And if you can show me gas pressure without a container, we're going to be like, whoa, fuck off.
Yep.
You would be like a god to me, man. I'd be like, oh shit, I got to worship this guy for the rest of my life. Because he proved gas pressure without a container. Oh my God.
That would really be something. That would be a lot different than just seeing a cartoon ball globe in every classroom that you ever went to.
Exactly.
And falling for that. Like,
yeah, we ain't falling for that bullshit. But yeah, if you got gas pressure without a container, man, that would be cool, man. Dude, we could make some money. We could make some money. I got a marketing plan. I'll tell you, man, I can whip it out in like 2 days. We're going to be so rich, dude. It's going to be so crazy, Sonny. We're going to be rich beyond our beliefs because we got gas pressure without it. You don't ever need to have tires on your car ever again. How about that? Mongos. That would could I make some money doing that? Oh fuck yeah, I could. You don't even need tires on your car, bro.
Yep.
I got it. Dude, I got super glue that goes around here, creates gas pressure without a container. Oh my God. I got new tires in my car. Oh, we're gonna be so rich, Sonny. We're gonna be so rich beyond our beliefs.
These are the rubber. These are the rubberless variety.
The rubberless variety of gas pressure without a container on your vehicle's tires. Yeah, that would be cool. It's gonna be great, man. We got this. I mean, we're gonna make so much money. I mean, Greg T and James Hardaway, basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys are out there. I know you are. Shout out to the YouTubers. I'm not being ridiculous here, man. This is the claim.
No.
This is their claim, not our claim, Sonny.
You're just
For fuck's sake, man. This is their claim.
You're just illustrating their ridiculousness. That's all.
That's it. I'm illustrating the ridiculousness of their claim.
Mm-hmm.
And for Sonny and I to start a business creating tireless rims, it's not going to work out, man. I know that for a fact. Sonny and I are going to have a failed business model.
I already got a little business. Already got a little ditty. So hold on. So go with the best because our gravity tires are no. I'll work on it. Hold on.
Our tires do not even need pressure.
Float above the rest. Get the best. Our rubberless tire.
Our rubberless compression tire. No, wait, that's not good. Tire without compression is the best. Fuck, I don't know, man. How about that? I know Timbo's laughing. He left us.
You'll be
back.
floating. You'll be floating on a cushion of air on your new gravity tires.
Yeah, there was some guy came in here today, man. I don't know. I was in here earlier because there was a space launch today, and I thought I would cover it as a reporter, and I covered it. You can go back, look at the live stream, but yeah. Anyway, I watched the rocket launch, and it was a bit of a cockery, man, because they're gonna rock. The rockets, man, are going to go out to outer space and push against nothing. Now, I know some pilots, man. They tell me, man, that you can only go so high on each airplane, man. There's limits to the amount of thrust and forward momentum you can get from a wing, and everything has its limits. And you cannot, if you're flying like a 747, you can't go above like 50,000 feet, man. Your shit don't work after that, man. It don't work. There's nothing to push against to keep the plane aloft. And I always thought that was interesting, man. That's like the greatest commercial airplane you could ever go in. I mean, I've been in 747s. That's some kick-ass shit, man. Those things are kick-ass. I mean, they are just like, what? 10 seats wide, man. Those things are amazing. Yeah, I got to fly in a couple of those 747s. Thank you, whoever invented that machine that flew me to Hawaii and back. Thank you. You guys are great. did a good job, man. I went to Hawaii and back. Damn, for fuck's sake, man. I mean, that is some great technology. You guys cannot disagree with me on that one. I mean, I flew 2,500 miles from my house here. Went to this place called Hawaii. Oh my God, Hawaii. What a cool place that is, man. Damn. Now, how many more cool places do those, like, what we would call the masters of our reality? How many more places like Hawaii do they have by themselves? I don't know, but when I went to Hawaii, I met some great people that lived there, that worked there, that served us food and served us drinks. And it was a great experience, man. Hawaii is amazing. Go to the beach, people hanging out. Yeah, it's fascinating, man, to be out in the real world, exploring the real world, man. And that's what we do here best, man, is we explore the reality of Earth. And if you want to break it down to Earth, yeah, that's what we do. And there's so many people come in here and go, well, I watched a movie and I saw it on. Why would they lie? And we get that every week, man. We get that. I mean, somebody spirals into why would they lie? Well, what if they had their own Hawaiian islands? That'd be a good place to start. Why would they lie? Be like, hey, they got their own islands in the Pacific out here, and they're not telling us about them. And they're really cool. They got, like, bartenders and DJs and who knows? Who knows what they got, man? I don't know. Speculation Sunday's over. Okay. I'll keep it back. Let's bring it back to if you live in Hawaii, Systems, I think, lives in Hawaii. I bailed. Shit. But if you do live in Hawaii, you still got a little bit of time to speculate. Speculation Sunday. It's a great concept. I like it. It's like, hey man, what do you think about Earth? Kind of session. What can we prove and what do we know? It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. If we can prove some shit, which we do here every day, every week, every year now. Yeah, we go up against the opposition. People that want to tell us that your thinking is flawed because I work for the university that owns the telescopes, that produces the images that you all would see on the nasa.com, .gov, whatever it is. How dare you question my ability to take pictures of space? And if I take pictures of space, and you guys just have to believe me because I've taken the pictures of space from space. Oh shit, that's next level. You went out into outer space and you took pictures of space from outer space. Yes, I did. I did that. You did it personally? You did it by yourself? No. I was just working on a team, man. I was working on a team that produced the pictures from space, from outer space, of space, from outer space. And I was the guy that was in charge of the data that would produce the thing that was in outer space. I was more interested in where this thing was in outer space than actually taking the pictures from space, of space from outer space. Now, I'm the guy that just was just the guy that was involved in that. So you guys have to believe me, man. I mean, we know that outer space is real because I worked on a thing that was totally like computer screen generated thing that I was looking at. And I know for a fact, I mean, the telemetry data look good. I mean, look good on my screen. I want you guys to believe me, man. Without a doubt, man. This telemetry, you lost the what do I mean? What do you mean you lost the telemetry data? And even if you had the telemetry data, you wouldn't have the machines to even play it back on. Oh man, what? Oh, what do you mean? Well, we wouldn't even. We couldn't even play it back. That telemetry data. Nah.
I know. I'm glad you brought that one up again because I thought about that a little while ago when we were talking, and there's some serious problems with the record keeping. Don't you think? Like, what's going on with that? What about the archivist or the tape librarian? They're all just like, what are they all on vacation for 20, 30 years? I don't know.
Yep. It was close to 30 years. Yeah, they took a break and said, hey, man, I'm going to retire. You guys are good. I got my NASA pension. And then that one long-haired guy with the mustache, he's like, well, I don't know what happened to the data. I don't know what happened to it, bro. My bad. I don't know. It's like, okay, what? This is the guy that's in charge of all the tapes and data and everything. I don't know. We can't find it, Sonny. My bad. Yeah. I'll keep looking, man. I'll keep looking.
They're really kind of apologetic, not really, but they're like going, yeah, even if we did have the tapes, we don't have the technology to play it back anyway.
Yeah, how about that, man? Well, I call that a cuck shit show. Fucking, I need to get out of this kind of situation, man. I mean, if you're caught in a dead-handed lie, man, you just say, well, if we even had it, man, I don't know. I mean, we wouldn't even have the machines to play back on because, that was a long time ago.
Oh, you heard about all the earthquakes in California? Bay Area had a 5.5 today. And LA has been going off. Some of the deserts area around Ridgecrest.
Oh, shit.
A bunch of earthquakes. A high number of earthquakes in 24 hours. I think LA had something like 130.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Let me look it up again.
Wow. Well, that seems like a lot of earthquakes, man.
Yeah, but some of them are just like tremors, whatever.
Hey, Chris M, Blue Jumper.
Surprise, I'm up. I'm still eating.
Power.
Let's see.
Batman.
Strikes offshore Northern California region.
Water.
USGS.
It's a grass.
Sorry.
Hey, earthquakes prove the globe. What do you think of that, Sonny? I mean, how do you explain earthquakes on a flat Earth, dude? Come on.
I know. Well, can vibrations happen on a flat Earth and a globe?
Nope. No, man. Only vibrations happen on the globe, dude. You know that. Come on. Shit. It gets ridiculous at some point. It gets ridiculous.
Oh, wait a minute. Next Star Large swaths of the U.S. could suffer blackouts this summer, according to the annual assessment from North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC.
NERC.
N-E-R-C. NERC. Remember that name. NERC.
NERC. The NERC.
The report, which forecasts how prepared the energy grid that powers air conditioners, medical devices, so they heat shit up and make the power grid go out. Then a bunch of people get sick and die. They just profit on both sides. So anyway, devices, lights, and other vital sources are found that roughly 2/3 of the country are at an elevated risk of power loss. This is from the what is this? Oh my god! They diverted me to MSN. Oh, this is in MSN with Reuters on the earthquake. Hold on. Another article.
Hold on. Hey, guess what, man? Earthquake. How do you explain earthquakes on the flat Earth? I think it's such an interesting psychological question people would bring up. And like, well, we know there's earthquakes, dude, man. I totally know it's a globe. How do you do that on the flat Earth, man? Like,
exactly,
bro. It's so ridiculous, right? I mean, that's the ridiculousness of what we're dealing with, and a lot of you guys here, man, and gals, get it, man. And you get it. And that's the great thing about this server, man, is we get it. And it's like, you're going to come in here with your fallacies and fantasies, man. It's gonna be a bad day for you, bro.
Here we go. Hold on. You're going to want to hear this. Hold on. The earthquakes. California had a 1.5 or greater. 34 in the last 24 hours. That's California. And 168 earthquakes in the past 7 days. These are all 1.5 or greater. 800 earthquakes in the past 30 days. 7,412 earthquakes in the past 365 days. Now, today in Ferndale, 5.5. Another one this month. This week was the Ferndale one. And then this month, another 5.5 in Westwood, right where UCLA is.
Yep. Right here.
And also another one, a 6.4, another one in Ferndale, all in the same area. 1 hour ago, there was a 1.6 in Goldfield, Nevada. 2 hours, 1.5, Talmadge, California. Willits.
Well,
it's a bunch of stuff going off. I don't know. I guess I don't know if it's any different than the norm, though. Really, like,
hey, the globe can only the globe can produce earthquakes. Everybody knows this, Sonny.
Is that because of all the spinning?
Yes, the spinning and the gyrating and tilting.
Look for some in your area, bro. Yeah. Hold on. Avalon and Catalina had a 2.4.
2.4?
A 2.4. And so let's find some place in your area. Malibu, 2.2.
No, nothing. I haven't felt any earthquakes, man.
Oh, here we go. Fountain Valley, that's your area. Fountain Valley. Oh, only a 1.8 this week.
That's like, a fart. It's like somebody farting.
Ladera Heights is close to you also, right?
Oh, a 1.8 is like somebody farted, okay?
Yeah, let's see. Santa Susana. Let me see. Malibu.
Santa Susana.
Carson has had a couple 2 weeks ago.
All right.
A steak. Yeah, anyway, enough of that crap.
Hey, Sonny.
What? Oh,
I gotta go to bed, but I want you to carry on and just.
I can't. I gotta sleep.
If you can, man.
No,
we got Chris Sam in here. We got Jumper. Somebody's gonna fill in, man.
Mm-hmm.
Goal 25, man. He can handle it.
I gotta get ready to.
We got Power, Mike.
Power Swan,
Water. Yeah, there's some heavyweights in here that can handle some airtime, man. Keep it going. Keep it moving. Keep it talking. Talk about Earth, man. Talk about Earth. Tell us what you guys, what your friends are talking about Earth, what your neighbors, what your anybody that you've ever talked to, man. Hey, man, I met this guy on the street. Doesn't matter, man. Hey, what is Earth, man? What do you got for Earth? Oh, I got this thing I was taught in school, man. I've heard this a fucking 100 times, man. Well, what I was taught in school, was that it's a round ball shooting through space, and they don't even know the first thing about what they were taught about the globe, man. That's what makes this place great, man, is we expose the diarrhea that comes from, like, I'm just a guy that I went to school, bro. I went to school. They taught me some things. I went out and I believed it. Of course I believed it. I went to school. Isn't that what school's for? I mean, I learned things at school, and I went into mathematics and sticks and shadows and things. And of course, I mean, it was a guy who discovered the curvature of the Earth. I don't know. It was some guy, man. It was some guy that a long time ago, bro. Long before I was born, but he figured it out, bro. I don't have to think about that because, he figured it out. Yeah, I don't have to think about it. I don't have to. Yeah, dude, the internet works, bro. That was my favorite globe proof, bro. Is that the internet works and planes work. That was it.
So I got one. I was talking to a coworker tonight because I'm meeting my coworkers for the first time because I work remote, and I was like, I was talking to the tinfoil hat guy, like the other guy I thought was like tinfoil hat type of dude, smart dude, and I was like, so what kind of shit? He told me it's like mostly I just watch YouTube. I'm like, oh yeah, cool. What kind of stuff you watch on YouTube? Blah blah blah. And he was like, well, I'm into the James Webb Telescope stuff right now. I'm like, big old letdown. Like,
crack your neck. Go ahead, crack it.
It was like that, and like some other thing that was dumb. I was like, all right, never mind.
Well, in those situations, man, it's hard to feel everybody out, man. It is, man. I felt them out years and years, man. It's like, hey, is this guy really want to listen to what I want to talk about, or is he? And yeah, they're not interested, man. At some point, man, you got to feel the situation and say, I want to get deep on this subject about Earth, and I want to take it to the next level. But and that's when you would bring in like the three questions, and say, hey, man, what do you got? Who? But yeah, they don't know fuck all, man. They don't know who measured the curvature, who measured the spin, who discovered gas pressure without a container. Yeah, they don't know those three things, man.
It was like if he had said almost anything else, right? If he had said like, I get down on some ancient cult history or some ancient something, Atlantis
or something, right?
Anything, but like James Webb Telescope, like he must like, I know that if I had ever brought up FE, he would have been like, those are the dumbest like, I knew how it was already like, that's the first thing you said. I know how this is going, so it was like, all right, let's just talk about whatever stupid shit you
sports, whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
So, yeah, change the subject. However, in those situations, my advice is to say, hey, man, especially if I'm outside at night, I'm like, hey, man, they tell us that light right there in the sky is like 400 light years away. 400. See that light right there? 400 light years away.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Who's even in
that's
that?
a
What
big
even
one,
is
man.
that?
I always like to bring that up to the average person. I was like, hey, man, they tell us that light, the Polaris, it's like 400 million light years away. Now, they've changed that over the years to, compensate, make sure that everything's working good. But it's 400 years away from you. The light you see in your eye is 400 years old. Do you believe that? Do you really, really believe that? Come on.
Right. I was like, look at your gin and tonic, man. Look at it. It's so still. It's incredibly still right now.
Still, baby.
Or how fast.
Your gin and tonic is flat and fucking still as fuck all, man.
Not moving at all. But guess what? I'm going to tell you how fast you're moving, buddy, and all your gin and tonics. But
yeah,
you're not ready for that, I guess.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just gotta hit them with some basic stuff, man. You don't have to hit them with you can just look at the moon and say, hey, man, does that thing look like it's 238,000 miles away? Yeah. Really? I mean, just ask them that simple question, man. You don't have to you could be at a party or out in the backyard, whatever, barbecuing. Dude, that moon's like right there. Man, does that look like it's 230? I remember doing this to my neighbor, one of my neighbors, man. He come rolling up. We're in the middle of the street, man. I just noticed that the moon was out like directly above us at noon. It was one of those days where the moon is like straight up. You could see it. And it was noon out where I'm at. And my neighbor looked at me and he went, oh, shit. I remember him going, damn. I go, isn't that a beautiful moon right there? Look at that moon, man. That's all I had to do, man. And I could tell his wheels were spinning, man. His fucking wheels were spinning because he never even looked at the moon during the day, ever. But I just pointed out, man, look at that beautiful moon right there during the day. And I think sometimes that's all it takes, man, is somebody to say, hey, look at that. Look at this. And look at that horizon. Doesn't it look flat? Oh, my God. It looks...
Yeah. And
where's
imagine
this globe thing, man? You guys are talking
20,000 satellites moving at the same speed as that moon, curving around us at the same speed, even though we slow down sometimes. And everything around me seems so chill. It's almost like we hold one vision of the solar system in our heads and then perceive a different one in reality, but we just don't care.
I think I said that earlier, man. I was like, most people don't even give a shit. I mean, even I didn't give a shit for decades. I was just going through my life, man, trying to make a job here, meet people, do these jobs, whatever it took, man, keep going, right? And I think we're all in the same boat, man. That's the system, man. That's the way it was set up. Let's keep everybody just smart enough to go to their job. And that's it, man. We keep going. And I was that guy, man. I'm the first to admit it, man. I was that guy. That say, hey, man, I just want to go to my job and meet my girlfriend after work and go to the bar or whatever.
Just don't want her to be mad at me tonight. That's
right. I'm just trying to oh, fuck, man. I know she didn't like that I hung out with so-and-so last night. And yeah, we're just trying to get through it, bro. We're just trying to figure out how the fuck this relationship shit works, man. And I wasn't thinking about the the globe or the spin or the rotation or the curvature. Yeah, fuck that, man. I had nothing to do with that shit, bro. I grew up in a system that said, "Hey, man, go to work, get your job." That's what we did, man. That's what I'm still doing, man. Like, dude, I know I have to make a living, man. I know that. Somehow, some way, I got to make a living. I chose the musical instrument repair, rebuilding, whatever you want to call it. And it chose me, really. I didn't choose it. That's how shit happened. I ended up in an interesting profession that was kind of the outskirts of the music industry. And that's okay, man. I ended up in a part of the music industry that these guys bring their shit to me and I'm going to fix it. Okay, that's cool. I like that. It's not like I have to go chase them down. No, they come to me, man, and say, "Hey, man, fix my shit." And I'm like, okay. I'll fix your shit, man. I'll make it better than it was. And if you go to work trying to make things better, you're doing the right things, man. You're out there in the right frame of reference. You're in the inertial reference frame of trying to make things better for people around you. And that's all we're doing here, man. We're trying to make things better. We want to make things more clear, more concise, more scientific even. We are here to expose how things should be and how things can be. But we're dealing with a system that constantly brings us this other side of the coin, man. It says, "Hey, man, you guys are full of shit. You guys suck. I can't believe you don't understand rocket telemetry." Like, whoa, wait a minute, pal. We're going to dig into that rocket telemetry. What do you got? You got some rocket telemetry laying around? How about that Apollo telemetry? You got any Apollo telemetry? Oh, you have zero Apollo telemetry. Zero.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The greatest feat ever in the history of mankind, the greatest achievement, and you forgot.
Right.
You like trashed it or you forgot. I don't know which one's worse. You lost it or you trashed it. I honestly don't know which one's worse. But like, it's when you ask people, normal people, it's almost like they don't even think that's important. Like, I don't want to think about that.
Dude,
like, wait a minute.
No.
We lied about the fucking most important thing, the only thing that anybody's ever really cared about that they can remember 50 years ago. And they lied about it, obviously, and you don't care.
Well, what they care about now is how big the orbit around Kim Kardashian's ass is, okay?
Fuck yeah.
That's all most people care about.
Dude, that's like true gravity. Like, that draws more attention.
Serious gravity happening here.
Yeah.
With that bubble butt Kim
Might
Kardashian.
be the best proof of gravity that we've had yet is the fact that people care about something so useless as that. The most useless piece of anything in the whole history of the world.
Holy shit, right? I mean, the orbits around Kim Kardashian's ass are immense. I just want you guys to know that Kim Kardashian's gravity pull is absolutely astronomical.
Cameras, views, likes, it's just like everything's funneled in there. Like the space-time, whatever the bump, whatever the curve, the divot, I don't even know how that works. The space and the time come together, and then all the gravity gets pulled into her butt. I think we solved it. I think we're done here.
I think we're done here, man. I think we can close the server down, boys and girls. We figured out the orbital mechanics of Kim Kardashian's ass. Okay,
She saved the day.
she saved the day again. She didn't even know it, man.
God bless Kim Kardashian's ass. What will we do?
This is the ridiculousness of this shit we're dealing with, man. That's why I come in here in the comedy hours and say, hey, man, what the hell are people believing? And what the fuck is real? And most of us are in here like, what the fuck's real, man? Like, is that real? Is that real?
To be honest,
we want to check this shit, man. And that's what we do here, man. We check shit. Say, okay. Is it? Yeah, it could be, maybe, possibly. But in the end of the day, man, you got gas pressure without a container, man. We're going to be the first ones to like line up to actually pay you to produce such evidence, because it's never going to happen. And
if I were perpetrating this lie, and I noticed that I could fool 45% of the population just by showing somebody's butt all the time, I wouldn't have a high opinion of the population either. I might be like, they deserve this shit.
They deserve it. Yep. That cucks deserve it, man.
This is all it takes? This is really all it takes?
That's all it takes, man. Kim Kardashian's ass, man. We got Gravity.
It's not even that great. Fuck.
Well, exactly, man. I agree with you. It's not that great. It's kind of plumpy, kind of fat, kind of big. I mean, I don't know, man.
She spent money and no time. She didn't even work for it.
But I will say one phenomenon that I have noticed recently, man, is that when I used to go on to Yahoo News, I'm telling you, man, like at least like 4% of all the articles were about Kim Kardashian.
Right. Or one of her.
Now it seems like there's almost none.
Yeah, that's good.
It's weird, man. It's like all of a sudden Kim Kardashian disappeared, man. She gone. It's like,
yeah, I think politics.
She's not the next plumped up ass that they're trying to promote, man. She's kind of fading out. That's my opinion. It's a little bit past speculation Sunday, but if I lived in Hawaii, I could go on for another hour and a half easy. But
I think you're still within. You're not speaking out of school here by saying Kim Kardashian is losing her luster. I think that's a fair.
That's what I'm kind of noticing, is that it used to be every other. I'm telling you, every other Yahoo article was Kim's butt, but now it's like it's like 1% versus like 20% or whatever it was, man. It was a lot, man. She showed up at a gala wearing only like a fucking what? I just try to pay attention to patterns, and patterns are what have got us all into the reality of looking at things that make sense. And some things make sense and some things don't. But in the mass media, man, it's really hard to tell between the truth. Are they telling us the truth? Or are they just distracting us from the truth?
I assume distraction. Almost.
I assume that too, man.
If it's local news,
always
I like local news.
Distraction.
Yeah, if it's local, if it's anything state or above, I assume it's guided by some hand that controls money supply in some way. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, if it's local, I mean, I've met mayors, I've had lunches with police chiefs, met these guys, man, hung out with them, get their vibe, try to feel them out. And without a doubt, man, most of them are in the system to benefit from the system, but they think they're doing a good thing, man. We built a park, and we grew some grass over here so the kids can go over there and cool off in the summertime, or they got a water fountain, whatever. Those people, man, in the city are from my experience, man, they are just guys and gals trying to take the funds that they were allotted and do the best thing, man. However, they get fucked. The bigger picture is that the reason they're able to do those things because they had to cuck up and agree to whatever the mandates were to get the money, to even get the money. But they had to cuck it up, man. And they don't realize they're cucking it up, man. They're like Globers, man. They don't know, man. They're just like people trying to do their job every day, man. Trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. I mean, the vote Democrat or Republican. Yeah, fuck. These people are fucked, man. They work so hard, man. They work day in, day out to try to figure out a better city within the system. It's totally cucked them from the beginning. And it's a fucked up dichotomy, man. It's fucked up, man, because you have to figure out, first of all, man, am I in a dichotomy that's producing some really bad shit at the end of the day? Or am I in a dichotomy that wants the truth, man? And they can't go out and say, hey, man, the truth is the truth, and you guys need to look at it. Nah, they can't do that, man. They can't do like we do and say, hey, man, the truth is what we can prove. And the dichotomy is, it's not what you can prove. It's not what you know. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove.
Yeah, and if anybody will listen.
Well, that's it. They will listen, man. You're here. I'm here. We listen. And us people that want to listen and look into it, there's a lot of us, man. And it's growing. But is it gonna like change the system and make it great? I don't think so, man. I don't. However, can it make you great? I do believe that. It can make you great. And that's way above the system, man. If you're a great person, man, that shit shines above all. And I've met so many great people, man, that do things that are just absolutely amazing, man. And they don't do it from a selfish, like, I'm here to. Some of them do. Some of them. But you can point them out, man. You know when you meet them. Shake their hand, look them in the eye. You know they're here to benefit themselves, not the greater community. They're not here to benefit the greater community. I am here to benefit the greater community in the aspect of objective reality. And anybody can take me to task all day long. I don't care if you came from, the highest echelons of science and college education. I'm going to ask you questions that's going to make you go, well, I'm going to have to look into that. I guarantee it, man. I will take your shit to the fucking woodshed, and you will not be so popular after I do. You won't. you're going to be less popular.
It
But
takes
those
a minute. Takes
Yeah.
a minute to get them to stop presupposing a spinning globe. That's the problem. Is you talk to someone,
It's huge.
and
They're a huge
and
problem.
the presupposition is ingrained so deep that to get them out of that is a pain in the ass, and it's
Yep.
complete resistance.
Absolutely, man. 100%, man. It's hard, man. It's not easy, man. And we've all experienced that through the years and years and years. We've been out here like, hey, man, just want you to think about something differently. You cool with that? And most of them are not. They won't. They're like, no, I'm just happy living on my glove, man. Leave me alone. And goodness, man, we deal with those kind of guys in here on a weekly basis. And that's okay,
Begging
man.
the question all day. Everything I say is begging the question. Everything I say is like, wait, you only think that? It's obvious to me that you only think that because you've presupposed a spinning ball and you've never not done that. You've always done that. And there's no question. It's obviously why. We all know why, because we all did that, the same thing. But
No, yes, I did that. Yes. I know I did it because I went through it. And I said, hey, man, wait a minute. Everything in my life, and I was chasing girls and married and partying and whatever. I wasn't even actually thinking about the globe and the spinning rotations of the beautiful lights that produce summer and winter. And man, I love those lights in the sky, man, that produce summer and winter. I love that. Especially that sun. That sun is a really fun thing, man, to observe throughout the year. Damn, the sun is cool, man. It goes away, it gets colder, it comes closer and gets hot. That's weird. It can only be a gaseous planet thing, spherical. Yeah. What? That's it. That's my only. Yeah, that's your only choice, son. Okay. Is that what I have on the test? Oh, okay. If that's on the test, man, I'll go ahead and study for that on the test, because that's what it says on the test. If you guys ever question what it says on the test, you guys are completely wrong. I'm telling you, man. You guys are toast. Because if it's on the test, it has to be true. Ain't that something, man? It's got to be true. If it's on the test. Yep. Parallax happens only through optics that produce red shift and blue shift. That's the only thing that produces parallax. And if you don't have the equipment to look at that, then you're completely lost, man. You guys don't understand how things work because we have equipment.
That's who we're only those with the ring, those who have the golden ring of equipment are the ones that get to decide what is true, and you do not have it.
Now you got it. Now you got it.
Yeah, that's wild. It's like, wait a minute, what about this? Like, I've seen plenty of videos where I've seen a video where Jupiter and Saturn are moving at the same speed across the sky, and they're double the distance. Saturn's twice as far. They look the same amount of bright, and they're moving the same speed as if the Earth is spinning, or they're just moving at the same speed above us. Like, it doesn't make any sense. There is, like, but if you show that to someone, it's like, oh, there must be an explanation. That's the feeling. I was like, oh, there must be an explanation. They probably already figured this out. Yeah, they did. They figured it out. They just said that you're going to believe what they say.
These people figured it out, and they got it all figured out, and we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
that's the position I take. And I was like, all these science communicators have got it all figured out, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye and Michio Kaku. Yeah, Michio Kaku. What an interesting name, man. Michio Kaku. I always thought that was an interesting name for a guy that understood all the intricacies of where we live. And I've met a couple of physicists over the years, man. And I asked them, man, what do you think of Michio Kaku, man? They're like, every single one of them said, I don't trust that guy. And I thought that was interesting, man. It's like, oh, interesting. Yeah, that guy's full of shit, man. Michio Kaku said that we are off. This is guesswork. We don't know what we're doing by 128 zeros, bitches. 128 zeros. That's how far off this cosmological fucking thing that you're trying to figure out. Yeah, 128 zeros, man.
Like, I could write down random letters and numbers and like expressions and hand it to a physicist, and I would probably be the same amount off. No, just like, here's a random thing I wrote. Here's a random thing my cat wrote. Here, you guys, how far are we to figuring out the cosmos? They'd be like, well, you're like 1 to the negative quadrillion. You're not like it would be almost as close as that number that you said, which is not even a number. It's not even a number that you could even say that means anything. It's dumb.
Well, I heard Professor Parks, man. He's an astrophysicist as well. Last week, whatever, a few days ago, come into a Discord like this, not this one, but and he was so straightforward, man. He even said that Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson are fucking jokes, man. I can't believe these guys are fucking with the paradigm of the mainstream media and producing information that it goes against even the fucking physicists, even the top guys, man, are like, wait a minute, man, this guy's a piece of shit, man. Basically, is what they were saying. And I find that interesting, man, that top physicists out there think that the mainstream physicists are full of shit. And and I always love that, man. When things get exposed on a physical level, like we can see too far, or there's no curvature, or where's the spin, or Foucault pendulum, or these physical levels where these cocks get exposed is so fun, man, that we have to keep going, man. We have to keep going and exposing these cocks because they just keep coming up with some other stupid explanation for galaxies and trillions of miles. Yeah, fuck off.
Right. They show up on Fallon and Rogan and whoever the hell else gets told to have them on. They explain some theory, like string theory, and then they explain that we don't really even know anything, but whatever.
We don't know anything because we could never know anything because we know that there's no way to know that everything is not everything. Yeah, fuck off. That cuck shit, man. Right. I guarantee you, man, I can show you gas pressure with a container all day long, man. I can show it to you. I can fucking demonstrate it. I can pressurize it. You show me gas pressure without a container. That would be cool. I'd be into that, man. I'm in. Count me in.
Yeah. With a gradient force field.
Gradient force field. And yeah. Well, we can't produce it because we don't have an experiment that's as big as Earth. Wait a minute, man. We live on Earth. What do you mean we don't have the fucking experiment of Earth? We live on Earth, you fucking Mongos. You want to come in here and tell us it's like we don't live on Earth? We live on a spinning ball shooting through outer space. Yeah, fuck off, man. You ain't shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. That's a fantasy, man. It's not a reality. And I just want you guys to get that, man. And I'll take on any Glober, anytime, anywhere. Say, hey, man, what do you got for gas pressure without a container, man? You got something? Come on. What do you got? You got
How do plate tectonics work? They'll say some shit.
They'll switch it up, man. What? Well, what do you mean about? I got pictures from plate tectonics.
There's a subduction zone, and all the stuff gets shit. Like what? Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like arguing with a 10-year-old who's like, or like a 4-year-old who's like, they tell you they poop their pants. You know, it's hard to do it. It becomes frustrating, and I understand why people get muted and why people get banned or like, you know, short-term banned really quick, because you're like, listen, man, we're not fucking doing this again.
Yeah, I get it, man. We get agitated. We get excited and say, what proof do you have for this spinning globe? And they come in here and they try to lay down some gravity Kaku, fucking Einstein shit. Yeah, man. I want to see it. Where can I go observe this curvature you've been talking about? Where can I go?
Yeah,
and they're like,
one.
Well, you can't see it. And they're like, what do you mean I can't see? Step one, what do you got?
Step one, find curvature, dude. Like that's step one. Like that's the step.
Oh yeah.
You know? That's the step. Or proof spin, which like not even people who tell you it's spinning, they already told you couldn't do that. That's the best part. It's like the people that they use to prove spin are the people that said, yeah, you can't prove spin. But no one listen to that. So
yeah, man. Einstein said, hey man, there's no experiment we can do to detect the Earth's rotation. Might as well be a flat Earth, man. Might as well.
Yeah, and then his like, yeah. Yep. Anyway, it's like I got a picture because I was walking by a fountain in my hometown. There's like a fountain, and it's like a half dome, but the dome is downward, and the water is on this flat plane on the top, but then it sticks to the bottom of the dome and rolls down into the fountain. So it's a curved ball, half a ball, but the water is sticking to it, which is obviously just surface tension, right? But I think I feel like I found better proof than anybody else we've had in here in the last, since I've been here.
Yeah.
It's just surface tension, but it's kind of cool. Like the water is sticking to a ball going down in a weird way. But that's all I got. That's the best thing I got. That's the closest I've came. What have they done? Less than that. It's a sweet fountain.
Well, they went out and they commented on a 619-mile observation of flat, and they said, "Hey, man, that's clouds, bro. Come on, it's clouds. It's clouds." And I think that's interesting. Keep it real, people, man. Look into the facts. Look at the reality of the situation, man. That's all I'm trying to do, man. Say, hey, man, take a peek. Look into it. Don't, whatever. I'm cool, man. But I do want to spread the information and say, hey, man, been lied to about Earth. And ain't that sucks, man. It sucks. It sucks.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either, man. I hate it, man. That's why I came up with like a flat earth dude, man. I'm like, I'm pissed, man. I'm fuckers, man. They lied to us about where we lived, man. And that pisses me off. I don't know about you guys, man. It's like, damn, fuckers.
Went to a lot of trouble too. It wasn't easy. It's impressive.
It's not easy, man. It's fucking nothing's easy, man. We went through like you know, we had to go through the fire, man. The first guys through the wall are always get damaged, man, the most. Because, you know, they're the first guys through the wall, man. And it hurts, man. But the guys that actually do make it through the wall, the first guys, yeah, they're the best. And we've got some great people in here on this Discord that are absolutely went through that first wall, man. It hurt, man. We had to like regroup. We had to come back. And that's the great thing about perseverance is that once you go through it, you have a different perspective of everything. And that's what we're trying to achieve here. Is, dude, the perspective of the globe is in your head, dude. It's not in reality. It's not even close to reality. It's completely Hollywood made up in your head. You've never been to space. You don't know. But they sold it to you as space, man. Space is real. Oh my God, space is real. We gotta go to space, bro. And yeah, nobody's going to space, man. Least of all, you ain't going to space. I'm not going to space. Nobody here is going to space. However, we watched a launch to outer space today from SpaceX, man. We watched it right here live on this channel. And it looked good, man. It could be Hollywood. It looked that good. Hollywood. So the Hollywood perception of reality has been manipulated, and outer space is real. It's a real place. You can go to the moon and like go golfing on the moon. Wait, we can go golfing on the moon? Oh, that's cool. Let's do that, man. Yeah, let's do that.
You gotta take a time machine back to 1969 to do it, though.
Well, that's
Take
it,
a
man.
time
We got to
machine
take
back.
a time machine.
In an era of drum brakes and carbureted engines, we can go to the moon. When you think about the process of it, like getting up into space and passing through Van Allen belts and going super fast, and somehow this completely dismally aerodynamic piece of shit makes it there. Then you like, enter orbit. Then you lower this piece of shit, like the worst looking thing. I almost think like any freshman MIT or like engineering class can make something better. Somehow it lands with the spin of the moon. with everything, and then they get out, and then it launches back up, and they reconnect with a space shuttle, flip a bitch, and then head back and enter the Earth. It just sounds so crazy. And then we can't even get out of low Earth orbit if we can even do that. It doesn't make any sense. It's obviously nonsensical on its face. But whatever. I'm down with it, I guess. I'll play along.
No, I like your I call it epiphany or your diatribe, whatever. And you are thinking in the most logical sense of things that would work. And for them to show us this moon landing with this curtain rod tweaker shelter. Yeah. Curtain rod tweaker shelter.
In a vacuum.
In a vacuum. It's like, yeah, that's what we landed on the moon with, bro. We got it. And like, well, boy, that's a hell of a story, bro. It's a hell of a story. That's a hell of a proof.
And like the testing, I forget what I was watching. They were like, how do you even test that? Because the best vacuum changer has like, 10 feet of steel or concrete, and that's not even close to space. It's not even close. It's like, and then like, so you could never adequately test it. So no matter what you say, they're going up there with untested equipment. It's just at a minimum. Like, you can't even argue with that. They would have had to have over-engineered, and they still wouldn't even know what over-engineering is. They'd be guessing. It's a guess at best. And at a minimum, someone has to give you that. And they don't even give you that. They're like, oh, they had to figure it out. They probably figured it out. Well, yeah, they probably figured it out, but no, you tell me that no one fucking died. How many people have died in a vacuum? Of all the people that have gone up there, how many people have died because an engineering failure of their suit or whatever? I don't know the numbers on that, but I'd be interested to know what they admit to. Fucked up, man.
Well, that's what we do, man. Look into this. Let's look.
I'll gather the numbers. Audit NASA. Audit freaking NASA. I'm gonna go get some Cheese Whiz. I got some tortilla chips. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Here's a topic. All right.
Well, tortilla chips are like spherical triangles, so that's relative to flat Earth. Oh, he dipped. Nuggets sauce dipped.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming Goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. And let me explain. I'm gonna, now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly... generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know. But
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair. And, I'd say that's
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
If that makes sense. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming it.
But wait! There's more!
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We can get really close. Like, I can be like 99.99%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like, whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe? I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah. To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's not even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before. So.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted. Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you! I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on
right
Discord.
now? Are we talking?
I believe
on Discord?
so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
but
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
In my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
I got a question for you guys. Do you guys hate people who do not believe in like Jesus Christ or your religion?
No. So
No, it's their choice. It's their choice.
guys, this isn't the religious. So everyone is welcome from every
Roger,
every
you're,
layer.
lagging. We can't really hear what you're saying.
Oh, so we're like only allowed to talk about flat Earth?
Yeah, this isn't a religious server. And I'm glad you guys found your faith, right? That's all fine. But this isn't a religious server. So,
but
yeah, and
it's really
hard. Yeah, sorry, wind is blowing here.
Yeah, I can tell, man.
So the point is, this is the live stream, and we are this is dedicated for flat Earth, and I know it sometimes goes off topic, but yeah. So Luda, you're new, and why do you think that? What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
What do I think about the shape of the Earth? Like out of 10, 1 from 10, I'd say I believe it 7, 10. I mostly came here to like learn and make sure. You know, I have my doubts.
You believe it, right? What is it you believe?
What is it? Do I believe? I believe that I need to stay and keep being skeptical. You know.
Okay, but. So 7 out of 10, you think it's a flat Earth?
Yeah,
or?
I think it's most likely a flat Earth. Yeah.
And why? Why do you think this?
Why do I think this? My entire life, you know, people try to convince you that it's a globe, but I've never really seen any concrete evidence that's like upheld by actual logic and sense. You know.
So what about all these space pictures, right?
Yeah,
space ball, right? What about them? Why don't you believe it?
Why don't I believe it?
Right.
Well, you see the technology right now, right? How you can Photoshop and make anything look real.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could Photoshop and.
Yo, Elbow, do you not believe my story, bro?
The government has like a $1 bajillion to do that, you know? And all that money from you know, funding NASA. I'm sure they could make up a lot of movies and a lot of video footage that could, you know, make it true.
Can I interrupt, Roger?
Sure. Yeah,
Sorry,
I felt it too. So let's go, Gospel. Yeah.
Luda, if it's flat, how could we know?
How can we know? Well, first of all, just look at the horizon. You know, I've been like everyone says the horizon is like.
Okay.
Like
so besides looking at the horizon, what do you do with it?
What do I do with it?
Yeah.
What do I do with the horizon? Okay. I've seen an experiment where.
No. Don't even go down that road at all.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're trying to get from me right now.
Yeah. So this is a question of what is. Are you familiar with that phrase? What is? Do you understand
not really,
those words?
no. Please explain.
Yeah. What is? Question mark as a statement, right? This is a question of what is. Okay. So this isn't about a how. This isn't a question of causality. This isn't a thing that requires experimentation. This is a question of description and measurement. Okay.
I believe.
So back to the Hawk, you're interrupting. So back to the original question: how can we determine what is?
What is? Could you give me an example of like an answer that would be to what is? Not necessarily flat Earth. I need an example.
So you have a computer in front of you?
Sure.
Does it have a table?
Sure.
Okay. How can you describe and how can you explain the nature of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How do you do that?
I see it.
No. How do you go forth in describing the nature of the features of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How?
By experimenting first.
No, that's retarded, by the way.
That's retarded.
It has,
okay.
Yes, it is extremely. So it's not exclusively or it's not independently observation all by itself. There's some things that are necessary, which I already gave a hint to. I technically already gave you the answer. You would never perform an experiment to describe the surface of your table. That is retarded.
Okay, well then please give me the answer, okay? Because you have
measurements. Three-dimensional reality. You measure it.
Okay.
It's very simple. This is like elementary.
Okay.
Not like Sherlock's version of elementary, dear Watson, but like actual third grade elementary school elementary.
Okay, let's go back to your point. Your point is that you want to find out if I believe or not.
But shapes. No, it's not about belief. I asked a very simple question to kind of expose how you're a low energy troll. It's as simple as that. Okay, so the fact of the matter is, it is what it is, unless you're a solipsist. Okay, are you a big fan of solipsism?
No, I don't. Okay.
Well, maybe you are, and you just don't know. But whatever the case, it is what it is. Do you disagree?
It is what it is. I love that saying. Yeah.
Or is it something that it isn't?
I mean, obviously, it is what it is. Yes.
Okay, that's not obvious to everybody. That's not obvious to everybody. There are people known as solipsists that appreciate the opportunity to have direct contradiction in reality.
I've never claimed to have the proof or know what is what it is. I mostly came here to like learn and make sure and stay,
I'm
skeptical about everything. I don't understand why you're targeting me necessarily.
Only because of your insincerity, and people that are disingenuous are typically higher targets for.
Is it only because I don't believe in God?
No, not.
Oh God!
That's the only thing I was talking about.
Yeah, that's it. You figured it out.
When he first came in, he was 50-50. So I think we're making progress. He's at least.
Wait, I never said I was
now. Oh, I thought you did when you said you were like teetering on the top and you weren't sure, but leaning our way, but now you seem to be leaning more. So I don't know.
There's no progress.
Listen, can I interject for a second? Can I interject for a second? Okay, so check this out. Okay, you're using maybe it's by mistake or whatever. We're very rigorous here about our definitions of things, right? So an experiment is for like phenomenon, things that happen. So you can experiment and figure out what causes this, right? X causes Y. So it is what it is means like there's things that just exist physically in the world, and you don't need an experiment to figure. You don't need the cause of why that is the way it is to know what it is. Right?
Okay, sure.
So you don't need to know that the carpenter built your table to know that it's a square.
Okay.
Right. You don't need a theory of wood or drills or anything. Right. You don't need to know anything about carpentry to know what it is. Right. And when he's calling you a low energy troll, because it sounds like you're just fishing. You're trying to figure out what you think we want to hear. Right? That's what it sounds like to me. No. Probably sounds like to everybody else in here.
Wait, hold on. If I really wanted to do that, I could pretend to believe in God and do all those things.
But listen, why do you think, see, you're already fucking up because you already got the idea that flat earthers are religious. Like, I don't know where you got that idea from. I'm not at all.
Okay, everyone.
Most of the people on this server
is religious.
Yeah, to be fair,
no, that's not true.
Religious people.
Like only people I've spoken to so far. I've joined this recently. I've spoken to everyone.
23,000 people on this server.
Religious.
There's 23,000 people on this server. You talked to 5 people.
Oh yes, I just joined, so I'm sorry.
And when he joined, we were having a conversation about religion, so I get why he got away with that.
And what did Roger say? Roger said, if we're going to have a religious discussion, you want to move it to somewhere else because it's not the basis of the server.
I was willing to do that, yeah, but I was starting to get questioned. I don't know why.
We're sorry
sound like
because you guys think
listen, Pom dude that keeps interjecting from the side. Don't anymore, please. Okay, I'm having a conversation with one person. This is bullshit.
You guys are grilling one person.
Well, so what? Mind your fucking business. Okay, I'm talking to this one person.
I feel like
all right. I don't care about your feelings, dude. You a chick? Anyway, listen. So you just sound like this is based upon religion. If we want to move you out of the live stream, which is broadcast everywhere, and we're trying to get it off, get it out of here. Why would we do that if we're a religious server?
Oh, okay.
So your idea of flat.
I'm sorry for.
It's a common misconception that flat Earth is based upon religion. That is incorrect. It's not based upon that. It's based upon objective, empirical reality, and not measurements. It's not based upon Jesus, Allah, Buddha, or anything like that.
The only reason I was talking about religion is because that was what we were talking about before. That's
then why did you say something like, if I believed in God, then you'd be treated differently or something? No, you wouldn't.
Oh, well,
not at all.
Because I felt like I was the outlier because everyone else I've spoken to was religious. And you're the only person I just started talking to that it's not. But I felt like I was getting targeted.
Everyone else you're talking to,
because I didn't know why else.
Probably over 30 years old. So why didn't you pick that as a property that they ban people for? Yeah. So you're just like
I didn't hear the whole thing. Say that again.
Okay. Everyone else you're talking to is over 30 years old. Why didn't you say you're just banning me because I'm under 30?
I have no idea that everyone knows how old everyone else is. I have no idea.
The point is, you picked an arbitrary thing.
No,
I'm different here, so this is why you're banning me.
Well, I didn't pick
this is why we're calling you disingenuous. Because a lot of triggered atheists come on here thinking that flat Earth is based upon religion, right?
I never said that though. How are you making this up?
It's inferred from the way you're acting. It's inferred from the way you're acting.
Okay, well, I'm just saying what you're inferring is just wrong.
But
you don't know. You don't really know me that much, so I don't know how much.
It's not about knowing you. It's about what you
know about all of this.
Listen, I don't want to fixate on this because this is a flat Earth server, right? So, just want to give you a foundation. Dude.
Okay, I appreciate
if you keep interrupting the way you're interrupting, you'll be muted or banned. Okay, we don't roll like this, man.
Sure.
So, just trying to give you a foundation on how we roll here, right?
Yeah,
it's not a religious server. What we do here is we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. That is not the goal here. We don't care what you think. We really don't. Obviously, from the way we're treating you, we don't really care if you're a flat Earther or not a flat Earther, or globe Earther, concave Earther. We don't really care. We're only going to give you information, right? And if we're going to brainwash you to do anything, it's going to be to think for yourself.
Well,
right? We want you to be able to critically think about the issue. So one example of that, listen. So one example of that, this issue does not get critically thought about is you think that you can do an experiment to determine the shape of something, and it's not your fault. You think that is because people are taught in school that the only people that can figure out the shape of the Earth are super smart scientists, right?
Yeah.
And you need to do these crazy experiments. And ironically, they also are convinced that if you don't think the Earth is flat, you're dumb, right? So you have to be super smart to understand it in the first place, but you're dumb if you don't believe it. It's a contradiction, right?
I agree.
So these are some of the things we point out, these contradictions, logical fallacies, that when it comes to the globe, right, there's actually no evidence of it. And it's just a tradition or an idea that's been passed on over and over again. Because if you stick around here, you're going to find out. People come in here, they'll say, what about the Coriolis effect, for example? And then you ask them for actual evidence, data, whatever, and all they can do is give you models, right? But they can't give you any actual measurement data that it is what it is, right? That there actually is this Coriolis effect in the physical world that we can go out into the world and measure. So the prime example of the Earth's not a globe is, where's the curvature, right? And we don't determine whether the Earth is curving or not by simply looking at it, because looking is subjective, right? So if I look at some railroad tracks, they converge in the distance, right? So if I drew a conclusion from just looking at it, I would think that those railroad tracks come together at some point. But we know they don't. They're parallel. But to tell they're parallel, we'd go out there into the world with a tape measure and measure the tracks and figure out they're the same distance apart along their entire length, right? So what we do is we go out and we measure the world and look for this curvature that they say exists, right? We take their model, radius 3,959 miles, It makes predictions about the geometry. The horizon should be here. You should see this from this distance. If you have a straight line or at eye level along some distance, the surface of the Earth should drop away from that line some other distance, right? Some other length, right? So 25 miles from eye level, the Earth should drop away 440 feet. So we go out and we test these things. And when you go out in the real world and you test them, these don't exist. This is why we can dismiss all the images from space, because all the images from space depict a curving surface of water, right? When you see the so-called blue marble, you see that image. They show a curving ocean. They show the ocean is curved, right? Curved into the shape of a ball.
Yeah.
So we can go to the water, right? The water on where we are, right? What they say is curving in the real world, and we can go measure, and then it's not curving, right? The water is completely flat when we measure it at any length. So should we believe the images or the results of the tape measure?
I'd say the results.
Yeah, the results of the tape measure. And then you say, hey, this is the way it is. They say, no, you're a stupid flat earther. You say, oh, okay, go measure it yourself. They go out into the real world and they measure it themselves and they go, shit, it really is flat. What you'll find out is that most flat earthers have actually gone out into the world and done tests. And that's what convinced them. Not us saying, hey, the earth is flat and everybody jumping on the bandwagon. It's from people actually going out to the world and verifying for themselves, this is the nature of our reality.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar, discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Yep, just to catch everybody that hasn't been here up to speed, we still need measurements of curvature, axial rotation, or any movement of the Earth, gas pressure next to the near perfect vacuum. You guys know the story.
A quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Good food in space. That sounds delicious.
Hello. Who's that?
Mr. Yam, that could be renamed to Mr. Falsetto. What kind of questions do you have, Mr. Yam?
That's supposed to be an insult?
No, it's just a descriptor of how you're talking in a falsetto.
Emphasis on false.
You're being kind of rude. Why is there longer days in some parts of the year in Alaska and shorter parts where there's like no night?
Because, as people have known for thousands of years, the sun transits between the tropics throughout the year.
Does that mean that the Earth is round?
No.
No.
Define round.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. It could be round like a table. Yeah, my bad.
What do you mean, bro? Round.
And for the record, to describe someone's voice as it is in a falsetto is by no means rude. So your claim of it being rude is
you're being rude.
Lacks any form of validity whatsoever. No, I'm being objective.
So are y'all like professional flat earthers or like amateurs?
Whoa.
Flat earthers.
You guys like study this?
I'm about to revoke the mod status of whoever VC verified. No, I guess anybody can VC verify it, like silver and up, right?
Yeah.
Nah, silvers can.
Well, whatever the case.
So this one's not on me.
Well, you know what? For some, they feel the need to ridicule as part of their stages of grief.
I'm not.
No, you started with it.
I'm just curious.
You started with a question. It was answered. Do you have any form of a logical response to the answer you received?
I'm just taking in the information that you gave me.
Yeah. Transiting between the tropics. Do you understand what those words mean?
Yes.
It's okay if you don't. Like, people. Well, somebody might make fun of you, but I sincerely will not make fun of you. It's okay to not know things. It's helpful and beneficial to learn.
Is the sun flat?
Yeah, I believe you.
Okay, so I have a perfect question for you in response to that question. Is the Earth the sun?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm asking.
It does actually have everything to do with it, and I'll explain why if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so many people start with the argument of if all the other planets are flat, then why, or if all the other planets are round, then why would the Earth be flat? Right? This question has a built-in assumption. You follow me so far? I just want to make sure I'm not going too quick for you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I appreciate the sarcasm. I'm hoping for actual answers. Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious.
But anyway, people make the assumption that the Earth is a planet. That's the assumption that's built into that question. So it's a loaded question. It's kind of one of the fallacies, right? There's lots of different fallacious ways of engaging in a conversation or argument or debate. So the issue with you invoking "is the sun flat" is making some type of assumption about the things in the sky being the same in nature and origin as the thing that we live on. And my question for you is, what makes you believe that they are related?
I never once said that they were related. I'm just asking, is the sun flat?
So why would you ask that if they aren't related?
Right, there's a relation within your mind to those two things. Where'd you get that from?
Because the sun provides light to Earth.
Okay.
But looking up at the sun, how do you look up at that and see a similarity to the ground under your feet? How are the two the same?
Because it provides light.
This is why I asked you: is the Earth the sun? Okay, buddy.
It's like having a light bulb in your room.
This is called irrelevant. So, best case, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Everything that I said was related to me giving you the benefit of the doubt. You literally took it in the worst possible way. It's a light. Do you think that you can discern? Okay, let me ask you this. Does light emanate from the sun? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase the question to be as fair and objective as possible. Does light appear to emanate from the sun?
Yes.
Okay, I personally would agree with you on that. Okay, how does one determine the shape of an object?
Mr. Yam, answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How does one determine the shape of an object?
By looking at it?
Okay, those are good answers. I appreciate that. Does it require, what there's some other things it requires, right? Looking at it from one angle, from multiple angles, light reflecting off of it so as to determine texture and shape. When light is emanating from the object itself, is it logically deductible to determine its shape?
Well, you can't tell the shape in the dark.
I know you probably are thinking, but we have pictures of the sun like when it's darker. I know you probably have all sorts of buts, but I'm working with the question at hand and trying to get you to answer yes or no to these simple, not gotcha questions. They're questions meant to help you think through this slowly, methodically, logically, so that you can deprogram your mind from your assumptions.
Yes.
I'm trying to just get it. Yes.
No.
I don't have a lot of time.
I gave you some easy stuff to work through, some like kindergarten level questions to think through. Is it logically deducible? Is it logically deducible to determine a shape of an object where that object is exclusively bringing forth light? Nothing is reflecting off of the sun, right? The light appears to come from the sun. Can you agree to this?
Right. Light reflects off the sun all the time.
What?
What? Light reflects off the sun all the time? That you said?
Yes.
Okay, just take a moment.
Are you trying to say that light is like one directional? It can only come from the sun?
No, I'd like you to demonstrate light reflecting off of the light source.
I think you mean the light from the sun is reflected on other surfaces. Is that what you mean?
No, I think he really meant light is bouncing off of the sun. Is that your assumption?
Yes.
From where?
From lights on the earth.
But. You need to reevaluate your understanding of the light source that we have in the sky, and to make things really simple, I'll just answer the question for you. Without any type of reflection of light off of an object, it isn't actually feasible to determine its shape. Does it appear to be circular? Yeah, sure.
Also,
does it appear to be a ball? How could we possibly know? We have but one vantage point, and that is the place where we're at on the ground.
So if you can make the same assumption that the sun is round by looking at it, can't you make the same assumption if you're like from a plane? You can see that the Earth is round. You can
Maybe you're not understanding the definition of words. Do you understand what the word round means?
Yes.
Okay. So, no, those two words are actually not the same. They're not synonyms.
No shit, Sherlock. But in this case, yes.
No, there's no in this case. Words mean what they mean, and they have specific application.
In India last night said that they did mean the same thing, so I don't know. He's like your Lord and Savior, so.
I have but one, and it's definitely not Indio. But that's not relevant. It's an ad hom. It's completely irrelevant to the discussion. You're invoking a conversation about a thing in the sky because why? Why aren't you more concerned about the nature of the surface of the Earth that we live on? Because that's the question at hand, the flatness of the Earth, not other objects in the sky.
What shape do you think the Earth is personally?
Do you think that if you own a dog, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog just because you have a dog?
Also, I still have not gotten a straight answer about is the sun round? You're kind of avoiding my question.
Have you stopped?
I'm not.
You're not giving me.
I'm not avoiding anything, Yam.
You clearly are.
No, I actually already answered that it has a circular appearance.
If you expect me to understand this, I need like a clear yes or no answer.
Hey, Yam, have you
No, I'm going to say it has a circular appearance because that describes the answer. Again, do you assume that because you might have a dog in your household, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog? It's an analogy. Just because things appear to be one thing elsewhere doesn't mean that all things everywhere are the thing that you're referring to. Just because there's dots in the sky doesn't mean the Earth is a dot. The Earth is the Earth. Your assumption that it's something else is based on programming and the fairy tales inside of your head. Because of your assumption or presumption that the Earth is a speck floating in the endless vacuum of outer space, because of that assumption, your question makes sense to you. But in reality, if you start from square one, it's completely illogical. There's no connection whatsoever. You're just assuming there's a connection. It's okay. One day you might figure out what an axiom is, and you'll realize that you have some assumptive axioms without any evidence.
He's a young lad.
That's true.
You can't expect him to really understand anything more than what he's told.
Are you guys resulting to insults?
I'm not insulting you, brother. I have nothing against you. I got nothing wrong. I'm chilling. Are you chilling?
I'm chilling. You chilling, yeah?
I'm super.
Bro, what if that commercial was just more globe Earth propaganda because they're like chilling like Magellan?
Oh gosh.
I know. I'm just goofing around now.
Are you guys like scientists, like Earth scientists or something like that?
Bro, does it take a scientist to grab a ruler and measure a sheet of paper? Yes or no?
Here, let me say, it's just a title, my friend. In fact, you'll probably find more wisdom in this chat than you will.
I don't need to go on a whole like trivia Easter egg hunt and try to find the answer for myself. I'm just asking for a question.
I know, right? You said it.
Yes or no?
Scientists. I don't know what qualifies a scientist. Like what, a PhD or something, or like a fancy like degree? Is that the only authority you're going to accept?
Are you employed as a scientist of some sort?
Scientism.
No, I'm a tradesman.
I'll tell you guys, the only thing you need to do to be a scientist is conduct a scientific experiment using the scientific method. That would make you a scientist.
Thank you.
There we go. And there are people here that have done that.
Yes. Most anybody that went through the public school system performed at least a rudimentary science experiment that followed all of the scientific method.
So yeah, in other words, we're comparable to scientists. We are. You can believe what we say.
No belief is necessary. Back to my question about
can a person job.
Take a ruler. Mr. Yam, don't talk over people.
Yeah.
Back to my question with a person taking a ruler and measuring a sheet of paper. You're still talking over people. It's not helpful.
Such a little twit. But you're cool, man. Love you, bro.
The issue is these are simple questions that if you cared about getting to an end, okay, what's your point? Okay, what's your point? Like, if you actually cared about the truth, you'd be like, okay, yes, obviously, but what's the point you're trying to make? Well, the point you're trying to make is that it doesn't even involve science. Oh, okay, well, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just a simple measurement question. Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, people claim that there's a radius and therefore there's geometry. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, they claim that ships go over the horizon. Oh, what do you mean by that? And you just work through to the end and you learn something. But no, you'd rather play little silly child games and not learn anything. At least that's what appears to be the case.
I just don't think he's in a learning state right now.
Yeah.
I am trying to learn. I'm just very curious. You never answered my question about, is it your actual profession?
It's irrelevant.
Me personally, no. And yeah, it is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, like
it's very relevant, actually.
How's it relevant?
Multiple scientists have indeed said that the Earth is round, and you don't need.
Yeah, but we can't just accept that because someone said it. We need to for it.
You can't appeal to the authority.
And go up in a plane and look at the curvature of.
We've all been in a plane.
Hey, those scientists you were just talking about, they disagree with you on that.
And why don't you look out the window?
Yo, Yam, those scientists, Central just made a great point. The same scientists you're appealing to tell you can't see curvature from an airplane. So what did you say?
Specifically who, right? Wasn't that Neil deGrasse Tyson or something?
Yep, that stuff is flat.
Right. So your own scientist from the mouth of the man that you essentially worship said that you can't see curvature.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
What's wrong with your mic,
There you go.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's okay if you don't recognize his voice. It means you probably don't worship him, which is good. Good.
It also means that he doesn't even seem to know the scientist, so-called, that he's appealing to.
Correct.
Right? That's really awkward. Really awkward, man. It's okay if you say, I don't know. We're not going to ridicule you like we receive ridicule about flat earthers that we're stupid and we don't understand. That's all.
What are you on about?
You know what it is? Like you have a lot of trust in the system, right? And you're probably confused as to why we go against that system. You know, I'm trying to figure out your mind, like where you're at.
Where does
what
the
you're
sun
going to receive.
go when the sun sets?
Too far away.
Realize that you just said you could see curvature from an airplane, and that's not true.
Or from your window. You said just look out your window.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
But mathematically,
you think that the government is paying me to like tell you that the Earth is round?
No, yeah. You just believe in something that's not there.
Yeah, you're just having delusions.
Mathematically, that's impossible, and I just told you.
So you're saying that millions of billions of people are all delusional?
Being lied to simultaneously, yes, by a one-world military.
Did you not listen to
CGI? Is it like, do they have like screens in airplane windows that are like?
Yeah,
dude. Did you listen to what your heliocentric priest just said? He said you don't see the curvature of the Earth, and he was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet. A little bit more than the altitude a plane flies at. So what are you talking about?
Right. In other words, he's saying you have to go. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you have to go higher than that, basically. He was inferring that you'd have to go higher to see curvature.
That's like 3 times.
One of my relatives flew the U-2 spy plane and took photos of the curvature of the Earth. You can see it.
From what altitude?
From what?
This is
they didn't take any photographs.
It was borderline space.
All right, hold the phone. Are you aware of the percentage of Earth that they claim that the people on the ISS are capable of seeing? Are you aware of the percentage?
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's they?
The ISS. I'm just asking you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. You can say no. Nobody's going to hurt you. It's okay. Are you aware of the percentage that the ISS people claim mathematically? And this is in the models. You can do the math yourself. Are you aware of the percentage at the height of the ISS? Yes or no?
Oh, why do you keep using that stupid soundboard? It's actually getting on my nerves.
All right, Yam.
I freaking love it. It's such a good meme.
Because you're taking so long to answer,
it's not even
the easy question. Yam. 3.
Hard to answer when you have to type the question.
Yeah, that's funny.
3 is the answer.
Who's laughing like that?
I'm hysterically laughing. Thank you,
Mr. Yam. 3%. I'm giving you the answer. The answer is 3%.
I don't even know what the question was.
The portion of
Maybe
the
if you
Earth.
want me to hear, then you should tell this dude to.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mute you. I was in the middle of speaking, answering a question you asked, and you're interrupting me, and then telling me that you can't hear my answer. That's because you're talking while I'm talking, answering the question that you asked me. That's illogical. Let's get with the program.
Yeah, focus, Yam.
All right. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Okay. First of all, maybe you should stop acting like Stalin.
The yes or no question.
You were talking over me, though.
Question. Just you like yes or no questions, right? You're flat, son. So answer the question,
bro.
Mr. Yam, your time here is very short. If this is how you're going to communicate,
you're talking over me, and then you don't mute him. It's just because you want to
try not to be offended, bro. Just like let it go, and like we'll be cool.
Yeah, a simple question. I know you're trying to do this weird thing of thinking that I'm acting like Stalin. That's a weird comparison, weird flex, but okay. All right.
Yeah, little Stalin-esque.
ISS. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
This thing.
International Space Station.
All right. Is that higher in elevation or lower in elevation, according to the narrative, than an airplane? Higher. Absolutely. That's the story that we're told. Now, again, based on what they do with the mathematics, they claim, and you can do the math yourself. What is it? 50 miles, however high up they say the ISS is. Okay, you can work it out in a program. You can work it out on a sheet of paper if you're really brave. All right, 3% of the Earth's surface is visible from that elevation. Okay, now that might initially sound insane until you crack out the paper, pull out your 60-degree perspective, your field of view. I know, well, what about 90? Why not use other angles? Why 60? Whatever you want to use, do the math, okay? Why is it that they can, that's a good question that leads from that, right? Why is it that they can only see 3%? But even more importantly than that, thank you so much, CB. So even more importantly than that, why is it that all the images from the ISS demonstrate the Earth to be a semicircle? And what I mean by that, Jenny. What I mean by that is, why is it that all of their photography and videography from the ISS demonstrates what most people would conclude to be about half of the Earth? Why is that? You ever thought about that, Mr. Yam? Why is 3% made to look like 50%? And how is 3% looking like 50%?
It's actually 33%.
No, it can't be 33%.
I've actually done the math in physics class.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No.
It's 33%.
No, it isn't.
At 408 kilometers, it is. That's how far up the ISS is.
Man, run me through that math problem right now. You did it in school. Do you got it right? Well, I mean, you said it was that was the way it is. I mean, well, if you did it, you did it again. did it.
Then why don't you show me how you did your math to get 3%?
All right, maybe he will.
50 miles. How did you get 50 miles? That doesn't even seem remotely close to 408 kilometers. If you're going against the narrative, then you should have to prove to me.
Okay, 250 miles. 250 miles. I remembered part of the number, and I was significantly incorrect. I apologize for my inaccuracy. I had part of the numbers correct, but as far as 250 in comparison, mathematically, to a radius of 3959, proportions. And anyways, the CB radio posted. That's not 33% in the slightest.
You okay, Mr. Yam?
It's just it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense when you just make up stories. I did it in physics class and it was 33%. I just made this up though.
You can even look up the calculations.
Forget the calculations. What about water? Do you really think the oceans bend somewhere out there along the horizon? I mean, you've been to a beach, right?
You really think that it falls off the edge of the earth?
No. I'm not worried about that. We can go back to that. I mean, that's a funny one. But do you actually see in your mind the flat oceans that you've seen in person? Do you see that wrapping around a ball?
You can physically see the curvature, and yes.
No, you can't. We just walked through mathematics.
From a beach.
Yeah, there's no curvature to be seen.
Yeah, water is flat, dude. Water always finds to seek and maintain its level, taking shape of its container. So where do you observe oceans curving? Doesn't that kind of sound silly?
Horizon?
At the horizon? No, the horizon's always flat, right? That's why it's a horizon, because it's horizontal.
Yeah, he's walking right into a trap. If you can see the Earth's curvature from the horizon, then every horizon, based on your globe model math of a radius of 3959 miles, must be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Guess where it isn't?
There. The answer is there. It's not there. That's your answer, buddy. But you don't appear to be very excited about answering some of these questions because...
No, because you guys, you just spit out what you have to say. I'm lecture me. I don't care.
Right. So yeah, for the globe that you believe in to exist, the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Do you think that's where it is?
Sure.
Didn't catch that.
Sure. Maybe say that again. I don't think he understands.
Okay, so
what exactly that means.
Right. So if you're looking at the horizon at 1 foot off the ground, you're going to have the horizon at a maximum distance of 1.2 miles in front of you. That's just based on the globe Earth geometry that they've claimed. It's just the geometry of it. So, do you think that that's where the horizon is?
No.
Good answer. I just posted a pic where it's at 10 miles.
Number,
yeah, that's just derived straight from the 3959 mile radius, just using Pythagorean theorem.
Right. According to the numbers they give us about what this place is and what size it is.
So what I just posted in the live stream voice text channel is impossible on the globe that you believe in. And it proves that that curvature that you think you can see if you go really, really high doesn't actually exist.
And I have a question for Mr. Yam. Are you looking at the voice text? Because that illustration that CB Radio posted is pretty clear too.
Yeah, Mr. Yam, there's
not accurate. It's not even using the correct values.
What?
It literally is.
It really isn't.
What your discrepancy of the difference between 408 and 400 is there that are you complaining about a discrepancy of less than 10,000th of a percent?
Yeah, it's not going to change 3% of the surface to 33%.
That's not how you do math, but okay.
Okay, well then tell us how you do it.
He doesn't think. But thank you, Reifraction, for posting that. I knew that this 3% thing existed somewhere, so thank you very much for posting my source material for what I was saying.
No worries.
But also, if you don't see any curvature of the Earth, then why does the horizon appear different at different lengths?
Good question. Now you're getting somewhere. You're asking questions. That's a good question to ask. Why do things appear differently based on where you're at? Because you're at a different spot.
Okay.
You see what you see wherever you are. It's almost like I'm not saying anything, isn't it? but it's actually a statement of deprogramming to help you understand that, so I don't see something because of some magical numbers that don't correlate to reality, curvature, right? I see what I see because I see what I see from where I'm at.
Wait, ask your question again. Didn't you ask something about the sun specifically?
I thought you said horizon. I think he was talking about the horizon.
He said nothing about the sun.
Well, that's where it all began.
Never mind.
That is where it began. Y'all were talking about the sun's reflection and this and that. That is where it began, though.
Yeah. New question? You got a new question for us?
Is there an edge of the Earth? And if so, what does it look like?
Why would you assume there's an edge, just out of curiosity? Because you watched Pirates of the Caribbean #3? Is that right?
Isn't round, then it would have to be.
Why are you assuming edge?
He asked is, though. He didn't assume it, though. He asked is. Simple answer, no.
Well,
you can't have gas pressure without a container. So since the whole world's inside a container of some kind, it would be an end, not an edge. There is no vacuum of space for there to be an edge, too. There just be an end of the Earth. But we don't know where it is. We don't know what it looks like. The container, the dimensions of it, the size of it is unverified. But we do know for sure that we're inside a container of some kind, because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So there is no vacuum of space. We're not floating in space.
Unless, of course, you believe Pirates of the Caribbean #3. At World's End is the title of the movie. And they do an excellent job of pretending that that's what people think the flat Earth is. But
yes, they do. It was very entertaining.
It's pretty fun. They even go through the ice wall. It's a little interesting if you think about it, but that's a movie.
And we don't live in movies. Yeah.
So I'm also adding on top of this. Why do we have photos of airplanes and photos of the Earth and stuff like that being round, but we don't have any photos of the boundaries of Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Any photos that you've seen from airplane altitude that make the Earth look like it's round, that's just an effect of a curved lens or some other distortion that's been applied, usually a fisheye lens.
Because you can generally, if they dip down, if those planes dip down and up, you can see that the Earth actually will go from a bubble, like looking like a ball, to looking like concave, and then flat, and then concave, and it changes. If you watch those videos, it'll tell you right there that they're using a lens that is distorting the image.
Yeah, and you'll see that effect, 20 feet off the ground, right?
Exactly. You'll see a plane sitting on the runway when they're first starting out, and it's perfectly flat, and then they pick up, and it totally starts curving, like it's a super curve. And then when they plane out and they dip down, it's concave. So you cannot go by that kind of footage to think that you've seen a curve.
Globe proof in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, exactly.
What about footage that you've personally taken?
But that was the very thing that the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing that we showed you was talking about, right? He was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, and he was saying that the only curvature that you were seeing from that height is just that of the fisheye lens that was used. It was not Earth curvature. He was saying you're not high enough to see it. That's what he was saying.
And no commercial flights fly that high. So if you've ever flown in commercial flight and you think you've seen a curve, you haven't.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Top 6 answers on the board. We asked 100 men, what would you do if your beautiful date told you the earth was flat?
Laugh at her.
Laugh at her.
Tell her she lying.
Tell her she lying. Pass the point.
We'll play it.
Let's play.
All right, Sarah. You talked to 100 men. What would you do if your beautiful date told you the earth was flat?
I hope he'd agree with me.
Agree with her? I would. I just met you. We're on a date. You fine. You tell me the earth flat. That's cool. I agree.
Tell the glober to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's coping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about the debate. Yeah, I was just like you on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you thinking's buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof, you should learn to feel ashamed. Cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last place. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit, better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy, cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit, better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy, cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? Get my 44 up off the just for now. Another track is still flat.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. What a lovely day!
Pressurized system next to a vacuum.
Barometric claims the gravity was on.
Really? Where does it get the pressure from?
Okay, but there's a relationship between the two.
No, that is what you're trying to prove.
Right. Okay. Well, anyways, Arwen, you illustrated the observation of dust clinging to things.
Right, this is not science. Yeah, you need to formulate a decent hypothesis with an independent and a dependent variable, a cause and effect relationship. You've established none of this, yet you're still referring to it like it's some sort of science. It isn't.
So ask me what the hypothesis is again, and I'll tell you. And I'll tell you what the independent variable is. I'll tell you everything.
What's the dependent variable?
The what? Sorry.
Dependent. Dependent variable.
Dependent?
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm directly varying the independent variable. The force between the two objects.
That's a variable, is it?
It depends on the independent variable.
Sorry. Yes, of course it does. It's a cause and effect relationship. I understand this. What's the dependent variable?
The force between the two objects.
So you're varying the force between the objects. How on earth are you varying?
You don't vary the dependent variable. You don't vary the dependent variable.
Right. But your dependent variable is the force.
Yes, you don't vary that.
Right.
Come on, man.
Well, that's my point. You don't vary it. You're trying to vary it. The dependent variable is the effect that you are having.
So hold up. He's asking why you can't see this in everyday life. Objects attracting objects, because there's variables in everyday life, like friction, air pressure. There's magnetism. There's Earth's gravity.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Earth's gravity.
Let me put it this way.
Hold on. Why you slip this in? Earth's gravity. Non-scientific, non-validated, nonsense. Why are you slipping this assertion in like it's a variable that you're not controlling and needs to be controlled when it's non-proven nonsense?
No, but hold up. Okay, so we could take away Earth's gravity. Wait, hold up. So the way you control for them. So I said friction is not allowing us to see these forces occur in everyday life. So friction, the way you account for friction is by suspending the experiment. There's less of a resistance on the experiment, so they can the objects can act naturally. There, are you standing on the ground?
Yes.
Are you wearing shoes?
Yes.
Okay, so there you've already got two forces resisting this force of the building. These are two variables that are affecting. Yeah, friction. You know friction? Because this is how science works, dude.
Don't tell me how this is science. Don't call me dude. Yeah. We just ripped you a new one. Yeah? And you want to carry on telling me what science is? It's absolutely pathetic. Anyway, with that, I'm going to say first and foremost a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of the live audience for tuning in and hopefully sharing this debate, and a massive thank you to all of the debating panel for making this debate possible. If you hated the show, well then you know exactly what to do, but if you liked it, consider sharing it or subscribing if you have not done so already. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
In the age of social media censorship, questioning whether or not the Earth is a globe has been deemed harmful thought. But why is this? We seem to be conditioned to think that the issue has been scientifically settled. But this is not the case. Our most popular scientists recognize that the geocentric model, where the Earth is at the center of the universe, is observably accurate. Edwin Hubble and Stephen Hawking went as far as to say that they reject the geocentric model not based on scientific reasoning, but rather because they find the thought of being at the center of the universe to be emotionally disturbing. Physicist George Ellis stated that you cannot disprove the geocentric model, you can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. The Michelson-Morley experiment in the 1880s proved the Earth was stationary, and Albert Einstein claimed this was a serious embarrassment and intended to disprove it with his relativity theory, but later admitted that he had failed to do so. We are conditioned to think that the heliocentric model is scientifically superior to the geocentric model, but when we apply scientific reasoning, we discover that this is not true. Contrary to popular thought, the scientific community has disputed the heliocentric model for centuries, such as the Earth's curvature. According to the heliocentric Earth model, the Earth is 24,000 miles in circumference, and if one were standing at sea level, they should only be able to see less than 3 miles before the surface of the Earth curves out of view. But this has been proven to be false for centuries, from the Bedford Level experiments of 1838 to modern photography. This photograph of Chicago was taken almost 60 miles away from Grand Mere State Park in Michigan. On a spherical Earth, this would be impossible. Using the Pythagorean theorem and the current dimensions of the Earth, the top of the tallest skyscraper should be 900 feet below the observable horizon. Local news explained this anomaly by claiming the image was a mirage.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage.
They claimed that somehow light refraction and perfect weather conditions are responsible for creating a photorealistic mirage of the Chicago skyline appearing to sit on the flat horizon from almost 60 miles away. Anomalies in the Earth's curvature can also be found in old lighthouses, able to be seen for several miles past what is possible on the heliocentric model, and weapons guidance systems that are capable of sighting targets that would only be possible on a flat plane. We are accustomed to observing ships disappearing over the curve, but with modern consumer cameras, we can observe that this seems to be an optical illusion based on light reflection and the laws of perspective. Many of us tend to think the planet is too big to observe curvature, but the empirical evidence tells us that either the surface of the Earth is a flat plane or the planet is at least 100 times bigger than we are told. Another very intriguing argument for flat earthers is Antarctica, the mysterious massive continent at our southern pole that nobody is allowed to explore. After sailing over 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, Captain Cook was never able to complete the journey around the ice continent, which is supposed to be just under 12,000 miles around. Neither was James Clark Ross or the British ship Challenger.